Welcome to Storytime Haven. Today, we embark on an epic adventure with The White Company by Arthur Conan Doyle. In this tale set in the 14th century, we follow a band of courageous mercenaries led by the valiant Hordle John. Join us as they traverse the tumultuous landscapes of medieval England, encountering intrigue, honor, and peril. Their journey promises excitement and deep camaraderie as Hay strive for glory and justice. Settle in and let the story sweep you into a world of chivalry and bravery. Chapter 1. How the black sheep came forth from the fold. The great bell of Beaulieu was ringing. Far away through the forest might be heard its musical clangor and swell. Peat cutters on Blackdown and fishers upon the Exe heard the distant throbbing rising and falling upon the sultry summer air. It was a common sound in those parts, as common as the chatter of the jays and the booming of the bittern. Yet the fishers and the peasants raised their heads and looked questions at each other, for the Angelus had already gone, and Vespers was still far off. Why should the great bell of Beaulieu toll when the shadows were neither short nor long? All round the abbey the monks were trooping in. Under the long green paved avenues of gnarled oaks and of lichened beeches, the white-robed brothers gathered to the sound. From the vineyard and the vine press, from the Bouverie or ox farm, from the marl pits and salterns, even from the distant ironworks of Sowley and the outlying grange of St. Leonard's. They had all turned their steps homewards. It had been no sudden call. A swift messenger had the night before sped round to the outlying dependencies of the abbey, and had left the summons for every monk to be back in the cloisters by the 3rd hour after noontide. So urgent a message had not been issued within the memory of old lay brother Athanasius, who had cleaned the abbey knocker since the year after the Battle of Bannockburn. A stranger who knew nothing either of the abbey or of its immense resources might have gathered from the appearance of the brothers some conception of the varied duties which they were called upon to perform, and of the busy, widespread life which centered in the old monastery. As they swept gravely in by twos and by threes, with bended heads and muttering lips, there were few who did not bear upon them some signs of their daily toil. Here were two with wrists and sleeves all spotted with the ruddy grape juice. There again was a bearded brother with a broad-headed axe and a bundle of wood upon his shoulders, while beside him walked another with the shears under his arm and the white wool still clinging to his whiter gown. A long straggling troop bore spades and mattocks, while the two rearmost of all staggered along under a huge basket of fresh-caught carp, for the morrow was Friday, and there were 50 platters to be filled, and as many sturdy trenchermen behind them. Of all the throng there was scarce one who was not labour-stained and weary, for Abbot Burgish was a hard man to himself and to others. Meanwhile, in the broad and lofty chamber set apart for occasions of import, the abbot himself was pacing impatiently backwards and forwards, with his long, white, nervous hands clasped in front of him. His thin, thought-worn features and sunken, haggard cheeks bespoke one who had indeed beaten down that inner foe whom every man must face, but had none the less suffered sorely in the contest. In crushing his passions he had well-nigh crushed himself. Yet frail as was his person there gleamed out ever, and anon from under his drooping brows a flash of fierce energy, which recalled to men's minds that he came of a fighting stock, and that even now his twin brother, Sir Bartholomew Burgish, was one of the most famous of those stern warriors who had planted the cross of St. George before the gates of Paris. With lips compressed and clouded brow, he strode up and down the oaken floor, the very genius and impersonation of asceticism, while the great bell still thundered and clanged above his head. At last the uproar died away in 3 last, measured throbs, and ere their echo had ceased, the abbot struck a small gong which summoned a lay brother to his presence. "Have the brethren come?" he asked, in the Anglo-French dialect used in religious houses. "They are here," the other answered, with his eyes cast down and his hands crossed upon his chest. "All?" 32 of the seniors and 15 of the novices, most holy father. Brother Mark of the Spicarium is sore smitten with the fever and could not come. He said that it boots not what he said. Fever or no, he should have come at my call. His spirit must be chastened, as must that of many more in this abbey. You yourself, Brother Francis, have twice raised your voice, so it hath come to my ears, when the reader in the refectory hath been dealing with the lives of God's most blessed saints. What hast thou to say? The lay brother stood meek and silent, with his arms still crossed in front of him. 1,000 Aves, and as many credos, said standing with arms outstretched before the shrine of the Virgin, may help thee to remember that the Creator hath given us 2 ears and but 1 mouth, as a token that there is twice the work for the one as for the other. Where is the master of the novices? He is without, most holy Father. Send him hither. The sandaled feet clattered over the wooden floor, and the iron-bound door creaked upon its hinges. In a few moments it opened again to admit a short, square monk with a heavy, composed face and an authoritative manner. You have sent for me, Holy Father. Yes, Brother Jerome, I wish that this matter be disposed of with as little scandal as may be, and yet it is needful that the example should be a public one. The abbot spoke in Latin now, as a language which was more fitted by its age and solemnity to convey the thoughts of 2 high dignitaries of the order. It would perchance be best that the novices be not admitted, suggested the master. This mention of a woman may turn their minds from their pious meditations to worldly and evil thoughts. Woman, woman, groaned the abbot. Well has the holy Chrysostom termed them radix malorum. From Eve downwards, what good hath come from any of them? Who brings the plaint? It is Brother Ambrose, a holy and devout young man, a light and a pattern to every novice. Let the matter be brought to an issue then, according to our old-time monastic habit. Bid the Chancellor and the Sub-Chancellor lead in the brothers according to age, together with Brother John the accused, and Brother Ambrose the accuser, and the novices. Let them bide in the north alley of the cloisters. Stay, bid the Sub-Chancellor send out to them Thomas the Lector to read unto them from the Gesta Beati Benedicti. It may save them from foolish and pernicious babbling. The abbot was left to himself once more, and bent his thin grey face over his illuminated breviary. So he remained, while the senior monks filed slowly and sedately into the chamber, seating themselves upon the long oaken benches, which lined the wall on either side. At the further end, in 2 high chairs as large as that of the abbot, though hardly as elaborately carved, sat the master of the novices and the chancellor, the latter a broad and portly priest, with dark, mirthful eyes and a thick outgrowth of crisp black hair all round his tonsured head. Between them stood a lean, white-faced brother who appeared to be ill at ease, shifting his feet from side to side and tapping his chin nervously with the long parchment roll which he held in his hand. The abbot, from his point of vantage, looked down on the 2 long lines of faces, placid and sun-browned for the most part, with the large bovine eyes and unlined features which told of their easy, unchanging existence. Then he turned his eager, fiery gaze upon the pale-faced monk who faced him. This plaint is thine as I learn, Brother Ambrose, said he. May the Holy Benedict, patron of our house, be present this day and aid us in our findings. How many counts are there? 3, most holy Father, the brother answered in a low and quavering voice. Have you set them forth according to rule? They are here set down, most holy Father, upon a cantle of sheepskin. Let the sheepskin be handed to the Chancellor. Bring in Brother John, and let him hear the plaints which have been urged against him. At this order, a lay brother swung open the door, and 2 other lay brothers entered, leading between them a young novice of the order. He was a man of huge stature, dark-eyed and red-headed, with a peculiar half-humorous, half-defiant expression upon his bold, well-marked features. His cowl was thrown back upon his shoulders, and his gown, unfastened at the top, disclosed a round, sinewy neck, ruddy and corded like the bark of the fir. Thick, muscular arms, covered with a reddish down, protruded from the wide sleeves of his habit, while his white shirt, looped up upon one side, gave a glimpse of a huge, knotty leg, scarred and torn with the scratches of brambles. With a bow to the abbot, which had in it perhaps more pleasantry than reverence, The novice strode across to the carved prie-dieu, which had been set apart for him, and stood silent and erect with his hand upon the gold bell, which was used in the private orisons of the abbot's own household. His dark eyes glanced rapidly over the assembly and finally settled with a grim and menacing twinkle upon the face of his accuser. The chancellor rose, and having slowly unrolled the parchment scroll, proceeded to read it out in a thick and pompous voice, while a subdued rustle and movement among the brothers bespoke the interest with which they followed the proceedings. Charges brought upon the second Thursday after the Feast of the Assumption, in the year of our Lord 1366, against Brother John, formerly known as Hordle John, or John of Hordle, but now a novice in the holy monastic order of the Cistercians. Read upon the same day at the Abbey of Beaulieu, in the presence of the Most Reverend Abbot Burgesh, and of the assembled order. The charges against the said Brother John are the following, namely, to wit, first, that on the above-mentioned Feast of the Assumption, small beer having been served to the novices in the proportion of 1 quart to each 4, the said Brother John did drain the pot at 1 draught to the detriment of Brother Paul, Brother Porphyry, and Brother Ambrose, who could scarce eat their nun-meat of salted stockfish on account of their exceeding dryness. At this solemn indictment, the novice raised his hand and twitched his lip, while even the placid senior brothers glanced across at each other and coughed to cover their amusement. The abbot alone sat grey and immutable, with a drawn face and a brooding eye. Item, that having been told by the master of the novices that he should restrict his food for 2 days to a single 3-pound loaf of bran and beans, for the greater honouring and glorifying of Saint Monica, mother of the holy Augustine, he was heard by Brother Ambrose and others to say that he wished 20,000 devils would fly away with the said Monica, mother of the holy Augustine, or any other saint who came between a man and his meat. Item, that upon Brother Ambrose reproving him for this blasphemous wish, he did hold the said brother face downwards over the piscatorium or fish pond for a space, during which the said brother was able to repeat a pater and 4 aves for the better fortifying of his soul against impending death. There was a buzz and murmur among the white-frocked brethren at this grave charge, but the abbot held up his long quivering hand. "What then?" said he. Item, that between nones and vespers on the feast of James the less the said Brother John was observed upon the Brockenhurst road, near the spot which is known as Hatchet's Pond, in converse with a person of the other sex, being a maiden of the name of Mary Sowley, the daughter of the king's verderer. Item, that after sundry japes and jokes the said Brother John did lift up the said Mary Sowley, and did take, carry, and convey her across a stream, to the infinite relish of the devil, and the exceeding detriment of his own soul, which scandalous and wilful falling away was witnessed by 3 members of our order. A dead silence throughout the room, with a rolling of heads and upturning of eyes, bespoke the pious horror of the community. The abbot drew his grey brows low over his fiercely questioning eyes. "Who can vouch for this thing?" he asked. "That can I," answered the accuser. "So too can Brother Porphyry, who was with me, and Brother Mark of the Spicarium, who hath been so much stirred and inwardly troubled by the sight that he now lies in a fever through it." "And the woman?" asked the abbot. "Did she not break into lamentation and woe that a brother should so demean himself?" "Nay, she smiled sweetly upon him and thanked him. I can vouch it, and so can Brother Porphyry." "Canst thou?" cried the abbot, in a high, tempestuous tone. "Canst thou so? Hast forgotten that the 35th rule of the order is that in the presence of a woman the face should be ever averted and the eyes cast down? Hast forgot it, I say? If your eyes were upon your sandals, how came ye to see this smile of which ye prate? A week in your cells, false brethren, a week of rye bread and lentils, with double lords and double matins, may help ye to remembrance of the laws under which ye live." At this sudden outflame of wrath, the 2 witnesses sank their faces onto their chests, and sat as men crushed. The abbot turned his angry eyes away from them, and bent them upon the accused, who met his searching gaze with a firm and composed face. "What hast thou to say, Brother John, upon these weighty things which are urged against you?" "Little enough, good father, little enough," said the novice, speaking English with a broad West Saxon drawl. The brothers, who were English to a man, pricked up their ears at the sound of the homely and yet unfamiliar speech, but the abbot flushed red with anger and struck his hand upon the oaken arm of his chair. "What talk is this?" he cried. "Is this a tongue to be used within the walls of an old and well-famed monastery? But grace and learning have ever gone hand in hand, and when one is lost, it is needless to look for the other." "I know not about that," said Brother John. "I know only that the words come kindly to my mouth, for it was the speech of my fathers before me. Under your favor, I shall either use it now or hold my peace." The abbot patted his foot and nodded his head, as one who passes a point but does not forget it. "For the matter of the ale," continued Brother John, "I had come in hot from the fields and had scarce got the taste of the thing before mine eye lit upon the bottom of the pot. It may be, too, that I spoke somewhat shortly concerning the bran and the beans, the same being poor provender and unfitted for a man of my inches. It is true also that I did lay my hands upon this jack-fool of a Brother Ambrose, though, as you can see, I did him little scathe. As regards the maid, too, it is true that I did heft her over the stream, she having on her hosen and shoon, whilst I had but my wooden sandals, which could take no hurt from the water. I should have thought shame upon my manhood, as well as my monkhood, if I had held back my hand from her." He glanced around as he spoke with the half-amused look which he had worn during the whole proceedings. "There is no need to go further," said the abbot. "He has confessed to all. It only remains for me to portion out the punishment which is due to his evil conduct." He rose, and the two long lines of brothers followed his example, looking sideways with scared faces at the angry prelate. "John of Hordle," he thundered, "you have shown yourself during the 2 months of your novitiate to be a recreant monk, and one who is unworthy to wear the white garb which is the outer symbol of the spotless spirit. That dress shall therefore be stripped from thee, and thou shalt be cast into the outer world without benefit of clerkship, and without lot or part in the graces and blessings of those who dwell under the care of the blessed Benedict. Thou shalt come back neither to Beaulieu nor to any of the granges of Beaulieu, and thy name shall be struck off the scrolls of the order." The sentence appeared a terrible one to the older monks, who had become so used to the safe and regular life of the abbey that they would have been as helpless as children in the outer world. From their pious oasis, they looked dreamily out at the desert of life, a place full of stormings and strivings, comfortless, restless, and overshadowed by evil. The young novice, however, appeared to have other thoughts, for his eyes sparkled and his smile broadened. It needed but that to add fresh fuel to the fiery mood of the prelate. "So much for thy spiritual punishment," he cried. "But it is to thy grosser feelings that we must turn in such natures as thine, and as thou art no longer under the shield of Holy Church, there is the less difficulty. Ho there, lay brothers, Francis, Naomi, Joseph, seize him and bind his arms, drag him forth, and let the foresters and the porters scourge him from the precincts." As these 3 brothers advanced towards him to carry out the abbot's direction, the smile faded from the novice's face, and he glanced right and left with his fierce brown eyes, like a bull at a baiting. Then, with a sudden deep-chested shout, he tore up the heavy oaken prie-dieu and poised it to strike, taking 2 steps backward the while, that none might take him at advantage. "By the Black Rood of Waltham," he roared, "if any knave among you lays a finger-end upon the edge of my gown, I will crush his skull like a filbert." With his thick, knotted arms, his thundering voice, and his bristle of red hair, there was something so repellent in the man that the 3 brothers flew back at the very glare of him, and the 2 rows of white monks strained away from him like poplars in a tempest. The abbot only sprang forward with shining eyes, but the chancellor and the master hung upon either arm and wrested him back out of danger's way. "He is possessed of a devil," they shouted. "Run, Brother Ambrose, Brother Joachim, call Hugh of the Mill, and Woodman Wat, and Raoul with his arbalist and bolts. Tell them that we are in fear of our lives. Run, run, for the love of the Virgin." But the novice was a strategist as well as a man of action. Springing forward, he hurled his unwieldy weapon at Brother Ambrose, and as desk and monk clattered onto the floor together, he sprang through the open door and down the winding stair. Sleepy old brother Athanasius, at the porter's cell, had a fleeting vision of twinkling feet and flying skirts. But before he had time to rub his eyes, the recreant had passed the lodge and was speeding as fast as his sandals could patter along the Lyndhurst Road. Chapter 2. How Alain Edrickson came out into the world. Never had the peaceful atmosphere of the old Cistercian house been so rudely ruffled. Never had there been insurrection so sudden, so short, and so successful. Yet the Abbot Burgish was a man of too firm a grain to allow one bold outbreak to imperil the settled order of his great household. In a few hot and bitter words, he compared their false brother's exit to the expulsion of our first parents from the garden, and more than hinted that unless a reformation occurred, some others of the community might find themselves in the same evil and perilous case. Having thus pointed the moral and reduced his flock to a fitting state of docility, he dismissed them once more to their labors and withdrew himself to his own private chamber, there to seek spiritual aid in the discharge of the duties of his high office. The abbot was still on his knees when a gentle tapping at the door of his cell broke in upon his orisons. Rising in no very good humor at the interruption, he gave the word to enter, but his look of impatience softened down into a pleasant and paternal smile as his eyes fell upon his visitor. He was a thin-faced, yellow-haired youth, rather above the middle size, comely and well-shapen, with straight, lithe figure and eager, boyish features. His clear, pensive grey eyes and quick, delicate expression spoke of a nature which had unfolded far from the boisterous joys and sorrows of the world. Yet there was a set of the mouth and a prominence of the chin which relieved him of any trace of effeminacy. Impulsive he might be, enthusiastic, sensitive, with something sympathetic and adaptive in his disposition. But an observer of nature's tokens would have confidently pledged himself that there was native firmness and strength underlying his gentle, monk-bred ways. The youth was not clad in monastic garb, but in lay attire, though his jerkin, cloak, and hose were all of a sombre hue, as befitted one who dwelt in sacred precincts. A broad leather strap hanging from his shoulder supported a scrip or satchel, such as travellers were wont to carry. In one hand he grasped a thick staff pointed and shod with metal, while in the other he held his coif or bonnet, which bore in its front a broad pewter medal stamped with the image of Our Lady of Rocamadour. "Art ready then, fair son?" said the abbot. "This is indeed a day of comings and of goings. It is strange that in 12 hours the abbey should have cast off its foulest weed, and should now lose what we are fain to look upon as our choicest blossom." "You speak too kindly, father," the youth answered. "If I had my will, I should never go forth, but should end my days here in Beaulieu. It hath been my home as far back as my mind can carry me, and it is a sore thing for me to have to leave it." "Life brings many a cross," said the abbot gently. "Who is without them? Your going forth is a grief to us as well as to yourself. But there is no help. I had given my forward and sacred promise to your father, Edric the Franklin, that at the age of 20 you should be sent out into the world to see for yourself how you liked the savour of it. Seat thee upon the settle, Alain, for you may need rest ere long." The youth sat down as directed, but reluctantly and with diffidence. The abbot stood by the narrow window, and his long black shadow fell slantwise across the rush-strewn floor. 20 years ago," he said, "your father, the Franklin of Minstead, died, leaving to the abbey 3 hides of rich land in the hundred of Malwood, and leaving to us also his infant son, on condition that we should rear him until he came to man's estate. This he did partly because your mother was dead, and partly because your elder brother, now Sockman of Minstead, had already given sign of that fierce and rude nature which would make him no fit companion for you. It was his desire and request, however, that you should not remain in the cloisters, but should at a ripe age return into the world." "But father," interrupted the young man, "it is surely true that I am already advanced several degrees in clerkship." "Yes, fair son, but not so far as to bar you from the garb you now wear, or the life which you must now lead. You have been porter?" "Yes, father." "Exorcist?" "Yes, father." "Reader?" "Yes, father." Acolyte? Yes, father, but have sworn no vow of constancy or chastity. No, father. Then you are free to follow a worldly life. But let me hear, ere you start, what gifts you take away with you from Beaulieu. Some I already know. There is the playing of the citole and the rebec. Our choir will be dumb without you. You carve too? The youth's pale face flushed with the pride of the skilled workman. Yes, Holy Father, he answered. Thanks to good brother Bartholomew, I carve in wood and in ivory, and can do something also in silver and in bronze. From brother Francis I have learned to paint on vellum, on glass and on metal, with a knowledge of those pigments and essences which can preserve the color against damp or a biting air. Brother Luke hath given me some skill in damask work, and in the enameling of shrines, tabernacles, diptychs and triptychs. For the rest, I know a little of the making of covers, the cutting of precious stones and the fashioning of instruments. A goodly list, truly, cried the superior with a smile. What clerk of Cambridge or of Oxenford could say as much? But of thy reading, hast not so much to show there, I fear. No, father, it hath been slight enough. Yet, thanks to our good Chancellor, I am not wholly unlettered. I have read Ockham, Bradwardine, and other of the schoolmen, together with the learned Duns Scotus and the Book of the Holy Aquinas. But of the things of this world, what have you gathered from your reading? From this high window you may catch a glimpse over the wooden point, and the smoke of Bucklershard of the mouth of the Exe, and the shining sea. Now I pray you, Elaine, if a man were to take a ship and spread sail across yonder waters, where might he hope to arrive? The youth pondered, and drew a plan amongst the rushes with the point of his staff. Holy Father, said he would come upon those parts of France which are held by the King's Majesty. But if he trended to the south, he might reach Spain, and the Barbary states to his north would be Flanders, and the country of the Eastlanders and of the Muscovites. True, and how if after reaching the king's possessions he still journeyed on to the eastward? He would then come upon that part of France which is still in dispute, and he might hope to reach the famous city of Avignon, where dwells our blessed Father, the prop of Christendom. And then? Then he would pass through the land of the Almains and the great Roman Empire, and so to the country of the Huns and of the Lithuanian pagans, beyond which lies the great city of Constantine and the kingdom of the unclean followers of Mahmud. And beyond that, fair son? Beyond that is Jerusalem and the Holy Land, and the great river which hath its source in the Garden of Eden. And then? Nay, good father, I cannot tell. Methinks the end of the world is not far from there. Then we can still find something to teach thee, Elaine, said the abbot complacently. Know that many strange nations lie betwixt there and the end of the world. There is the country of the Amazons, and the country of the dwarfs, and the country of the fair but evil women who slay with beholding, like the basilisk. Beyond that again is the kingdom of Prester John and of the great Cham. These things I know for very sooth, for I had them from that pious Christian and valiant knight, Sir John de Mandeville, who stopped twice at Beaulieu on his way to and from Southampton, and discoursed to us concerning what he had seen from the reader's desk in the refectory, until there was many a good brother who got neither bit nor sup. So stricken were they by his strange tales. I would fain know, father, asked the young man, what there may be at the end of the world. There are some things, replied the abbot gravely, into which it was never intended that we should inquire. But you have a long road before you. Whither will you first turn? To my brother's at Minstead, if he be indeed an ungodly and violent man. There is the more need that I should seek him out, and see whether I cannot turn him to better ways. The abbot shook his head. The Sockman of Minstead hath earned an evil name over the countryside, he said. If you must go to him, see at least that he doth not turn you from the narrow path upon which you have learned to tread. But you are in God's keeping, and Godward should you ever look in danger and in trouble. Above all, shun the snares of women, for they are ever set for the foolish feet of the young. Kneel down, my child, and take an old man's blessing. Aline Edrickson bent his head while the abbot poured out his heartfelt supplication that heaven would watch over this young soul, now going forth into the darkness and danger of the world. It was no mere form for either of them. To them the outside life of mankind did indeed seem to be one of violence and of sin, beset with physical and still more with spiritual danger. Heaven, too, was very near to them in those days. God's direct agency was to be seen in the thunder and the rainbow, the whirlwind and the lightning. To the believer, clouds of angels and confessors, and martyrs, armies of the sainted and the saved, were ever stooping over their struggling brethren upon earth, raising, encouraging, and supporting them. It was then, with a lighter heart and a stouter courage, that the young man turned from the abbot's room, while the latter, following him to the stairhead, finally commended him to the protection of the holy Julian, patron of travellers. Underneath, in the porch of the abbey, the monks had gathered to give him a last Godspeed. Many had brought some parting token by which he should remember them. There was Brother Bartholomew with a crucifix of rare carved ivory, and Brother Luke with a white-backed psalter adorned with golden bees, and Brother Francis with the slaying of the innocents, most daintily set forth upon vellum. All these were duly packed away deep in the traveller's scrip, and above them old pippin-faced Brother Athanasius had placed a parcel of simnel bread and rammel cheese, with a small flask of the famous blue sealed abbey wine. So, amid handshakings and laughings and blessings, Alain Edricsson turned his back upon Beaulieu. At the turn of the road, he stopped and gazed back. There was the widespread building which he knew so well, the abbot's house, the long church, the cloisters with their line of arches, all bathed and mellowed in the evening sun. There too was the broad sweep of the River Exe, the old stone well, the canopied niche of the Virgin, and in the center of all the cluster of white-robed figures who waved their hands to him. A sudden mist swam up before the young man's eyes, and he turned away upon his journey with a heavy heart and a choking throat. Chapter 3. How Hordle. John cozened the fuller of Lymington. It is not, however, in the nature of things that a lad of 20, with young life glowing in his veins and all the wide world before him, should spend his first hours of freedom in mourning for what he had left. Long ere Alain was out of sound of the Beaulieu bells, he was striding sturdily along, swinging his staff and whistling as merrily as the birds in the thicket. It was an evening to raise a man's heart. The sun shining slantwise through the trees threw delicate traceries across the road, with bars of golden light between. Away in the distance before and behind, the green boughs, now turning in places to a coppery redness, shot their broad arches across the track. The still summer air was heavy with the resinous smell of the great forest. Here and there a tawny brook prattled out from among the underwood and lost itself again in the ferns and brambles upon the further side. Save the dull piping of insects and the sough of the leaves, there was silence everywhere, the sweet, restful silence of nature. And yet, there was no want of life. The whole wide wood was full of it. Now it was a lithe, furtive stoat which shot across the path upon some fell errand of its own. Then it was a wild cat which squatted upon the outlying branch of an oak and peeped at the traveller with a yellow and dubious eye. Once it was a wild sow which scuttled out of the bracken, with 2 young sounders at her heels, and once a lordly red staggard walked daintily out from among the tree trunks, and looked around him with the fearless gaze of one who lived under the king's own high protection. Alain gave his staff a merry flourish, however, and the red deer bethought him that the king was far off, so streaked away from whence he came. The youth had now journeyed considerably beyond the furthest domains of the abbey. He was the more surprised, therefore, when, on coming round a turn in the path, he perceived a man clad in the familiar garb of the order, and seated in a clump of heather by the roadside. Alain had known every brother well, but this was a face which was new to him, a face which was very red and puffed, working this way and that, as though the man was sore perplexed in his mind. Once he shook both hands furiously in the air, and twice he sprang from his seat and hurried down the road. When he rose, however, Alain observed that his robe was much too long and loose for him in every direction, trailing upon the ground and bagging about his ankles, so that even with trussed-up skirts he could make little progress. He ran once, but the long gown clogged him so that he slowed down into a shambling walk, and finally plumped into the heather once more. "Young friend," said he, when Alain was abreast of him, "I fear from thy garb that thou canst know little of the Abbey of Beaulieu." "Then you are in error, friend," the clerk answered, "for I have spent all my days within its walls." "Haste so indeed," cried he. "Then perhaps canst tell me the name of a great loathly lump of a brother with freckled face and a hand like a spade. His eyes were black and his hair was red, and his voice like the parish bull. I trow that there cannot be two alike in the same cloisters." "That surely can be no other than Brother John," said Alain. "I trust he has done you no wrong, that you should be so hot against him." "Wrong, quotha?" cried the other, jumping out of the heather. "Wrong? Why, he hath stolen every plack of clothing off my back, if that be a wrong, and hath left me here in this sorry frock of white folding, so that I have shame to go back to my wife, lest she think that I have donned her old kirtle. Harrow and alas that ever I should have met him." "But how came this?" asked the young clerk, who could scarce keep from laughter at the sight of the hot little man so swathed in the great white cloak. "It came in this way," he said, sitting down once more. "I was passing this way, hoping to reach Lymington ere nightfall, when I came on this red-headed knave seated even where we are sitting now. I uncovered and louted as I passed, thinking that he might be a holy man at his orisons, but he called to me and asked me if I had heard speak of the new indulgence in favour of the Cistercians. 'Not I,' I answered. 'Then the worse for thy soul,' said he, and with that he broke into a long tale how that on account of the virtues of the Abbot Burgish it had been decreed by the Pope that whoever should wear the habit of a monk of Beaulieu, for as long as he might say the 7 Psalms of David, should be assured of the kingdom of heaven. When I heard this, I prayed him on my knees that he would give me the use of his gown, which after many contentions he at last agreed to do. On my paying him 3 marks towards the regilding of the image of Lawrence the Martyr, having stripped his robe, I had no choice but to let him have the wearing of my good leathern jerkin and hose, for, as he said, it was chilling to the blood and unseemly to the eye to stand frockless whilst I made my orisons. He had scarce got them on, and it was a sore labour, seeing that my inches will scarce match my girth. He had scarce got them on, I say, and I not yet at the end of the 2nd Psalm, when he bade me do honour to my new dress, and with that set off down the road as fast as feet would carry him. For myself, I could no more run than if I had been sewn in a sack, so here I sit, and here I am like to sit, before I set eyes upon my clothes again. "Nay, friend, take it not so sadly," said Alain, clapping the disconsolate one upon the shoulder. "Canst change thy robe for a jerkin once more at the Abbey, unless perchance you have a friend near at hand." "That have I," he answered, "and close, but I care not to go nigh him in this plight, for his wife hath a gibbing tongue, and will spread the tale until I could not show my face in any market from Fordingbridge to Southampton. But if you, fair sir, out of your kind charity would be pleased to go a matter of 2 bowshots out of your way, you would do me such a service as I could scarce repay." "With all my heart," said Alain readily. "Then take this pathway on the left, I pray thee, and then the deer track which passes on the right. You will then see under a great beech tree the hut of a charcoal burner. Give him my name, good sir, the name of Peter the Fuller, of Lymington, and ask him for a change of raiment, that I may pursue my journey without delay. There are reasons why he would be loth to refuse me." Alain started off along the path indicated, and soon found the log hut where the burner dwelt. He was away cutting wood in the forest, but his wife, a ruddy bustling dame, found the needful garments and tied them into a bundle. While she busied herself in finding and folding them, Alain Edrickson stood by the open door, looking in at her with much interest and some distrust, for he had never been so nigh to a woman before. She had round red arms, a dress of some sober woolen stuff, and a brass brooch the size of a cheesecake stuck in the front of it. "Peter the Fuller," she kept repeating. "Marry, come up. If I were Peter the Fuller's wife, I would teach him better than to give his clothes to the first knave who asks for them. But he was always a poor, fond, silly creature, was Peter, though we are beholden to him for helping to bury our 2nd son, Wat, who was apprenticed to him at Lymington in the year of the Black Death. But who are you, young sir?" I am a clerk on my road from Boulia to Minstead. Ay, indeed, hast been brought up at the abbey then. I could read it from thy reddened cheek and downcast eye. Hast learned from the monks, I trow, to fear a woman as thou wouldst a lazar house. Out upon them, that they should dishonour their own mothers by such teaching. A pretty world it would be with all the women out of it. Heaven forfend that such a thing should come to pass, said Alain. Amen and amen, but thou art a pretty lad, and the prettier for thy modest ways. It is easy to see from thy cheek that thou hast not spent thy days in the rain and the heat and the wind, as my poor Wat hath been forced to do. I have indeed seen little of life, good dame. Wilt find nothing in it to pay for the loss of thy own freshness. Here are the clothes, and Peter can leave them when next he comes this way. Holy Virgin, see the dust upon thy doublet. It were easy to see that there is no woman to tend to thee. So, at is better. Now buss me, boy. Alain stooped and kissed her, for the kiss was the common salutation of the age, and, as Erasmus long afterwards remarked, more used in England than in any other country. Yet it sent the blood to his temples again, and he wondered, as he turned away, what the Abbot Burghersh would have answered to so frank an invitation. He was still tingling from this new experience when he came out upon the high road and saw a sight which drove all other thoughts from his mind. Some way down from where he had left him, the unfortunate Peter was stamping and raving tenfold worse than before. Now, however, instead of the great white cloak, he had no clothes on at all, save a short woolen shirt and a pair of leather shoes. Far down the road, a long-legged figure was running, with a bundle under one arm, and the other hand to his side, like a man who laughs until he is sore. See him, yelled Peter. Look to him. You shall be my witness. He shall see Winchester jail for this. See where he goes with my cloak under his arm. Who then? Cried Alain. Who but that cursed brother John? He hath not left me clothes enough to make a galley-bagger. The double thief hath cozened me out of my gown. Stay, though, my friend, it was his gown, objected Alain. It boots not. He hath them all, gown, jerkin, hosen and all. Gramercy to him that he left me the shirt and the shoon. I doubt not that he will be back for them anon. But how came this? Asked Alain, open-eyed with astonishment. Are those the clothes? For dear charity's sake give them to me. Not the Pope himself shall have these from me, though he sent the whole College of Cardinals to ask it. How came it? Why, you had scarce gone ere this loathly John came running back again, and when I oped mouth to reproach him. He asked me whether it was indeed likely that a man of prayer would leave his own godly raiment in order to take a layman's jerkin. He had, he said, but gone for a while that I might be the freer for my devotions. On this I plucked off the gown, and he with much show of haste did begin to undo his points. But when I threw his frock down, he clipped it up and ran off all untrussed, leaving me in this sorry plight. He laughed so the while, like a great croaking frog, that I might have caught him, had my breath not been as short as his legs were long. The young man listened to this tale of wrong with all the seriousness that he could maintain, but at the sight of the pursy red-faced man and the dignity with which he bore him, the laughter came so thick upon him that he had to lean up against a tree trunk. The fuller looked sadly and gravely at him, but finding that he still laughed, he bowed with much mock politeness and stalked onwards in his borrowed clothes. Alain watched him until he was small in the distance, and then, wiping the tears from his eyes, he set off briskly once more upon his journey. Chapter 4. How the Bailiff of Southampton slew the two masterless men. The road along which he travelled was scarce as populous as most other roads in the kingdom, and far less so than those which lie between the larger towns. Yet from time to time Alain met other wayfarers, and more than once was overtaken by strings of pack-mules and horsemen journeying in the same direction as himself. Once a begging friar came limping along in a brown habit, imploring in a most dolorous voice to give him a single groat to buy bread, wherewith to save himself from impending death. Alain passed him swiftly by, for he had learned from the monks to have no love for the wandering friars, and besides, there was a great half-gnawed mutton bone sticking out of his pouch to prove him a liar. Swiftly as he went, however, He could not escape the curse of the 4 blessed evangelists which the mendicant howled behind him. So dreadful are his execrations that the frightened lad thrust his fingers into his ear holes and ran until the fellow was but a brown smirch upon the yellow road. Further on, at the edge of the woodland, he came upon a chapman and his wife, who sat upon a fallen tree. He had put his pack down as a table, and the 2 of them were devouring a great pasty and washing it down with some drink from a stone jar. The chapman broke a rough jest as he passed, and the woman called shrilly to Alain to come and join them, on which the man, turning suddenly from mirth to wrath, began to belabor her with his cudgel. Alain hastened on, lest he make more mischief, and his heart was heavy as lead within him. Look where he would, he seemed to see nothing but injustice and violence and the hardness of man to man. But even as he brooded sadly over it and pined for the sweet peace of the abbey, he came on an open space dotted with holly bushes, where was the strangest sight that he had yet chanced upon. Near to the pathway lay a long clump of greenery, and from behind this there stuck straight up into the air 4 human legs clad in party-coloured hosen, yellow and black. Strangest of all was when a brisk tune struck suddenly up, and the 4 legs began to kick and twitter in time to the music. Walking on tiptoe round the bushes, he stood in amazement to see 2 men bounding about on their heads, while they played, the one a viol and the other a pipe, as merrily and as truly as though they were seated in a choir. Alain crossed himself as he gazed at this unnatural sight, and could scarce hold his ground with a steady face, when the 2 dancers, catching sight of him, came bouncing in his direction. A spear's length from him, they each threw a somersault into the air, and came down upon their feet with smirking faces and their hands over their hearts. A guerdon, my knight of the staring eyes," cried one. "A gift, my prince," shouted the other. "Any trifle will serve, a purse of gold, or even a jeweled goblet." Alain thought of what he had read of demoniac possession, the jumpings, the twitchings, the wild talk. It was in his mind to repeat over the exorcism proper to such attacks, but the 2 burst out a-laughing at his scared face, and turning onto their heads once more, clapped their heels in derision. "Hast never seen tumblers before?" asked the elder, a black-browed, swarthy man, as brown and supple as a hazel twig. "Why shrink from us, then, as though we were the spawn of the evil one? Why shrink, my honeybird?" "Why so afeard, my sweet cinnamon?" exclaimed the other, a loose-jointed, lanky youth with a dancing, roguish eye. "Truly, sirs, it is a new sight to me," the clerk answered. "When I saw your 4 legs above the bush, I could scarce credit my own eyes. Why is it that you do this thing?" "A dry question to answer," cried the younger, coming back onto his feet. "A most husky question, my fair bird. But how? A flask, by all that is wonderful." He shot out his hand as he spoke, and plucking Alain's bottle out of his scrip, he deftly knocked the neck off, and poured the half of it down his throat. The rest he handed to his comrade, who drank the wine, and then, to the clerk's increasing amazement, made a show of swallowing the bottle, with such skill that Alain seemed to see it vanish down his throat. A moment later, however, he flung it over his head and caught it bottom downwards upon the calf of his left leg. "We thank you for the wine, kind sir," said he, "and for the ready courtesy wherewith you offered it. Touching your question, we may tell you that we are strollers and jugglers, who, having performed with much applause at Winchester Fair, are now on our way to the great Michaelmas market at Ringwood. As our art is a very fine and delicate one, however, we cannot let a day go by without exercising ourselves in it, to which end we choose some quiet and sheltered spot where we may break our journey. Here you find us, and we cannot wonder that you, who are new to tumbling, should be astounded, since many great barons, earls, marshals, and knights, who have wandered as far as the Holy Land, are of one mind in saying that they have never seen a more noble or gracious performance. If you will be pleased to sit upon that stump, we will now continue our exercise." Alain sat down willingly, as directed, with 2 great bundles on either side of him, which contained the strollers' dresses, doublets of. flame-colored silk and girdles of leather spangled with brass and tin. The jugglers were on their heads once more, bounding about with rigid necks, playing the while in perfect time and tune. It chanced that out of one of the bundles there stuck the end of what the clerk saw to be a cittern, so drawing it forth, he tuned it up and twanged a harmony to the merry lilt which the dancers played. On that they dropped their own instruments, and putting their hands to the ground they hopped about faster and faster, ever shouting to him to play more briskly, until at last for very weariness all three had to stop. "Well played, sweet poppet," cried the younger. "Hast a rare touch on the strings." "How knew you the tune?" asked the other. "I knew it not. I did but follow the notes I heard." Both opened their eyes at this, and stared at Alin with as much amazement as he had shown at them. "You have a fine trick of ear, then," said one. "We have long wished to meet such a man. Wilt join us and jog on to Ringwood? Thy duties shall be light, and thou shalt have 2 pence a day and meat for supper every night." "With as much beer as you can put away," said the other, "and a flask of Gascon wine on Sabbaths." "Nay, it may not be. I have other work to do. I have tarried with you over long," quoth Alain, and resolutely set forth upon his journey once more. They ran behind him some little way, offering him first 4 pence and then 6 pence a day, but he only smiled and shook his head, until at last they fell away from him. Looking back, he saw that the smaller had mounted on the younger's shoulders, and that they stood so, some 10 feet high, waving their adieus to him. He waved back to them, and then hastened on, the lighter of heart for having fallen in with these strange men of pleasure. Alain had gone no great distance for all the many small passages that had befallen him, yet to him, used as he was to a life of such quiet that the failure of a brewing or the altering of an anthem had seemed to be of the deepest import, the quick changing play of the lights and shadows of life was strangely startling and interesting. A gulf seemed to divide this brisk, uncertain existence from the old steady round of work and of prayer which he had left behind him. The few hours that had passed since he saw the Abbey Tower stretched out in his memory, until they outgrew whole months of the stagnant life of the cloister. As he walked and munched the soft bread from his scrip, it seemed strange to him to feel that it was still warm from the ovens of Beaulieu. When he passed Pennelly, where were 3 cottages and a barn, he reached the edge of the tree country, and found the great barren heath of Blackdown stretching in front of him, all pink with heather, and bronzed with the fading ferns. On the left the woods were still thick, but the road edged away from them and wound over the open. The sun lay low in the west upon a purple cloud, whence it threw a mild, chastening light over the wild moorland, and glittered on the fringe of forest, turning the withered leaves into flakes of dead gold, the brighter for the black depths behind them. To the seeing eye decay is as fair as growth, and death as life. The thought stole into Alain's heart as he looked upon the autumnal countryside and marvelled at its beauty. He had little time to dwell upon it, however, for there were still 6 good miles between him and the nearest inn. He sat down by the roadside to partake of his bread and cheese, and then with a lighter scrip he hastened upon his way. There appeared to be more wayfarers on the down than in the forest. First he passed 2 Dominicans in their long black dresses, who swept by him with downcast looks and pattering lips, without so much as a glance at him. Then there came a grey friar, or minorite, with a good paunch upon him, walking slowly, and looking about him with the air of a man who was at peace with himself and with all men. He stopped Alain to ask him whether it was not true that there was a hostel somewhere in those parts which was especially famous for the stewing of eels. The clerk having made answer that he had heard the eels of Sowley well spoken of, the friar sucked in his lips and hurried forward. Close at his heels came 3 labourers walking abreast, with spade and mattock over their shoulders. They sang some rude chorus right tunefully as they walked, but their English was so coarse and rough that to the ears of a cloister-bred man it sounded like a foreign and barbarous tongue. One of them carried a young bittern which they had caught upon the moor, and they offered it to Alain for a silver groat. Very glad he was to get safely past them, for, with their bristling red beards and their fierce blue eyes, They were uneasy men to bargain with upon a lonely moor. Yet it is not always the burliest and the wildest who are the most to be dreaded. The workers looked hungrily at him, and then jogged onwards upon their way in slow, lumbering Saxon style. A worse man to deal with was a wooden-legged cripple who came hobbling down the path, so weak and so old to all appearance that a child need not stand in fear of him. Yet when Alain had passed him, of a sudden, out of pure devilment, he screamed out a curse at him, and sent a jagged flint stone hurtling past his ear. So horrid was the causeless rage of the crooked creature that the clerk came over a cold thrill and took to his heels until he was out of shot from stone or word. It seemed to him that in this country of England there was no protection for a man save that which lay in the strength of his own arm and the speed of his own foot. In the cloisters he had heard vague talk of the law, the mighty law which was higher than prelate or baron, yet no sign could he see of it. What was the benefit of a law written fair upon parchment, he wondered, if there were no officers to enforce it? As it fell out, however, he had that very evening, ere the sun had set, a chance of seeing how stern was the grip of the English law when it did happen to seize the offender. A mile or so out upon the moor, the road takes a very sudden dip into a hollow, with a peat-coloured stream running swiftly down the centre of it. To the right of this stood, and stands to this day, an ancient barrow or burying mound, covered deeply in a bristle of heather and bracken. Alain was plodding down the slope upon one side, when he saw an old dame coming towards him upon the other, limping with weariness and leaning heavily upon a stick. When she reached the edge of the stream, she stood helpless, looking to right and to left for some ford. Where the path ran down, a great stone had been fixed in the centre of the brook, but it was too far from the bank for her aged and uncertain feet. Twice she thrust forward at it, and twice she drew back, until at last, giving up in despair, she sat herself down by the brink and wrung her hands wearily. There she still sat when Alain reached the crossing. "Come, mother," quoth he, "it is not so very perilous a passage." "Alas, good youth," she answered, "I have a humour in the eyes, and though I can see that there is a stone there, I can by no means be sure as to where it lies." "That is easily amended," said he cheerily, and picking her lightly up, for she was much worn with time, he passed across with her. He could not but observe, however, that as he placed her down, her knees seemed to fail her, and she could scarcely prop herself up with her staff. "You are weak, mother," said he. "Hast journeyed far, I wot." "From Wiltshire, friend," said she in a quavering voice. 3 days have I been on the road. I go to my son, who is one of the king's regarders at Brockenhurst. He has ever said that he would care for me in mine old age. And rightly too, mother, since you cared for him in his youth. But when have you broken fast?" "At Lindenhurst, but alas, my money is at an end, and I could but get a dish of bran porridge from the nunnery. Yet I trust that I may be able to reach Brockenhurst tonight, where I may have all that heart can desire. For, oh, sir, but my son is a fine man, with a kindly heart of his own, and it is as good as food to me to think that he should have a doublet of Lincoln green to his back and be the king's own paid man." "It is a long road yet to Brockenhurst," said Alain, "but here is such bread and cheese as I have left, and here too is a penny which may help you to supper." "May God be with you." "May God be with you, young man," she cried. "May he make your heart as glad as you have made mine." She turned away, still mumbling blessings, and Alain saw her short figure and her long shadow stumbling slowly up the slope. He was moving away himself, when his eyes lit upon a strange sight, and one which sent a tingling through his skin. Out of the tangled scrub on the old overgrown barrow, 2 human faces were looking out at him. The sinking sun glimmered full upon them, showing up every line and feature. The one was an oldish man with a thin beard, a crooked nose, and a broad red smudge from a birthmark over his temple. The other was a Negro, a thing rarely met in England at that day, and rarer still in the quiet Southland parts. Alain had read of such folk, but had never seen one before, and could scarce take his eyes from the fellow's broad, pouting lip and shining teeth. Even as he gazed, however, the 2 came writhing out from among the heather, and came down towards him with such a guilty, slinking carriage that the clerk felt that there was no good in them, and hastened onwards upon his way. He had not gained the crown of the slope when he heard a sudden scuffle behind him and a feeble voice bleating for help. Looking round, there was the old dame down upon the roadway, with her red wimple flying on the breeze, while the two rogues, black and white, stooped over her, wresting away from her the penny and such other poor trifles as were worth the taking. At the sight of her thin limbs struggling in weak resistance, such a glow of fierce anger passed over Alain as set his head in a whirl. Dropping his scrip, he bounded over the stream once more and made for the two villains, with his staff whirled over his shoulder and his grey eyes blazing with fury. The robbers, however, were not disposed to leave their victim until they had worked their wicked will upon her. The black man, with the woman's crimson scarf tied round his swarthy head, stood forward in the centre of the path, with a long, dull-coloured knife in his hand, while the other, waving a ragged cudgel, cursed at Alain and dared him to come on. His blood was fairly aflame, however, and he needed no such challenge. Dashing at the black man, he smote at him with such good will that the other let his knife tinkle into the roadway, and hopped howling to a safer distance. The second rogue, however, made of sterner stuff, rushed in upon the clerk, and clipped him round the waist with a grip like a bear, shouting the while to his comrade to come round and stab him in the back. At this the negro took heart of grace, and picking up his dagger again he came stealing with prowling step and murderous eye, while the two swayed backwards and forwards, staggering this way and that. In the very midst of the scuffle, however, whilst Alain braced himself to feel the cold blade between his shoulders, there came a sudden scurry of hoofs, and the black man yelled with terror and ran for his life through the heather. The man with the birthmark, too, struggled to break away, and Alain heard his teeth chatter and felt his limbs grow limp to his hand. At this sign of coming aid, the clerk held on the tighter, and at last was able to pin his man down and glanced behind him to see where all the noise was coming from. Down the slanting road there was riding a big burly man, clad in a tunic of purple velvet and driving a great black horse as hard as it could gallop. He leaned well over its neck as he rode, and made a heaving with his shoulders at every bound as though he were lifting the steed instead of it carrying him. In the rapid glance, Alain saw that he had white doeskin gloves, a curling white feather in his flat velvet cap, and a broad gold-embroidered baldric across his bosom. Behind him rode 6 others, 2 and 2, clad in sober brown jerkins, with the long yellow staves of their bows thrusting out from behind their right shoulders. Down the hill they thundered, over the brook and up to the scene of the contest. "Here is one," said the leader, springing down from his reeking horse and seizing the white rogue by the edge of his jerkin. "This is one of them. I know him by that devil's touch upon his brow. Where are your cords, Peterkin? So, bind him hand and foot. His last hour has come. And you, young man, who may you be?" "I am a clerk, sir, travelling from Beaulieu." "A clerk?" cried the other. "Art from Oxenford, or from Cambridge? Hast thou a letter from the Chancellor of thy college giving thee a permit to beg? Let me see thy letter." He had a stern, square face, with bushy side whiskers and a very questioning eye. "I am from Beaulieu Abbey, and I have no need to beg," said Alain, who was all of a tremble now that the ruffle was over. "The better for thee," the other answered. "Dost know who I am?" "No, sir, I do not." "I am the law," nodding his head solemnly. "I am the law of England, and the mouthpiece of His Most Gracious and Royal Majesty, Edward III. Alain louted low to the king's representative. "Truly you came in good time, honoured sir," said he. "A moment later, and they would have slain me." "But there should be another one," cried the man in the purple coat. "There should be a black man, a shipman with St. Anthony's fire, and a black man who had served him as cook. Those are the pair that we are in chase of." "The black man fled over to that side," said Alain, pointing towards the barrow. "He could not have gone far, Sir Bailiff," cried one of the archers, unslinging his bow. "He is in hiding somewhere, for he knew well, black Paynim as he is, that our horse's 4 legs could outstrip his 2. "Then we shall have him," said the other. It shall never be said, whilst I am bailiff of Southampton, that any waster, reaver, draw-latch, or murderer came scathless away from me and my posse. Leave that rogue lying. Now stretch out in line, my merry ones, with arrow on string, and I shall show you such sport as only the king can give. You on the left, Howard, and Thomas of Redbridge upon the right. So, beat high and low among the heather, and a pot of wine to the lucky marksman. As it chanced, however, the searchers had not far to seek. The negro had burrowed down into his hiding place upon the barrow, where he might have lain snug enough, had it not been for the red gear upon his head. As he raised himself to look over the bracken at his enemies, the staring colour caught the eye of the bailiff, who broke into a long screeching whoop, and spurred forward sword in hand. Seeing himself discovered, the man rushed out from his hiding place and bounded at the top of his speed down the line of archers, keeping a good 100 paces to the front of them. The two who were on either side of Aline bent their bows as calmly as though they were shooting at the popinjay at the village fair. 7 yards windage, Hal, said one, whose hair was streaked with grey. 5, replied the other, letting loose his string. Aline gave a gulp in his throat, for the yellow streak seemed to pass through the man, but he still ran forward. 7, you jack fool, growled the first speaker, and his bow twanged like a harp string. The black man sprang high up into the air, and shot out both his arms and his legs, coming down all a-sprawl among the heather. Right under the blade bone, quoth the archer, sauntering forward for his arrow. The old hound is the best when all is said, quoth the bailiff of Southampton, as they made back for the roadway. That means a quarter the best malmsey in Southampton this very night, Matthew Atwood. Art sure that he is dead? Dead as Pontius Pilate, worshipful sir. It is well. Now, as to the other knave. There are trees and to spare over yonder, but we have scarce leisure to make for them. Draw thy sword, Thomas of Redbridge, and hew me his head from his shoulders. A boon, gracious sir, a boon, cried the condemned man. What then? Asked the bailiff. I will confess to my crime. It was indeed I and the black cook, both from the ship La Rose de Gloire of Southampton, who did set upon the Flanders merchant and rob him of his spicery and his mercery, for which, as we well know, you hold a warrant against us. There is little merit in this confession, quoth the bailiff sternly. Thou hast done evil within my bailiwick, and must die. But, sir, urged Aline, who was white to the lips at these bloody doings, he hath not yet come to trial. Young clerk, said the bailiff, you speak of that of which you know nothing. It is true that he hath not come to trial, but the trial hath come to him. He hath fled the law and is beyond its pale. Touch not that which is no concern of thine. But what is this boon, rogue, which you would crave? I have in my shoe, most worshipful sir, a strip of wood which belonged once to the bark wherein the blessed Paul was dashed up against the island of Melita. I bought it for 2 rose nobles from a shipman who came from the Levant. The boon I crave is that you will place it in my hands and let me die still grasping it. In this manner, not only shall my own eternal salvation be secured, but thine also, for I shall never cease to intercede for thee. At the command of the bailiff they plucked off the fellow's shoe, and there sure enough at the side of the instep, wrapped in a piece of fine sendal, lay a long dark splinter of wood. The archers doffed caps at the sight of it, and the bailiff crossed himself devoutly as he handed it to the robber. If it should chance, he said, that through the surpassing merits of the blessed Paul your sin-stained soul should gain a way into paradise, I trust that you will not forget that intercession which you have promised. Bear in mind, too, that it is Hereward the bailiff for whom you pray, and not Hereward the sheriff, who is my uncle's son. Now, Thomas, I pray you dispatch, for we have a long ride before us, and sun has already set. Aline gazed upon the scene, the portly velvet-clad official, the knot of hard-faced archers with their hands to the bridles of their horses, the thief with his arms trussed back, and his doublet turned down upon his shoulders. By the side of the track, the old dame was standing, fastening her red wimple once more round her head. Even as he looked, one of the archers drew his sword with a sharp whir of steel and stepped up to the lost man. The clerk hurried away in horror, but, Ere he had gone many paces, he heard a sudden, sullen thump with a choking whistling sound at the end of it. A minute later, the bailiff and 4 of his men rode past him on their journey back to Southampton, the other 2 having been chosen as grave diggers. As they passed, Aline saw that one of the men was wiping his sword blade upon the mane of his horse. A deadly sickness came over him at the sight, and sitting down by the wayside he burst out weeping, with his nerves all in a jangle. It was a terrible world, thought he, and it was hard to know which were the most to be dreaded, the knaves or the men of the law. Chapter 5. How a strange company gathered at the Pied Merlin. The night had already fallen, and the moon was shining between the rifts of ragged drifting clouds before Aline Edricsson, footsore and weary from the unwanted exercise, found himself in front of the Forest Inn which stood upon the outskirts of Lyndhurst. The building was long and low, standing back a little from the road, with 2 flambeaux blazing on either side of the door as a welcome to the traveller. From one window there thrust forth a long pole with a bunch of greenery tied to the end of it, a sign that liquor was to be sold within. As Aline walked up to it, he perceived that it was rudely fashioned out of beams of wood, with twinkling lights all over where the glow from within shone through the cracks. The roof was poor and thatched, but in strange contrast to it, there ran all along under the eaves a line of wooden shields, most gorgeously painted with chevron, bend and saltire, and every heraldic device. By the door, a horse stood tethered, the ruddy glow beating strongly upon his brown head and patient eyes, while his body stood back in the shadow. Aline stood still in the roadway for a few minutes, reflecting upon what he should do. It was, he knew, only a few miles further to Minstead, where his brother dwelt. On the other hand, he had never seen this brother since childhood, and the reports which had come to his ears concerning him were seldom to his advantage. By all accounts he was a hard and a bitter man. It might be an evil start to come to his door so late and claim the shelter of his roof. Better to sleep here at this inn, and then travel on to Minstead in the morning. If his brother would take him in, well and good. He would bide with him for a time, and do what he might to serve him. If, on the other hand, he should have hardened his heart against him, he could only go on his way and do the best he might by his skill as a craftsman and a scrivener. At the end of a year he would be free to return to the cloisters, for such had been his father's bequest. A monkish upbringing, 1 year in the world after the age of 20, and then a free selection one way or the other. It was a strange course which had been marked out for him. Such as it was, however, he had no choice but to follow it, and if he were to begin by making a friend of his brother, he had best wait until morning before he knocked at his dwelling. The rude plank door was ajar, but as Aline approached it, there came from within such a gust of rough laughter and clatter of tongues that he stood irresolute upon the threshold. Summoning courage, however, and reflecting that it was a public dwelling, in which he had as much right as any other man, he pushed it open and stepped into the common room. Though it was an autumn evening and somewhat warm, a huge fire of heaped billets of wood crackled and sparkled in a broad open grate, some of the smoke escaping up a rude chimney, but the greater part rolling out into the room so that the air was thick with it, and a man coming from without could scarce catch his breath. On this fire, a great cauldron bubbled and simmered, giving forth a rich and promising smell. Seated round it were a dozen or so folk, of all ages and conditions, who set up such a shout as Aline entered that he stood peering at them through the smoke, uncertain what this riotous greeting might portend. "Arouse! Arouse!" cried one rough-looking fellow in a tattered jerkin. "One more round of mead or ale and the score to the last comer." "'Tis the law of the Pied Merlin," shouted another. "Ho there, Dame Eliza, here is fresh custom come to the house, and not a drain for the company." "I will take your orders, gentles. I will assuredly take your orders," the landlady answered, bustling in with her hands full of leathern drinking cups. "What is it that you drink, then?" "Beer for the lads of the forest, mead for the gleeman, strong waters for the tinker, and wine for the rest. It is an old custom of the house, young sir. It has been the use at the Pied Merlin this many a year back, that the company should drink to the health of the last comer. Is it your pleasure to humour it?" "Why, good dame," said Alain, "I would not offend the customs of your house, but it is only sooth when I say that my purse is a thin one. As far as 2 pence will go, however, I shall be right glad to do my part." "Plainly said and bravely spoken, my suckling friar," roared a deep voice, and a heavy hand fell upon Alain's shoulder. Looking up, he saw beside him his former cloister companion, the renegade monk, Hordle John. "By the thorn of Glastonbury, ill days are coming upon Beaulieu," said he. "Here they have got rid in one day of the only 2 men within their walls, for I have had mine eyes upon thee, youngster, and I know that for all thy baby face, there is the making of a man in thee. Then there is the abbot, too. I am no friend of his, nor he of mine, but he has warm blood in his veins. He is the only man left among them. The others, what are they?" "They are holy men," Alain answered gravely. "Holy men, holy cabbages, holy bean pods. What do they do but live and suck in sustenance and grow fat? If that be holiness, I could show you hogs in this forest who are fit to head the calendar. Think you it was for such a life that this good arm was fixed upon my shoulder, or that head placed upon your neck? There is work in the world, man, and it is not by hiding behind stone walls that we shall do it." "Why then did you join the brothers?" asked Alain. "A fair enough question, but it is as fairly answered. I joined them because Marjorie Alspay of Boulder married crooked Thomas of Ringwood and left a certain John of Hordle in the cold, for that he was a ranting, roving blade who was not to be trusted in wedlock. That was why, being fond and hot-headed, I left the world, and that is why, having had time to take thought, I am right glad to find myself back in it once more. Ill betide the day that ever I took off my yeoman's jerkin to put on the white gown." Whilst he was speaking, the landlady came in again bearing a broad platter, upon which stood all the beakers and flagons charged to the brim with the brown ale or the ruby wine. Behind her came a maid with a high pile of wooden plates and a great sheaf of spoons, one of which she handed round to each of the travellers. 2 of the company, who were dressed in the weather-stained green doublet of foresters, lifted the big pot off the fire, and a third, with a huge pewter ladle, served out a portion of steaming collops to each guest. Alain bore his share and his ale-mug away with him to a retired trestle in the corner, where he could sup in peace and watch the strange scene, which was so different to those silent and well-ordered meals to which he was accustomed. The room was not unlike a stable. The low ceiling, smoke-blackened and dingy, was pierced by several square trap-doors with rough-hewn ladders leading up to them. The walls of bare unpainted planks were studded here and there with great wooden pins, placed at irregular intervals and heights, from which hung over tunics, wallets, whips, bridles and saddles. Over the fireplace were suspended 6 or 7 shields of wood, with coats of arms rudely daubed upon them, which showed by their varying degrees of smokiness and dirt that they had been placed there at different periods. There was no furniture, save a single long dresser covered with coarse crockery, and a number of wooden benches and trestles, the legs of which sank deeply into the soft clay floor, while the only light, save that of the fire, was furnished by 3 torches stuck in sockets on the wall, which flickered and crackled, giving forth a strong resinous odour. All this was novel and strange to the cloister-bred youth, but most interesting of all was the motley circle of guests who sat eating their collops round the blaze. They were a humble group of wayfarers, such as might have been found that night in any inn through the length and breadth of England. But to him, they represented that vague world against which he had been so frequently and so earnestly warned. It did not seem to him, from what he could see of it, to be such a very wicked place after all. 3 or 4 of the men round the fire were evidently underkeepers and verderers from the forest, sunburned and bearded, with the quick, restless eye and lithe movements of the deer among which they lived. Close to the corner of the chimney sat a middle-aged gleeman, clad in a faded garb of Norwich cloth, the tunic of which was so outgrown that it did not fasten at the neck and at the waist. His face was swollen and coarse, and his watery, protruding eyes spoke of a life which never wandered very far from the wine-pot. A gilt harp, blotched with many stains and with 2 of its strings missing, was tucked under one of his arms, while with the other he scooped greedily at his platter. Next to him sat two other men of about the same age, one with a trimming of fur to his coat, which gave him a dignity which was evidently dearer to him than his comfort, for he still drew it round him, in spite of the hot glare of the wood. The other, clad in a dirty russet suit with a long sweeping doublet, had a cunning, foxy face with keen, twinkling eyes and a peaky beard. Next to him sat Hordle John, and beside him three other rough, unkempt fellows with tangled beards and matted hair, free labourers from the adjoining farms, where small patches of freehold property had been suffered to remain scattered about in the heart of the royal demesne. The company was completed by a peasant in a rude dress of undyed sheepskin, with the old-fashioned galligaskins about his legs, and a gaily dressed young man with striped cloak jagged at the edges and party-coloured hosen, who looked about him with high disdain upon his face, and held a blue-smelling flask to his nose with one hand, while he brandished a busy spoon with the other. In the corner, a very fat man was lying all asprawl upon a truss, snoring stertorously, and evidently in the last stage of drunkenness. "That is Wat the limner," quoth the landlady, sitting down beside Alain and pointing with the ladle to the sleeping man. "That is he who paints the signs and the tokens. Alack and alas that ever I should have been fool enough to trust him. Now, young man, what manner of a bird would you suppose a pied merlin to be, that being the proper sign of my hostel?" "Why," said Alain, "a merlin is a bird of the same form as an eagle or falcon. I can well remember that learned brother Bartholomew, who is deep in all the secrets of nature, pointed one out to me as we walked together near Vinny Ridge. A falcon or an eagle, quotha, and pied, that is of two several colours. So any man would say except this barrel of lies. He came to me, look you, saying that if I would furnish him with a gallon of ale, wherewith to strengthen himself as he worked, and also the pigments and a board, he would paint for me a noble pied merlin which I might hang along with the blazonry over my door. I, poor simple fool, gave him the ale and all that he craved, leaving him alone too, because he said that a man's mind must be left untroubled when he had great work to do. When I came back, the gallon jar was empty, and he lay as you see him, with the board in front of him with this sorry device." She raised up a panel which was leaning against the wall, and showed a rude painting of a scraggy and angular fowl, with very long legs and a spotted body. "Was that," she asked, "like the bird which thou hast seen?" Alain shook his head, smiling. "No, nor any other bird that ever wagged a feather. It is most like a plucked pullet which has died of the spotted fever. And scarlet, too. What would the gentle Sir Nicholas Beauhontet, or Sir Bernard Brocas, of Roche Court, say if they saw such a thing, or perhaps even the King's own Majesty himself, who often has ridden past this way, and who loves his falcons as he loves his sons? It would be the downfall of my house." "The matter is not past mending," said Alain. "I pray you, good dame, to give me those 3 pigment pots and the brush, and I shall try whether I cannot better this painting." Dame Eliza looked doubtfully at him, as though fearing some other stratagem, but, as he made no demand for ale, she finally brought the paints, and watched him as he smeared on his background, talking the while about the folk round the fire. "The 4 forest lads must be jogging soon," she said. "They bide at Emery Down, a mile or more from here. Yeoman prickers they are, who tend to the King's hunt. The gleeman is called Floiting Will. He comes from the north country, but for many years he hath gone the round of the forest from Southampton to Christchurch. He drinks much and pays little, but it would make your ribs crackle to hear him sing the jest of Hendy Tobias. Mayhap he will sing it when the ale has warmed him." "Who are those next to him?" asked Alain, much interested. "He of the fur mantle has a wise and reverent face. He is a seller of pills and salves, very learned in humours and rheums and fluxes and all manner of ailments. He wears, as you perceive, the vernicle of Sainted Luke, the first physician, upon his sleeve. May good St. Thomas of Kent grant that it may be long before either I or mine need his help. He is here tonight for herbergage, as are the others except the foresters. His neighbour is a tooth-drawer. That bag at his girdle is full of the teeth that he drew at Winchester Fair. I warrant that there are more sound ones than sorry, for he is quick at his work and a trifle dim in the eye. The lusty man next him with the red head I have not seen before. The 4 on this side are all workers, 3 of them in the service of the bailiff of Sir Baldwin Redvers, and the other, he with the sheepskin, is, as I hear, a villain from the Midlands who hath run from his master. His year and day are well nigh up when he will be a free man. And the other? Asked Alain in a whisper. He is surely some very great man, for he looks as though he scorned those who were about him. The landlady looked at him in a motherly way and shook her head. You have had no great truck with the world, she said, or you would have learned that it is the small men and not the great who hold their noses in the air. Look at those shields upon my wall and under my eaves. Each of them is the device of some noble lord or gallant knight who hath slept under my roof at one time or another. Yet milder men or easier to please I have never seen, eating my bacon and drinking my wine with a merry face, and paying my score with some courteous word or jest which was dearer to me than my profit. Those are the true gentles. But your chapman or your bearward will swear that there is a lime in the wine and water in the ale, and fling off at the last with a curse instead of a blessing. This youth is a scholar from Cambridge, where men are wont to be blown out by a little knowledge, and lose the use of their hands in learning the laws of the Romans. But I must away to lay down the beds. So may the saints keep you and prosper you in your undertaking. Thus left to himself, Alain drew his panel of wood where the light of one of the torches would strike full upon it, and worked away with all the pleasure of the trained craftsman, listening the while to the talk which went on round the fire. The peasant in the sheepskins, who had sat glum and silent all evening, had been so heated by his flagon of ale that he was talking loudly and angrily with clenched hands and flashing eyes. Sir Humphrey Tennant of Ashby May till his own fields for me, he cried. The castle has thrown its shadow upon the cottage overlong. For 300 years my folk have swinked and sweated, day in and day out, to keep the wine on the Lord's table and the harness on the Lord's back. Let him take off his plates and delve himself, if delving must be done. A proper spirit, my fair son, said one of the free labourers. I would that all men were of thy way of thinking. He would have sold me with his acres, the other cried in a voice which was hoarse with passion. The man, the woman, and their litter so ran the words of the dotard bailiff. Never a bullock on the farm was sold more lightly. Ha! He may wake some black night to find the flames licking about his ears, for fire is a good friend to the poor man. And I have seen a smoking heap of ashes, where overnight there stood just such another Castlewick as Ashby. This is a lad of metal, shouted another of the labourers. He dares to give tongue to what all men think. Are we not all from Adam's loins, all with flesh and blood, and with the same mouth that must needs have food and drink? Where all this difference then between the ermine cloak and the leathern tunic, if what they cover is the same? Ay, Jenkin, said another. Our foeman is under the stole and the vestment as much as under the helmet and plate of proof. We have as much to fear from the tonsure as from the hauberk. Strike at the noble and the priest shrieks, strike at priest and the noble lays his hand upon glaive. They are twin thieves who live upon our labour. It would take a clever man to live upon thy labour, Hugh, remarked one of the foresters, seeing that the half of thy time is spent in swilling mead at the Pied Merlin. Better that than stealing the deer that thou art placed to guard, like some folk I know. If you dare open that swine's mouth against me, shouted the woodman, I'll crop your ears for you before the hangman has the doing of it, thou long-jawed lackbrain. Nay, gentles, gentles, cried Dame Eliza, in a sing-song heedless voice, which showed that such bickerings were nightly things among her guests. No brawling or brabbling, gentles, take heed to the good name of the house. Besides, if it comes to the cropping of ears, there are other folk who may say their say, quoth the third labourer. We are all freemen, and I trow that a yeoman's cudgel is as good as a forester's knife. By St. Anselm, it would be an evil day if we had to bend to our master's servants as well as to our masters. No man is my master save the king, the woodman answered. Who is there save a false traitor who would refuse to serve the English king? I know not about the English king, said the man Jenkin. "What sort of English king is it who cannot lay his tongue to a word of English? You mind last year when he came down to Malwood, with his inner marshal and his outer marshal, his justiciar, his seneschal, and his 24 guardsmen. One noontide eye was by Franklin Swinton's gate, when up he rides with a yeoman pricker at his heels. 'Ouvre,' he cried, 'ouvre,' or some such word, making signs for me to open the gate, and then merci, as though he were adrad of me. And you talk of an English king?' 'I do not marvel at it,' cried the Cambridge scholar, speaking in the high drawling voice which was common among his class. 'It is not a tongue for men of sweet birth and delicate upbringing. It is a foul, snorting, snarling manner of speech. For myself, I swear by the learned Polycarp that I have most ease with Hebrew, and after that perchance with Arabian.' 'I will not hear a word said against old King Ned,' cried Hordle John in a voice like a bull. 'What if he is fond of a bright eye and a saucy face? I know one of his subjects who could match him at that. If he cannot speak like an Englishman, I trow that he can fight like an Englishman.' And he was hammering at the gates of Paris, while alehouse toppers were grutching and grumbling at home. This loud speech, coming from a man of so formidable an appearance, somewhat daunted the disloyal party, and they fell into a sullen silence, which enabled Alain to hear something of the talk which was going on in the further corner between the physician, the tooth-drawer, and the gleeman. 'A raw rat,' the man of drugs was saying. 'That is what it is ever my use to order for the plague, a raw rat with its paunch cut open.' 'Might it not be broiled, most learned sir?' asked the tooth-drawer. 'A raw rat sounds a most sorry and cheerless dish. Not to be eaten,' cried the physician in high disdain. 'Why should any man eat such a thing?' 'Why indeed?' asked the gleeman, taking a long drain at his tankard. 'It is to be placed on the sore or swelling. For the rat, mark you, being a foul living creature, hath a natural drawing or affinity for all foul things, so that the noxious humours pass from the man into the unclean beast.' 'Would that cure the Black Death, master?' asked Jenkin. 'Aye, truly would it, my fair son. Then I am right glad that there were none who knew of it. The Black Death is the best friend that ever the common folk had in England.' 'How that, then?' asked Hordle John. 'Why, friend, it is easy to see that you have not worked with your hands, or you would not need to ask. When half the folk in the country were dead, it was then that the other half could pick and choose who they would work for, and for what wage. That is why I say that the Murrin was the best friend that the Borrel folk ever had.' 'True, Jenkin,' said another workman, 'but it is not all good that is brought by it either. We well know that through it cornland has been turned into pasture, so that flocks of sheep with perchance a single shepherd wander now, where once 100 men had work and wage.' 'There is no great harm in that,' remarked the tooth-drawer, 'for the sheep give many folk their living. There is not only the herd, but the shearer and brander, and then the dresser, the curer, the dyer, the fuller, the webster, the merchant, and a score of others, if it come to that.' Said one of the foresters, 'The tough meat of them will wear folks' teeth out, and there is a trade for the man who can draw them.' A general laugh followed this sally at the dentist's expense, in the midst of which the gleeman placed his battered harp upon his knee, and began to pick out a melody upon the frayed strings. 'Elbow room for floiting, Will,' cried the woodman, 'twang us a merry lilt.' 'Aye, aye, the lasses of Lancaster,' one suggested, or 'Saint Simeon and the Devil,' or 'The Jest of Hendy Tobias.' To all these suggestions the jongleur made no response, but sat with his eye fixed abstractedly upon the ceiling, as one who calls words to his mind. Then, with a sudden sweep across the strings, he broke out into a song so gross and so foul that ere he had finished a verse, the pure-minded lad sprang to his feet with the blood tingling in his face. 'How can you sing such things?' he cried. 'You too, an old man who should be an example to others.' The wayfarers all gazed in the utmost astonishment at the interruption. 'By the holy Daikon of Hampole!' 'Our silent clerk has found his tongue,' said one of the woodmen. 'What is amiss with the song, then?' 'How has it offended your babyship?' 'A milder and better-mannered song hath never been heard within these walls,' cried another. 'What sort of talk is this for a public inn? Shall it be a litany, my good clerk? Shouted a third. Or would a hymn be good enough to serve? The jongleur had put down his harp in high dudgeon. Am I to be preached to by a child? He cried, staring across at Alain with an inflamed and angry countenance. Is a hairless infant to raise his tongue against me, when I have sung in every fair from Tweed to Trent, and have twice been named aloud by the High Court of the Minstrels at Beverley? I shall sing no more tonight. Nay, but you will so, said one of the labourers. Hi, Dame Eliza, bring a stoop of your best to Will to clear his throat. Go forward with thy song, and if our girl-faced clerk does not love it, he can take to the road and go whence he came. Nay, but not too last, broke in Hordlejohn. There are two words in this matter. It may be that my little comrade has been over-quick in reproof, he having gone early into the cloisters, and seen little of the rough ways and words of the world. Yet there is truth in what he says, for, as you know well, the song was not of the cleanest. I shall stand by him, therefore, and he shall neither be put out on the road, nor shall his ears be offended indoors. Indeed, your high and mighty grace, sneered one of the yeomen, have you in sooth so ordained? By the Virgin, said a second, I think that you may both chance to find yourselves upon the road before long, and so belaboured as to be scarce able to crawl along it, cried a third. Nay, I shall go, said Alain hurriedly, as Hordlejohn began to slowly roll up his sleeve and bare an arm like a leg of mutton. I would not have you brawl about me. Hush, lad, he whispered. I count them not a fly. They may find they have more tow on their distaff than they know how to spin. Stand thou clear and give me space. Both the foresters and the labourers had risen from their bench, and Dame Eliza and the travelling doctor had flung themselves between the two parties with soft words and soothing gestures. When the door of the Pied Merlin was flung violently open, and the attention of the company was drawn from their own quarrel to the newcomer who had burst so unceremoniously upon them. Chapter 6. How Samkin Aylward wagered his feather bed. He was a middle-sized man, of most massive and robust build, with an arching chest and extraordinary breadth of shoulder. His shaven face was as brown as a hazelnut, tanned and dried by the weather, with harsh, well-marked features, which were not improved by a long white scar which stretched from the corner of his left nostril to the angle of the jaw. His eyes were bright and searching, with something of menace and of authority in their quick glitter, and his mouth was firm-set and hard, as befitted one who was wont to set his face against danger. A straight sword by his side, and a painted long bow jutting over his shoulder proclaimed his profession, while his scarred brigandine of chain-mail and his dinted steel cap showed that he was no holiday soldier, but one who was even now fresh from the wars. A white surcoat with the Lion of St. George in red upon the centre covered his broad breast, while a sprig of new-plucked broom at the side of his headgear gave a touch of gaiety and grace to his grim, war-worn equipment. "Ha!" he cried, blinking like an owl in the sudden glare. "Good even to you, comrades. Hola, a woman, by my soul!" And in an instant he had clipped Dame Eliza round the waist and was kissing her violently. His eye happening to wander upon the maid, however, he instantly abandoned the mistress and danced off after the other, who scurried in confusion up one of the ladders and dropped the heavy trap-door upon her pursuer. He then turned back and saluted the landlady once more with the utmost relish and satisfaction. "La petite is frightened," said he. "Ah, c'est l'amour, l'amour. Curse this trick of French which will stick to my throat. I must wash it out with some good English ale. By my hilt! Camarades, there is no drop of French blood in my body, and I am a true English bowman, Samkin Aylward by name. And I tell you, mes amis, that it warms my very heart-roots to set my feet on the dear old land once more. When I came off the galley at Hythe, this very day, I down on my bones, and I kissed the good brown earth, as I kiss thee now, ma belle, for it was 8 long years since I had seen it. The very smell of it seemed life to me. But where are my 6 rascals? Hola there, en avant!" At the order, 6 men, dressed as common drudges, marched solemnly into the room, each bearing a huge bundle upon his head. They formed in military line, while the soldier stood in front of them with stern eyes, checking off their several packages. "Number 1, a French feather bed with the 2 counterpanes of white sendal," said he. "Here, worthy sir," answered the first of the bearers, laying a great package down in the corner. "Number 2, 7 ells of red turkey cloth and 9 ells of cloth of gold." "Put it down by the other." "Good dame, I prythee give each of these men a botrin of wine or a jack of ale." 3, a full piece of white Genoan velvet with 12 ells of purple silk. "Thou rascal, there is dirt on the hem. Thou hast brushed it against some wall, Coquin." "Not I, most worthy sir," cried the carrier, shrinking away from the fierce eyes of the bowman. "I say yes, dog, by the 3 kings. I have seen a man gasp out his last breath for less. Had you gone through the pain and unease that I have done to earn these things, you would be at more care. I swear by my 10 finger bones that there is not one of them that hath not cost its weight in French blood." 4, an incense boat, a ewer of silver, a gold buckle, and a cope worked in pearls. I found them, camarades, at the church of St. Denis in the harrying of Narbonne, and I took them away with me, lest they fall into the hands of the wicked. 5, a cloak of fur turned up with moinver, a gold goblet with stand and cover, and a box of rose-coloured sugar. See that you lay them together. 6, a box of moneys, 3 pounds of limousine gold work, a pair of boots, silver tagged, and lastly, a store of naping linen. So, the tally is complete. Here is a groat apiece, and you may go." "Go whither, worthy sir?" asked one of the carriers. "Whither? To the devil, if ye will. What is it to me? Now, ma belle, to supper. A pair of cold capons, a mortress of brawn, or what you will, with a flask or 2 of the right Gascony. I have crowns in my pouch, my sweet, and I mean to spend them. Bring in wine while the food is dressing. Bouillons, my brave lads. You shall each empty a stoup with me." Here was an offer which the company in an English inn at that or any other date are slow to refuse. The flagons were regathered and came back with the white foam dripping over their edges. 2 of the woodmen and 3 of the labourers drank their portions off hurriedly and trooped off together. For their homes were distant and the hour late. The others, however, drew closer, leaving the place of honour to the right of the gleeman to the free-handed newcomer. He had thrown off his steel cap and his brigandine, and had placed them with his sword, his quiver, and his painted long bow on the top of his varied heap of plunder in the corner. Now, with his thick and somewhat bowed legs stretched in front of the blaze, his green jerkin thrown open, and a great quart pot held in his corded fist, he looked the picture of comfort and of good fellowship. His hard-set face had softened, and the thick crop of crisp brown curls which had been hidden by his helmet grew low upon his massive neck. He might have been 40 years of age, though hard toil and harder pleasure had left their grim marks upon his features. Alain had ceased painting his pied Merlin, and sat, brush in hand, staring with open eyes at a type of man so strange and so unlike any whom he had met. Men had been good, or had been bad in his catalogue, but here was a man who was fierce one instant and gentle the next, with a curse on his lips and a smile in his eye. What was to be made of such a man as that? It chanced that the soldier looked up and saw the questioning glance which the young clerk threw upon him. He raised his flagon and drank to him with a merry flash of his white teeth. "À toi, mon garçon," he cried. "Hast surely never seen a man at arms that thou shouldst stare so?" "I never have," said Alain frankly, "though I have oft heard talk of their deeds." "By my hilt," cried the other, "if you were to cross the narrow sea, you would find them as thick as bees at a tea-hole. Couldst not shoot a bolt down any street of Bordeaux, I warrant, but you would pink archer, squire, or knight. There are more breastplates than gabardines to be seen, I promise you." "And where got you all these pretty things?" asked Hordle John, pointing at the heap in the corner. "Where there is as much more waiting for any brave lad to pick it up, where a good man can always earn a good wage, and where he need look upon no man as his paymaster, but just reach his hand out and help himself. Aye, it is a goodly and a proper life. And here I drink to mine old comrades, and the saints be with them. Arouse all together, mes enfants, under pain of my displeasure. To Sir Claude Latour and the White Company. Sir Claude Latour and the White Company, shouted the travellers, draining off their goblets. Well quaffed, mes braves. It is for me to fill your cups again, since you have drained them to my dear lads of the white jerkin. Hola, mon ange, bring wine and ale. How runs the old stave? We'll drink all together to the grey goose feather and the land where the grey goose flew. He roared out the catch in a harsh, unmusical voice, and ended with a shout of laughter. I trust that I am a better bowman than a minstrel, said he. Methinks I have some remembrance of the lilt, remarked the gleeman, running his fingers over the strings. Hoping that it will give thee no offence, most holy sir, with a vicious snap at Alain, and with the kind permit of the company, I will even venture upon it. Many a time in the after days Alain Edricson seemed to see that scene, for all that so many which were stranger and more stirring were soon to crowd upon him. The fat, red-faced gleeman, the listening group, the archer with upraised finger beating in time to the music, and the huge sprawling figure of Hordle John. All thrown into red light and black shadow by the flickering fire in the centre, memory was to come often lovingly back to it. At the time he was lost in admiration at the deft way in which the jongleur disguised the loss of his 2 missing strings, and the lusty, hearty fashion in which he trolled out his little ballad of the outland bowman, which ran in some such fashion as this: What of the bow? The bow was made in England, of true wood, of yew wood, the wood of English bows, so men who are free love the old yew tree and the land where the yew tree grows. What of the cord? The cord was made in England, a rough cord, a tough cord, a cord that bowmen love. So we'll drain our jacks to the English flax and the land where the hemp was wove. What of the shaft? The shaft was cut in England, a long shaft, a strong shaft, barbed and trim and true, so we'll drink all together to the grey goose feather and the land where the grey goose flew. What of the men? The men were bred in England, the bowmen, the yeomen, the lads of Dale and Fell. Here's to you, and to you, to the hearts that are true, and the land where the true hearts dwell. Well sung by my hilt, shouted the archer in high delight. Many a night have I heard that song, both in the old war time and after in the days of the White Company, when Black Simon of Norwich would lead the stave, and 400 of the best bowmen that ever drew string would come roaring in upon the chorus. I have seen old John Hawkwood, the same who has led half the company into Italy, stand laughing in his beard as he heard it, until his plates rattled again. But to get the full smack of it, ye must yourselves be English bowmen, and be far off upon an outland soil. Whilst the song had been singing, Dame Eliza and the maid had placed a board across 2 trestles, and had laid upon it the knife, the spoon, the salt, the tranquoir of bread, and finally the smoking dish, which held the savoury supper. The archer settled himself to it like one who had known what it was to find good food scarce, but his tongue still went as merrily as his teeth. It passes me, he cried, how all you lusty fellows can bide scratching your backs at home when there are such doings over the seas. Look at me, what have I to do? It is but the eye to the cord to the shaft, and the shaft to the mark. There is the whole song of it. It is but what you do yourselves for pleasure upon a Sunday evening at the parish village butts. And the wage? Asked a labourer. You see what the wage brings, he answered. I eat of the best, and I drink deep. I treat my friend, and I ask no friend to treat me. I clap a silk gown on my girl's back. Never a knight's lady shall be better betrimmed and betrinketed. How of all that, mon garçon? And how of the heap of trifles that you can see for yourselves in yonder corner? They are from the South French, every one, upon whom I have been making war. By my hilt, camarades, I think that I may let my plunder speak for itself. It seems indeed to be a goodly service, said the tooth-drawer. Tête bleue, yes, indeed. Then there is the chance of a ransom. Why, look you, in the affair at Brignais some 4 years back, when the companies slew James of Bourbon and put his army to the sword, there was scarce a man of ours who had not count, baron or knight. Peter Carsdale, who was but a common country lout newly brought over, with the English fleas still hopping under his doublet, laid his great hands upon the Sieur Amaury de Chatonville, who owns half Picardy, and had 5,000 crowns out of him, with his horse and harness. 'Tis true that a French wench took it all off Peter as quick as the Frenchman paid it, but what then? By the twang of string, it would be a bad thing if money was not made to be spent, and how better than on woman? Eh, ma belle? It would indeed be a bad thing if we had not our brave archers to bring wealth and kindly customs into the country, quoth Dame Eliza, on whom the soldier's free and open ways had made a deep impression. À toi, ma chérie, said he with his hand over his heart. Hola, there is la petite peeping from behind the door. À toi, aussi, ma petite, mon Dieu, but the lass has a good colour. There is one thing, fair sir, said the Cambridge student in his piping voice, which I would fain that you would make more clear. As I understand it, there was peace made at the town of Bretigny, some 6 years back, between our most gracious monarch and the King of the French. This being so, it seems most passing strange that you should talk so loudly of war and of companies when there is no quarrel between the French and us. Meaning that I lie, said the archer, laying down his knife. May heaven forfend, cried the student hastily. Magna est veritas sed rara, which means in the Latin tongue that archers are all honourable men. I come to you seeking knowledge, for it is my trade to learn. I fear that you are yet apprentice to that trade, quoth the soldier, for there is no child over the water but could answer what you ask. Know then that though there may be peace between our own provinces and the French, yet within the marches of France there is always war, for the country is much divided against itself, and is furthermore harried by bands of flayers, skinners, brabacons, tardvinus, and the rest of them. When every man's grip is on his neighbour's throat, and every 5-sou piece of a baron is marching with tuck of drum to fight whom he will. It would be a strange thing if 500 brave English boys could not pick up a living. Now that Sir John Hawkwood hath gone with the East Anglian lads and the Nottingham woodmen into the service of the Marquis of Montferrat to fight against the Lord of Milan, there are but 10 score of us left. Yet I trust that I may be able to bring some back with me to fill the ranks of the White Company. By the tooth of Peter, it would be a bad thing if I could not muster many a Hamptonshire man who would be ready to strike in under the red flag of St. George, and the more so if Sir Nigel Loring of Christchurch should don hauberk once more and take the lead of us. Ah, you would indeed be in luck then, quoth a woodman, for it is said that setting aside the prince and mayhap good old Sir John Chandos, there was not in the whole army a man of such tried courage. It is sooth, every word of it, the archer answered. I have seen him with these 2 eyes in a stricken field, and never did man carry himself better. Mon Dieu! Yes, you would not credit it to look at him, or to hearken to his soft voice, but from the sailing from Orwell down to the foray to Paris, and that is clear 20 years, there was not a skirmish on Fall Sally, bushment, escalado or battle, but Sir Nigel was in the heart of it. I go now to Christchurch with a letter to him from Sir Claude Latour to ask him if he will take the place of Sir John Hawkwood, and there is the more chance that he will if I bring 1 or 2 likely men at my heels. What say you, woodman? Wilt leave the bucks to loose a shaft at a nobler mark? The forester shook his head. I have wife and child at Emery Down, quoth he. I would not leave them for such a venture. You then, young sir? Asked the archer. Nay, I am a man of peace, said Alain Edrickson. Besides, I have other work to do. Pest, growled the soldier, striking his flagon on the board until the dishes danced again. What in the name of the devil hath come over the folk? Why sit ye all moping by the fireside like crows round a dead horse, when there is man's work to be done within a few short leagues of ye? Out upon you all, as a set of laggards and hangbacks. By my hilt I believe that the men of England are all in France already, and that what is left behind are in sooth the women dressed up in their paltocks and hosen. Archer, quoth Hordle John, you have lied more than once and more than twice, for which, and also because I see much in you to dislike, I am sorely tempted to lay you upon your back. By my hilt, "Then I have found a man at last," shouted the bowman. "And, 'fore God, you are a better man than I take you for if you can lay me on my back, mon garçon. I have won the ram more times than there are toes to my feet. And for 7 long years I have found no man in the company who could make my jerkin dusty." "We have had enough bobance and boasting," said Hordle John, rising and throwing off his doublet. "I will show you that there are better men left in England than ever went thieving to France." "Pasques Dieu!" cried the archer, loosening his jerkin and eyeing his foeman over with the keen glance of one who is a judge of manhood. "I have only once before seen such a body of a man. By your leave, my red-headed friend, I should be right sorry to exchange buffets with you, and I will allow that there is no man in the company who would pull against you on a rope, so let that be a salve to your pride. On the other hand, I should judge that you have led a life of ease for some months back, and that my muscle is harder than your own. I am ready to wager upon myself against you if you are not afeard." "Afeard, thou lurden," growled Big John. "I never saw the face yet of the man that I was afeard of. Come out, and we shall see who is the better man. But the wager? I have naught to wager. Come out for the love and the lust of the thing." "Naught to wager," cried the soldier. "Why, you have that which I covet above all things. It is that big body of thine that I am after. See now, mon garçon, I have a French feather-bed there, which I have been at pains to keep these years back. I had it at the sacking of Issoudun, and the king himself hath not such a bed. If you throw me, it is thine, but if I throw you, then you are under a vow to take bow and bill and high with me to France there, to serve in the White Company as long as we be enrolled." "A fair wager," cried all the travellers, moving back their benches and trestles, so as to give fair field for the wrestlers. "Then you may bid farewell to your bed, soldier," said Hordle John. "Nay, I shall keep the bed, and I shall have you to France in spite of your teeth, and you shall live to thank me for it." "How shall it be then, mon enfant? Collar and elbow, or close lock, or catch how you can?" "To the devil with your tricks," said John, opening and shutting his great red hands. "Stand forth, and let me clip thee." "Shalt clip me as best you can, then," quoth the archer, moving out into the open space, and keeping a most wary eye upon his opponent. He had thrown off his green jerkin, and his chest was covered only by a pink silk jupon, or undershirt, cut low in the neck and sleeveless. Hordle John was stripped from his waist upwards, and his huge body, with his great muscles swelling out like the gnarled roots of an oak, towered high above the soldier. The other, however, though near a foot shorter, was a man of great strength, and there was a gloss upon his white skin which was wanting in the heavier limbs of the renegade monk. He was quick on his feet, too, and skilled at the game, so that it was clear, from the poise of head and shine of eye, that he counted the chances to be in his favour. It would have been hard that night, through the whole length of England, to set up a finer pair in face of each other. Big John stood waiting in the centre with a sullen, menacing eye, and his red hair in a bristle, while the archer paced lightly and swiftly to the right and the left with crooked knee and hands advanced. Then with a sudden dash, so swift and fierce that the eye could scarce follow it, he flew in upon his man and locked his leg round him. It was a grip that, between men of equal strength, would mean a fall, but Hordle John tore him off from him as he might a rat, and hurled him across the room, so that his head cracked up against the wooden wall. "Ma foi!" cried the bowman, passing his fingers through his curls. "You are not far from the feather-bed then, mon gars. A little more and this good hostel would have a new window." Nothing daunted, he approached his man once more, but this time with more caution than before. With a quick feint, he threw the other off his guard, and then, bounding upon him, threw his legs round his waist and his arms round his bull neck, in the hope of bearing him to the ground with a sudden shock. With a bellow of rage, Hordle John squeezed him limp in his huge arms, and then, picking him up, cast him down upon the floor with a force which might well have splintered a bone or two. Had not the archer with the most perfect coolness clung to the other's forearms to break his fall. As it was, he dropped upon his feet and kept his balance, though it sent a jar through his frame which set every joint a-creaking. He bounded back from his perilous foeman, but the other, heated by the bout, rushed madly after him, and so gave the practiced wrestler the very vantage for which he had planned. As Big John flung himself upon him, the archer ducked under the great red hands that clutched for him, and catching his man round the thighs, hurled him over his shoulder, helped as much by his own mad rush as by the trained strength of the heave. To Alain's eye, it was as if John had taken unto himself wings and flown, as he hurtled through the air, with giant limbs revolving. The lad's heart was in his mouth, for surely no man ever yet had such a fall, and came scathless out of it. In truth, hardy as the man was, his neck had been assuredly broken had he not pitched head first on the very midriff of the drunken artist, who was slumbering so peacefully in the corner, all unaware of these stirring doings. The luckless limner, thus suddenly brought out from his dreams, sat up with a piercing yell, while Hordle John bounded back into the circle almost as rapidly as he had left it. "One more fall, by all the saints," he cried, throwing out his arms. "Not I," quoth the archer, pulling on his clothes. "I have come well out of the business. I would sooner wrestle with the great bear of Navarre." "It was a trick," cried John. "I was it. By my 10 finger bones. It is a trick that will add a proper man to the ranks of the company." "Oh, for that," said the other, "I count it not a fly. For I had promised myself a good hour ago that I should go with thee, since the life seems to be a goodly and proper one. Yet I would fain have had the feather bed." "I doubt it not, mon ami," quoth the archer, going back to his tankard. "Here is to thee, lad, and may we be good comrades to each other. But, hola, what is it that ails our friend of the wrathful face?" The unfortunate limner had been sitting up rubbing himself ruefully and staring about with a vacant gaze, which showed that he knew neither where he was nor what had occurred to him. Suddenly, however, a flash of intelligence had come over his sodden features, and he rose and staggered for the door. "Where the ale?" he said in a hoarse whisper, shaking a warning finger at the company. "Oh, Holy Virgin, where the ale?" And slapping his hands to his injury, he flitted off into the darkness amid a shout of laughter, in which the vanquished joined as merrily as the victor. The remaining forester and the 2 labourers were also ready for the road, and the rest of the company turned to the blankets which Dame Eliza and the maid had laid out for them upon the floor. Alain, weary with the unwonted excitements of the day, was soon in a deep slumber, broken only by fleeting visions of twittering legs, cursing beggars, black robbers, and the many strange folk whom he had met at the Pied Merlin. Chapter 7. How the 3 comrades journeyed through the woodlands. At early dawn the country inn was all alive, for it was rare indeed that an hour of daylight would be wasted at a time when lighting was so scarce and dear. Indeed, early as it was when Dame Eliza began to stir, it seemed that others could be earlier still, for the door was ajar, and the learned student of Cambridge had taken himself off. With a mind which was too intent upon the high things of antiquity to stoop to consider the 4 pence which he owed for bed and board, it was the shrill outcry of the landlady when she found her loss, and the clucking of the hens which had streamed in through the open door that first broke in upon the slumbers of the tired wayfarers. Once afoot, it was not long before the company began to disperse. A sleek mule with red trappings was brought round from some neighbouring shed for the physician, and he ambled away with much dignity upon his road to Southampton. The tooth-drawer and the gleeman called for a cup of small ale apiece, and started off together for Ringwood Fair, the old jongleur looking very yellow in the eye and swollen in the face after his overnight potations. The archer, however, who had drunk more than any man in the room, was as merry as a grig, and having kissed the matron and chased the maid up the ladder once more, he went out to the brook, and came back with the water dripping from his face and hair. "Hola, my man of peace," he cried to Alain. "Whither are you bent this morning?" "To Minstead," quoth he. "My brother Simon Edrickson is sockman there, and I go to bide with him for a while. I prythee, let me have my score, good dame." "Score indeed," cried she, standing with upraised hands in front of the panel on which Alain had worked the night before. "Say rather what it is that I owe to thee, good youth. Aye, this is indeed a Pied Merlin, and with a leveret under its claws, as I am a living woman. By the rood of Waltham, but thy touch is deft and dainty. And see the red eye of it, cried the maid. Aye, and the open beak. And the ruffled wing, added Hordle John. By my hilt, cried the archer, it is the very bird itself. The young clerk flushed with pleasure at this chorus of praise, rude and indiscriminate indeed, and yet so much heartier and less grudging than any which he had ever heard from the critical brother Jerome, or the short-spoken abbot. There was, it would seem, great kindness as well as great wickedness in this world, of which he had heard so little that was good. His hostess would hear nothing of his paying either for bed or for board, while the archer and Hordle John placed a hand upon either shoulder and led him off to the board, where some smoking fish, a dish of spinach, and a jug of milk were laid out for their breakfast. I should not be surprised to learn, mon camarade, said the soldier, as he heaped a slice of fish upon Aline's tranquoir of bread, that you could read written things. Since you are so ready with your brushes and pigments, it would be shame to the good brothers of Beaulieu if I could not, he answered, seeing that I have been their clerk this 10 years back. The bowman looked at him with great respect. Think of that, said he, and you with not a hair to your face and a skin like a girl. I can shoot 350 paces with my little popper there, and 420 with the great war bow, yet I can make nothing of this, nor read my own name if you were to set Sam Aylward up against me. In the whole company there was only one man who could read, and he fell down a well at the taking of Ventador, which proves that the thing is not suited to a soldier, though most needful to a clerk. I can make some show at it, said Big John, though I was scarce long enough among the monks to catch the whole trick of it. Here then is something to try upon, quoth the archer, pulling a square of parchment from the inside of his tunic. It was tied securely with a broad band of purple silk, and firmly sealed at either end with a large red seal. John pored long and earnestly over the inscription upon the back, with his brows bent as one who bears up against great mental strain. Not having read much of late, he said, I am loth to say too much about what this may be. Some might say one thing and some another, just as one bowman loves the yew, and a second will not shoot save with the ash. To me, by the length and the look of it, I should judge this to be a verse from one of the Psalms. The bowman shook his head. It is scarce likely, he said, that Sir Claude Latour should send me all the way across seas with naught more weighty than a psalm verse. You have clean overshot the butts this time, mon camarade. Give it to the little one. I will wager my feather bed that he makes more sense of it. Why, it is written in the French tongue, said Alain, and in a right clerkly hand. This is how it runs. À la moult puissant et moult honorable chevalier, Sir Nigel Loring de Christchurch, de son très fidèle ami Sir Claude Latour, capitaine de la Compagnie Blanche, châtelain de Biscard. Grand seigneur de mon château, vavasseur de la Renom Gaston, comte de Foix, tenant les droits de la haute justice, de la milieu, et de la basse, which signifies in our speech, to the very powerful and very honourable knight, Sir Nigel Loring of Christchurch, from his very faithful friend, Sir Claude Latour, captain of the White Company, Châtelain of Biscard, Grand Lord of Montchâteau and vassal to the renowned Gaston, Count of Foix, who holds the rights of the high justice, the middle and the low. Look at that now, cried the bowman in triumph. That is just what he would have said. I can see now that it is even so, said John, examining the parchment again, though I scarce understand this high, middle and low. By my hilt, you would understand it if you were Jacques Bonhomme. The low justice means that you may fleece him, and the middle that you may torture him, and the high that you may slay him. That is about the truth of it. But this is the letter which I am to take, and since the platter is clean, it is time that we trussed up and were afoot. You come with me, mon gros Jean, and as to you, little one, where did you say that you journeyed? To Minstead. Ah, yes. I know this forest country well, though I was born myself in the 100 of Easebourne, in the rape of Chichester, hard by the village of Midhurst. Yet I have not a word to say against the Hampton men, for there are no better comrades or truer archers in the whole company, than some who learn to loose the string in these very parts. We shall travel round with you to Minstead, lad, seeing that it is little out of our way." "I am ready," said Alain, right pleased at the thought of such company upon the road. "So am not I. I must store my plunder at this inn, since the hostess is an honest woman." "Hola, ma chérie, I wish to leave with you my gold work, my velvet, my silk, my feather bed, my incense boat, my ewer, my naping linen, and all the rest of it. I take only the money in a linen bag, and the box of rose-coloured sugar which is a gift from my captain to the Lady Loring. Wilt guard my treasure for me? It shall be put in the safest loft, good archer. Come when you may, you shall find it ready for you." "Now there is a true friend," cried the bowman, taking her hand. "There is a bon ami. English land and English women, say I, and French wine and French plunder. I shall be back anon, mon ange. I am a lonely man, my sweeting, and I must settle some day when the wars are over and done. Mayhap you and I— Ah, mécante, mécante! There is la petite peeping from behind the door. Now, John, the sun is over the trees. You must be brisker than this when the bugleman blows bows and bills." "I've been waiting this time back," said Hordle John gruffly. "Then we must be off." "Adieu, ma vie. The 2 livres shall settle the score and buy some ribbons against the next kermesse. Do not forget Sam Aylward, for his heart shall ever be thine alone, and thine, ma petite. So marchons, and may St. Julian grant us as good quarters elsewhere." The sun had risen over Ashurst and Denny Woods, and was shining brightly, though the eastern wind had a sharp flavour to it, and the leaves were flickering thickly from the trees. In the high street of Lyndhurst, the wayfarers had to pick their way, for the little town was crowded with the guardsmen, grooms, and yeoman prickers who were attached to the king's hunt. The king himself was staying at Castle Malwood, but several of his suite had been compelled to seek such quarters as they might find in the wooden or wattle and daub cottages of the village. Here and there a small escutcheon, peeping from a glassless window, marked the knight's lodging of knight or baron. These coats of arms could be read, where a scroll would be meaningless, and the bowman, like most men of his age, was well versed in the common symbols of heraldry. "There is the Saracen's head of Sir Bernard Brocas," quoth he. "I saw him last at the ruffle at Poictiers some 10 years back, when he bore himself like a man. He is the master of the king's horse, and can sing a right jovial stave, though in that he cannot come nigh to Sir John Chandos, who is first at the board or in the saddle. 3 martlets on a field azure, that must be one of the Luttrells. By the crescent upon it, it should be the second son of old Sir Hugh, who had a bolt through his ankle at the intaking of Romorantin. He having rushed into the fray, ere his squire had time to clasp his soleret to his greave. There too is the hackle, which is the old device of the de Brays. I have served under Sir Thomas de Bray, who was as jolly as a pie, and a lusty swordsman, until he got too fat for his harness." So the archer gossiped as the 3 wayfarers threaded their way among the stamping horses, the busy grooms, and the knots of pages and squires who disputed over the merits of their masters' horses and deerhounds. As they passed the old church, which stood upon a mound at the left-hand side of the village street, the door was flung open, and a stream of worshippers wound down the sloping path, coming from the morning mass, all chattering like a cloud of jays. Alain bent knee and doffed hat at the sight of the open door, but ere he had finished an ave his comrades were out of sight round the curve of the path, and he had to run to overtake them. "What?" he said, "not one word of prayer before God's own open house? How can ye hope for his blessing upon the day?" "My friend," said Hordle John, "I have prayed so much during the last 2 months, not only during the day, but at matins, lords, and the like, when I could scarce keep my head upon my shoulders for nodding, that I feel that I have somewhat overprayed myself." "How can a man have too much religion?" cried Alain earnestly. "It is the one thing that availeth. A man is but a beast as he lives from day to day, eating and drinking, breathing and sleeping. It is only when he raises himself and concerns himself with the immortal spirit within him that he becomes in very truth a man. Bethink ye how sad a thing it would be that the blood of the Redeemer should be spilled to no purpose. Bless the lad, if he doth not blush like any girl, and yet preach like the whole college of cardinals, cried the archer. In truth I blush that any one so weak and so unworthy as I should try to teach another that which he finds it so passing hard to follow himself. Prettily said, Mon garçon. Touching that same slaying of the Redeemer, it was a bad business. A good padre in France read to us from a scroll the whole truth of the matter. The soldiers came upon him in the garden. In truth, these apostles of his may have been holy men, but they were of no great account as men-at-arms. There was one, indeed, Sir Peter, who smote out like a true man, but, unless he is belied, he did but clip a varlet's ear, which was no very knightly deed. By these 10 finger bones, had I been there with Black Simon of Norwich, and but 1 picked men of the company, we held them in play. Could we do no more, we had at least filled the false knight Sir Judas, so full of English arrows that he would curse the day that ever he came on such an errand. The young clerk smiled at his companion's earnestness. Had he wished help, he said, he could have summoned legions of archangels from heaven, so what need had he of your poor bow and arrow? Besides, bethink you of his own words, that those who live by the sword shall perish by the sword. And how could man die better? Asked the archer. If I had my wish, it would be to fall so, not, mark you, in any mere skirmish of the company, but in a stricken field, with the great lion banner waving over us and the red oriflamme in front, amid the shouting of my fellows and the twanging of the strings. But let it be sword, lance, or bolt that strikes me down, for I should think it shame to die from an iron ball from the firecrake or bombard, or any such unsoldierly weapon, which is only fitted to scare babes with its foolish noise and smoke. I have heard much even in the quiet cloisters of these new and dreadful engines, quoth Aline. It is said, though I can scarce bring myself to believe it, that they will send a ball twice as far as a bowman can shoot his shaft, and with such force as to break through armour of proof. True enough, my lad. But while the armourer is thrusting in his devil's dust, and dropping his ball, and lighting his flambeau, I can very easily loose 6 shafts, or 8 maybe, so he hath no great vantage after all. Yet I will not deny that at the intaking of a town it is well to have good store of bombards. I am told that at Calais they made dints in the wall that a man might put his head into. But surely, comrades, someone who is grievously hurt hath passed along this road before us. All along the woodland track there did indeed run a scattered, straggling trail of blood marks, sometimes in single drops, and in other places in broad, ruddy gouts, smudged over the dead leaves or crimsoning the white flint stones. It must be a stricken deer, said John. Nay, I am woodman enough to see that no deer hath passed this way this morning, and yet the blood is fresh. But hark to the sound. They stood listening, all 3 with sidelong heads. Through the silence of the great forest there came a swishing, whistling sound, mingled with the most dolorous groans, and the voice of a man raised in a high quavering kind of song. The comrades hurried onwards eagerly, and topping the brow of a small rising, they saw upon the other side the source from which these strange noises arose. A tall man, much stooped in the shoulders, was walking slowly with bended head and clasped hands in the centre of the path. He was dressed from head to foot in a long white linen cloth and a high white cap with a red cross printed upon it. His gown was turned back from his shoulders, and the flesh there was a sight to make a man wince, for it was all beaten to a pulp, and the blood was soaking into his gown and trickling down upon the ground. Behind him walked a smaller man with his hair touched with grey, who was clad in the same white garb. He intoned a long whining rhyme in the French tongue, and at the end of every line he raised a thick cord, all jagged with pellets of lead, and smote his companion across the shoulders, until the blood spurted again. Even as the 3 wayfarers stared, however, there was a sudden change, for the smaller man, having finished his song, loosened his own gown and handed the scourge to the other, who took up the stave once more and lashed his companion with all the strength of his bare and sinewy arm. So, alternately beating and beaten, they made their dolorous way through the beautiful woods and under the amber arches of the fading beech trees, where the calm strength and majesty of nature might serve to rebuke the foolish energies and misspent strivings of mankind. Such a spectacle was new to Hordle John or to Alain Edricsson, but the archer treated it lightly, as a common matter enough. "These are the beating friars, otherwise called the flagellants," quoth he. "I marvel that ye should have come upon none of them before, for across the water they are as common as galley-baggers. I have heard that there are no English among them, but that they are from France, Italy, and Bohemia. En avant, camarades, that we may have speech with them." As they came up to them, Alain could hear the doleful dirge which the beater was chanting, bringing down his heavy whip at the end of each line, while the groans of the sufferer formed a sort of dismal chorus. It was in Old French, and ran somewhat in this way: Or avant, entre nous tout faire, battons nos charognes bien fort en remembrant la grande misère de Dieu et sa piteuse mort qui fut prise en la gente amère et vendue ses trésors. Tort et bastu sa chair, vierge et der au nom de ce bâton plus fort. Then at the end of the verse the scourge changed hands, and the chanting began anew. "Truly, holy fathers," said the archer in French as they came abreast of them, "you have beaten enough for today. The road is all spotted like a shambles at Martinmas. Why should ye mishandle yourselves thus?" "C'est pour vos péchés, pour vos péchés," they droned, looking at the travellers with sad, lacklustre eyes, and then bent to their bloody work once more without heed to the prayers and persuasions which were addressed to them. Finding all remonstrance useless, the three comrades hastened on their way, leaving these strange travellers to their dreary task. "Mort Dieu!" cried the bowman. "There is a bucketful or more of my blood over in France, but it was all spilled in hot fight, and I should think twice before I drew it drop by drop as these friars are doing. By my hilt, our young one here is as white as a Picardy cheese. What is amiss then, mon cher?" "It is nothing," Alain answered. "My life has been too quiet. I am not used to such sights." "Ma foi!" the other cried. "I have never yet seen a man who was so stout of speech and yet so weak of heart." "Not so, friend," quoth Big John. "It is not weakness of heart, for I know the lad well. His heart is as good as thine or mine, but he hath more in his pate than ever you will carry under that tin pot of thine. And as a consequence, he can see farther into things, so that they weigh upon him more. Surely to any man it is a sad sight," said Alain, "to see these holy men, who have done no sin themselves, suffering so for the sins of others. Saints are they, if in this age any may merit so high a name." "I count them not a fly," cried Hordle John, "for who is the better for all their whipping and yowling? They are like other friars, I trow, when all is done. Let them leave their backs alone, and beat the pride out of their hearts." "By the Three Kings, there is sooth in what you say," remarked the archer. "Besides, methinks if I were le bon Dieu, it would bring me little joy to see a poor devil cutting the flesh off his bones, and I should think that he had but a small opinion of me, that he should hope to please me by such provost-martial work. No, by my hilt, I should look with a more loving eye upon a jolly archer who never harmed a fallen foe and never feared a hale one." "Doubtless you mean no sin," said Alain. "If your words are wild, it is not for me to judge them. Can you not see that there are other foes in this world besides Frenchmen, and as much glory to be gained in conquering them? Would it not be a proud day for knight or squire if he could overthrow 7 adversaries in the lists? Yet here are we in the lists of life, and there come the 7 black champions against us. Sir Pride, Sir Covetousness, Sir Lust, Sir Anger, Sir Gluttony, Sir Envy, and Sir Sloth. Let a man lay those 7 low, and he shall have the prize of the day, from the hands of the fairest Queen of Beauty, even from the Virgin Mother herself. It is for this that these men mortify their flesh, and to set us an example who would pamper ourselves overmuch. I say again that they are God's own saints, and I bow my head to them." "And so you shall, mon petit," replied the archer. "I have not heard a man speak better since old Dom Bertrand died, who was at one time chaplain to the White Company. He was a very valiant man, but at the Battle of Brignace he was spitted through the body by a Hainault man-at-arms. For this we had an excommunication read against the man, when next we saw our Holy Father at Avignon, but as we had not his name, and knew nothing of him, save that he rode a dapple grey roussin. I have feared sometimes that the blight may have settled upon the wrong man. Your company has been, then, to bow knee before our Holy Father, the Pope Urban, the prop and centre of Christendom? Asked Alain, much interested. Perchance you have yourself set eyes upon his august face? Twice I saw him, said the archer. He was a lean little rat of a man with a scab on his chin. The first time we had 5,000 crowns out of him, though he made much ado about it. The second time we asked 10,000, but it was 3 days before we could come to terms. And I am of opinion myself that we might have done better by plundering the palace. His chamberlain and cardinals came forth, as I remember, to ask whether we would take 7,000 crowns with his blessing and a plenary absolution, or the 10,000 with his solemn ban by bell, book and candle. We were all of one mind that it was best to have the 10,000 with the curse, but in some way they prevailed upon Sir John, so that we were blessed and shriven against our will. Perchance it is as well, for the company were in need of it about that time. The pious Alain was deeply shocked by this reminiscence. Involuntarily he glanced up and around to see if there were any trace of those opportune levin flashes and thunderbolts which, in the acta sanctorum, were wont so often to cut short the loose talk of the scoffer. The autumn sun streamed down as brightly as ever, and the peaceful red path still wound in front of them through the rustling yellow-tinted forest. Nature seemed to be too busy with her own concerns to heed the dignity of an outraged pontiff. Yet he felt a sense of weight and reproach within his breast, as though he had sinned himself in giving ear to such words. The teachings of 20 years cried out against such license. It was not until he had thrown himself down before one of the many wayside crosses and had prayed from his heart both for the archer and for himself, that the dark cloud rolled back again from his spirit. Chapter 8. The Three Friends. His companions had passed on whilst he was at his orisons, but his young blood and the fresh morning air both invited him to a scamper. His staff in one hand and his scrip in the other, with springy step and floating locks, he raced along the forest path, as active and as graceful as a young deer. He had not far to go, however, for on turning a corner he came on a roadside cottage with a wooden fencework around it, where stood Big John and Aylward the bowman, staring at something within. As he came up with them, he saw that 2 little lads, the one about 9 years of age and the other somewhat older, were standing on the plot in front of the cottage, each holding out a round stick in their left hands, with their arms stiff and straight from the shoulder, as silent and still as 2 small statues. They were pretty, blue-eyed, yellow-haired lads, well-made and sturdy, with bronzed skins, which spoke of a woodland life. "Here are young chips from an old bow-stave," cried the soldier in great delight. "This is the proper way to raise children. By my hilt, I could not have trained them better had I the ordering of it myself." "What is it then?" asked Hordle John. "They stand very stiff, and I trust that they have not been struck so." "Nay, they are training their left arms, that they may have a steady grasp of the bow. So my own father trained me, and 6 days a week I held out his walking staff till my arm was heavy as lead." "Hola, mes enfants! How long will you hold out?" "Until the sun is over the great lime tree, good master," the elder answered. "What would ye be then? Woodmen? Verderers?" "Nay, soldiers," they cried both together. "By the beard of my father! But ye are whelps of the true breed. Why so keen then to be soldiers?" "That we may fight the Scots," they answered. "Daddy will send us to fight the Scots. And why the Scots, my pretty lads? We have seen French and Spanish galleys no further away than Southampton, but I doubt that it will be some time before the Scots find their way to these parts." "Our business is with the Scots," quoth the elder, "for it was the Scots who cut off Daddy's string fingers and his thumbs." "Aye, lads, it was that," said a deep voice from behind Alain's shoulder. Looking round, the wayfarers saw a gaunt, big-boned man with sunken cheeks and a sallow face, who had come up behind them. He held up his 2 hands as he spoke, and showed that the thumbs and 2 first fingers had been torn away from each of them. "Ma foi, camarade," cried Aylward, "who hath served thee in so shameful a fashion?" "It is easy to see, friend, that you were born far from the marches of Scotland," quoth the stranger with a bitter smile. North of Humber, there is no man who would not know the handiwork of Devil Douglas, the Black Lord James." "And how fell you into his hands?" asked John. "I am a man of the North Country, from the town of Beverley and the wapentake of Holderness," he answered. "There was a day when, from Trent to Tweed, there was no better marksman than Robin Heathcote. Yet, as you see, he hath left me, as he hath left many another poor border archer, with no grip for bill or bow. Yet the king hath given me a living here in the Southlands, and please God these two lads of mine will pay off a debt that hath been owing over long. What is the price of Daddy's thumbs, boys?" 20 Scottish lives," they answered together. "And for the fingers, half a score. When they can bend my war bow, and bring down a squirrel at 100 paces, I send them to take service under Johnny Copeland, the Lord of the Marches and Governor of Carlisle. By my soul, I would give the rest of my fingers to see the Douglas within arrow flight of them." "May you live to see it," quoth the bowman. "And hark ye, mes enfants, take an old soldier's reedy, and lay your bodies to the bow, drawing from hip and thigh as much as from arm. Learn also, I pray you, to shoot with a dropping shaft, for though a bowman may at times be called upon to shoot straight and fast, yet it is more often that he has to do with a town guard behind a wall, or an arbalestier with his mantlet raised, when you cannot hope to do him scathe, unless your shaft falls straight upon him from the clouds. I have not drawn string for 2 weeks, but I may be able to show ye how such shots should be made." He loosened his long bow, slung his quiver round to the front, and then glanced keenly round for a fitting mark. There was a yellow and withered stump some way off, seen under the drooping branches of a lofty oak. The archer measured the distance with his eye, and then, drawing 3 shafts, he shot them off with such speed that the first had not reached the mark ere the last was on the string. Each arrow passed high over the oak, and of the 3, 2 stuck fair into the stump, while the third, caught in some wandering puff of wind, was driven a foot or 2 to one side. "Good," cried the North Countryman. "Hearken to him, lads. He is a master bowman. Your dad says amen to every word he says." "By my hilt," said Aylward, "if I am to preach on bowmanship, the whole long day would scarce give me time for my sermon. We have marksmen in the company who will notch with a shaft every crevice and joint of a man-at-arms harness, from the clasp of his bassinet to the hinge of his greave. But with your favour, friend, I must gather my arrows again, for while a shaft costs a penny, a poor man can scarce leave them sticking in wayside stumps. We must then on our road again, and I hope from my heart that you may train these 2 young goshawks here until they are ready for a cast even at such a quarry as you speak of." Leaving the thumbless archer and his brood, the wayfarers struck through the scattered huts of Emery Down, and out onto the broad rolling heath covered deep in ferns and in heather, where droves of the half-wild black forest pigs were rooting about amongst the hillocks. The woods about this point fall away to the left and the right, while the road curves upwards and the wind sweeps keenly over the swelling uplands. The broad strips of bracken glowed red and yellow against the black peaty soil, and a queenly doe who grazed among them turned her white front and her great questioning eyes towards the wayfarers. Allen gazed in admiration at the supple beauty of the creature, but the archer's fingers played with his quiver, and his eyes glistened with the fell instinct which urges a man to slaughter. "Tête Dieu," he growled, "were this France or even Guienne, we should have a fresh haunch for our nun meat. Law or no law, I have a mind to loose a bolt at her." "I would break your stave across my knee first," cried John, laying his great hand upon the bow. "What? Man, I am forest-born, and I know what comes of it. In our own township of Hordle 2 have lost their eyes and won his skin for this very thing. On my troth, I felt no great love when I first saw you, but since then I have conceived over much regard for you to wish to see the verderer's flair at work upon you." "It is my trade to risk my skin," growled the archer, but none the less he thrust his quiver over his hip again and turned his face for the west. As they advanced, the path still tended upwards, running from heath into copses of holly and yew, and so back into heath again. It was joyful to hear the merry whistle of blackbirds as they darted from one clump of greenery to the other. Now and again a peaty amber-coloured stream rippled across their way, with ferny overgrown banks, where the blue kingfisher flitted busily from side to side, or the grey and pensive heron, swollen with trout and dignity, stood ankle-deep among the sedges. Chattering jays and loud wood-pigeons flapped thickly overhead, while ever and anon the measured tapping of nature's carpenter, the great green woodpecker, sounded from each wayside grove. On either side, as the path mounted, the long sweep of country broadened and expanded, sloping down on the one side through yellow forest and brown moor to the distant smoke of Lymington and the blue misty channel which lay alongside the skyline, while to the north the woods rolled away, grove topping grove, to where in the furthest distance the white spire of Salisbury stood out hard and clear against the cloudless sky. To Alain, whose days had been spent in the low-lying coastland, the eager upland air and the wide free countryside gave a sense of life and of the joy of living, which made his young blood tingle in his veins. Even the heavy John was not unmoved by the beauty of their road, while the bowman whistled lustily or sang snatches of French love songs in a voice which might have scared the most stout-hearted maiden that ever hearkened to. Serenade. "I have a liking for that north countryman," he remarked presently. "He hath good power of hatred. Could see by his cheek and eye that he is as bitter as verjuice. I warm to a man who hath some gall in his liver." "Ah me," sighed Alain. "Would it not be better if he had some love in his heart? I would not say nay to that. By my hilt, I shall never be said to be traitor to the little king. Let a man love the sex. Pasque Dieu, they are made to be loved, le petit, from wimple down to shoestring. I am right glad, mon garçon, to see that the good monks have trained thee so wisely and so well. Nay, I meant not worldly love, but rather that his heart should soften towards those who have wronged him." The archer shook his head. "A man should love those of his own breed," said he, "but it is not nature that an English-born man should love a Scot or a Frenchman. Ma foi, you have not seen a drove of Nithsdale raiders on their Galloway nags, or you would not speak of loving them. I would as soon take Beelzebub himself to my arms. I fear, mon gars, that they have taught thee but badly at Beaulieu, for surely a bishop knows more of what is right and what is ill than an abbot can do. And I myself with these very eyes saw the Bishop of Lincoln hew into a Scottish hobeler with a battle-axe, which was a passing strange way of showing him that he loved him. Alain scarce saw his way to argue in the face of so decided an opinion on the part of a high dignitary of the church. "You have borne arms against the Scots, then?" he asked. "Why, man, I first loosed string in battle when I was but a lad, younger by 2 years than you, at Neville's Cross, under the Lord Mowbray. Later I served under the Warden of Berwick, that very John Copeland of whom our friends spake, the same who held the King of Scots to ransom. Ma foi, it is rough soldiering, and a good school for one who would learn to be hardy and war-wise." "I have heard that the Scots are good men of war," said Hordle John. "For axemen and for spearmen I have not seen their match," the archer answered. "They can travel too, with bag of meal and gridiron slung to their sword-belt, so that it is ill to follow them. There are scant crops and few beeves in the borderland, where a man must reap his grain with sickle in one fist and brown bill in the other. On the other hand, they are the sorriest archers that I have ever seen, and cannot so much as aim with the arbalist, to say naught of the long bow. Again, they are mostly poor folk, even the nobles among them, so that there are few who can buy as good a brigandine of chainmail as that which I am wearing, and it is ill for them to stand up against our own knights, who carry the price of 5 Scotch farms upon their chest and shoulders. Man for man, with equal weapons, they are as worthy and valiant men as could be found in the whole of Christendom." "And the French?" asked Alain, to whom the archer's light gossip had all the relish that the words of the man of action have for the recluse. "The French are also very worthy men. We have had great good fortune in France, and it hath led to much bobance and camp-fire talk, but I have ever noticed that those who know the most have the least to say about it. I have seen Frenchmen fight both in open field, in the intaking and the defending of towns or castle wicks, in escalados, camisades, night forays, bushments, sallies, outfalls, and nightly spear runnings. Their knights and squires, lad, are every whit as good as ours, and I could pick out a score of those who ride behind Du Guesclin, who would hold the lists with sharpened lances against the best men in the army of England. On the other hand, their common folk are so crushed down with gabelle and poll tax and every manner of cursed tallage that the spirit has passed right out of them. It is a fool's plan to teach a man to be a cur in peace and think that he will be a lion in war. Fleece them like sheep, and sheep they will remain. If the nobles had not conquered the poor folk, it is like enough that we should not have conquered the nobles. But they must be sorry folk to bow down to the rich in such a fashion, said Big John. I am but a poor commoner of England myself, and yet I know something of charters, liberties, franchises, usages, privileges, customs, and the like. If these be broken, then all men know that it is time to buy arrowheads. Aye, but the men of the law are strong in France as well as the men of war. By my hilt, I hold that a man has more to fear there from the inkpot of the one than from the iron of the other. There is ever some cursed sheepskin in their strong boxes to prove that the rich man should be richer and the poor man poorer. It would scarce pass in England, but they are quiet folk over the water. And what other nations have you seen in your travels, good sir? Asked Alain Edrickson. His young mind hungered for plain facts of life, after the long course of speculation and of mysticism on which he had been trained. I have seen the Low Countryman in arms, and I have naught to say against him. Heavy and slow is he by nature, and is not to be brought into battle for the sake of a lady's eyelash or the twang of a minstrel's string, like the hotter blood of the south. But ma foi, lay hand on his wool bales, or trifle with his velvet of Bruges, and outbuzzes every stout burgher, like bees from the tea-hole, ready to lay on as though it were his one business in life. By Our Lady, they have shown the French at Courtrai and elsewhere that they are as deft in wielding steel as in welding it. And the men of Spain? They too are very hardy soldiers, the more so as for many 100 years they have had to fight hard against the cursed followers of the Black Mahound, who have pressed upon them from the south, and still, as I understand, hold the fairer half of the country. I had a turn with them upon the sea when they came over to Winchelsea, and the good queen with her ladies sat upon the cliffs looking down at us, as if it had been joust or tourney. By my hilt, it was a sight that was worth the seeing, for all that was best in England was out on the water that day. We went forth in little ships, and came back in great galleys, for of 50 tall ships of Spain over 200 flew the cross of St. George ere the sun had set. But now, youngster, I have answered you freely, and I trow it is time that you answered me. Let things be platt and plain between us. I am a man who shoots straight at his mark. You saw the things I had with me at yonder hostel, name which you will, save only the box of rose-coloured sugar which I take to the Lady Loring. And you shall have it, if you will but come with me to France. Nay, said Alain, I would gladly come with ye to France, or where else ye will, just to list to your talk, and because ye are the only 2 friends that I have in the whole wide world outside of the cloisters. But indeed, it may not be, for my duty is towards my brother, seeing that father and mother are dead, and he my elder. Besides, when ye talk of taking me to France, ye do not conceive how useless I should be to you, seeing that neither by training nor by nature am I fitted for the wars, and there seems to be naught but strife in those parts. That comes from my fool's talk, cried the archer, for being a man of no learning myself, my tongue turns to blades and targets even as my hand does. Know then that for every parchment in England there are 20 in France. For every statue, cut gem, shrine, carven screen, or what else might please the eye of a learned clerk, there are a good 100 to our one. At the spoiling of Carcassonne I have seen chambers stored with writing, though not one man in our company could read them. Again, in Arles and Nimes, and other towns that I could name, there are the great arches and fortalices still standing which were built of old by giant men who came from the south. Can I not see by your brightened eye how you would love to look upon these things? Come then with me, and by these 10 finger bones, there is not one of them which you shall not see. I should indeed love to look upon them, Alain answered. But I have come from Beaulieu for a purpose, and I must be true to my service, even as thou art true to thine. Bethink you again, mon ami, quoth Aylward, that you might do much good yonder, since there are 300 men in the company, and none who has ever a word of grace for them. And yet the Virgin knows that there was never a set of men who were in more need of it. Sickly the one duty may balance the other. Your brother hath done without you this many a year, and as I gather, he hath never walked as far as Beaulieu to see you during all that time. So he cannot be in any great need of you. Besides, said John, the Sockman of Minstead is a byword through the forest, from Bramshaw Hill to Holmesley Walk. He's a drunken, brawling, perilous churl, as you may find to your cost. The more reason that I should strive to mend him, quoth Alain. There is no need to urge me, friends, for my own wishes would draw me to France, and it would be a joy to me if I could go with you. But indeed, and indeed it cannot be. So here I take my leave of you, for yonder square tower amongst the trees upon the right must surely be the church of Minstead, and I may reach it by this path through the woods. Well, God be with thee, lad, cried the archer, pressing Alain to his heart. I am quick to love, and quick to hate, and for God I am loth to part. Would it not be well, said John, that we should wait here, and see what manner of greeting you have from your brother? You may prove to be as welcome as the king's purveyor to the village dame. Nay, nay, he answered, you must not bide for me, for where I go I stay. Yet it may be as well that you should know whither we go, said the archer. We shall now journey south through the woods until we come out upon the Christchurch road, and so onwards, hoping tonight to reach the castle of Sir William Montacute, Earl of Salisbury, of which Sir Nigel Loring is constable. There we shall bide, and it is like enough that for a month or more you may find us there, ere we are ready for our voyage back to France. It was hard indeed for Alain to break away from these two new but hearty friends, and so strong was the combat between his conscience and his inclinations that he dared not look round, lest his resolution should slip away from him. It was not until he was deep among the tree trunks that he cast a glance backwards, when he found that he could still see them through the branches on the road above him. The archer was standing with folded arms, his bow jutting from over his shoulder, and the sun gleaming brightly upon his headpiece and the links of his chain-mail. Beside him stood his giant recruit, still clad in the homespun and ill-fitting garments of the Fuller of Lymington, with arms and legs shooting out of his scanty garb. Even as Alain watched them, they turned upon their heels and plodded off together upon their way. Chapter 9. How strange things befell in Minstead Wood. The path which the young clerk had now to follow lay through a magnificent forest of the very heaviest timber, where the giant boles of oak and of beech formed long aisles in every direction, shooting up their huge branches to build the majestic arches of nature's own cathedral. Beneath lay a broad carpet of the softest and greenest moss, flecked over with fallen leaves, but yielding pleasantly to the foot of the traveller. The track which guided him was one so seldom used that in places it lost itself entirely among the grass, to reappear as a reddish rut between the distant tree trunks. It was very still here in the heart of the woodlands. The gentle rustle of the branches and the distant cooing of pigeons were the only sounds which broke in upon the silence, save that once Alain heard afar off a merry call upon a hunting bugle and the shrill yapping of the hounds. It was not without some emotion that he looked upon the scene around him, for, in spite of his secluded life, he knew enough of the ancient greatness of his own family to be aware that the time had been when they had held undisputed and paramount sway over all that tract of country. His father could trace his pure Saxon lineage back to that Godfrey Malf who had held the manors of Bisterne and of Minstead at the time when the Norman first set mailed foot upon English soil. The afforestation of the district, however, and its conversion into a royal domain, had clipped off a large section of his estate, while other parts had been confiscated as a punishment for his supposed complicity in an abortive Saxon rising. The fate of the ancestor had been typical of that of his descendants. During 300 years their domains had gradually contracted, sometimes through royal or feudal encroachment. and sometimes through such gifts to the church as that with which Alain's father had opened the doors of Beaulieu Abbey to his younger son. The importance of the family had thus dwindled, but they still retained the old Saxon manor house, with a couple of farms and a grove large enough to afford pannage to 100 pigs. Silva descentum porcis, as the old family parchments describe it. Above all, the owner of the soil could still hold his head high as the veritable sockman of Minstead, that is, as holding the land in free socage, with no feudal superior, and answerable to no man lower than the king. Knowing this, Alain felt some little glow of worldly pride as he looked for the first time upon the land with which so many generations of his ancestors had been associated. He pushed on the quicker, twirling his staff merrily, and looking out at every turn of the path for some sign of the old Saxon residence. He was suddenly arrested, however, by the appearance of a wild-looking fellow armed with a club, who sprang out from behind a tree and barred his passage. He was a rough, powerful peasant, with cap and tunic of untanned sheepskin, leather breeches, and galligaskins round legs and feet. "Stand!" he shouted, raising his heavy cudgel to enforce the order. "Who are you who walk so freely through the wood? Whither would you go, and what is your errand?" "Why should I answer your questions, my friend?" said Alain, standing on his guard. "Because your tongue may save your pate. But where have I looked upon your face before?" "No longer ago than last night at the Pied Merlin," the clerk answered, recognizing the escaped serf who had been so outspoken as to his wrongs. "By the Virgin, yes. You were the little clerk who sat so mum in the corner and then cried fie on the gleeman. What hast in the scrip? Naught of any price." "How can I tell that, clerk? Let me see." "Not I." "Fool! I could pull you limb from limb like a pullet. What would you have? Hast forgot that we are alone far from all men? How can your clerkship help you? Wouldst lose scrip and life too? I will part with neither without fight." "A fight, quotha? A fight betwixt spurred cock and new-hatched chicken. Thy fighting days may soon be over. Hadst asked me in the name of charity, I would have given freely," cried Alain. "As it stands, not one farthing shall you have with my free will, and when I see my brother, the sockman of Minstead, he will raise hue and cry from vill to vill, from hundred to hundred, until you are taken as a common robber and a scourge to the country." The outlaw sank his club. "The sockman's brother!" he gasped. "Now, by the keys of Peter, I had rather that hand withered and tongue was palsied ere I had struck or miscalled you. If you are the sockman's brother, you are one of the right side, I warrant, for all your clerkly dress." "His brother I am," said Alain, "but if I were not, is that reason why you should molest me on the king's ground?" "I give not the pip of an apple for king or for noble," cried the serf passionately. "Ill have I had from them, and ill I shall repay them. I am a good friend to my friends, and, by the Virgin, an evil foeman to my foes." "And therefore the worst of foemen to thyself," said Alain. "But I pray you, since you seem to know him, to point out to me the shortest path to my brother's house." The serf was about to reply, when the clear ringing call of a bugle burst from the wood close behind them, and Alain caught sight for an instant of the dun side and white breast of a lordly stag, glancing swiftly betwixt the distant tree trunks. A minute later came the shaggy deerhounds, a dozen or 14 of them, running on a hot scent, with nose to earth and tail in air. As they streamed past, the silent forest around broke suddenly into loud life, with galloping of hoofs, crackling of brushwood, and the short, sharp cries of the hunters. Close behind the pack rode a fourrier and a yeoman pricker, whooping on the laggards and encouraging the leaders. In the shrill half-French jargon, which was the language of venery and woodcraft, Alain was still gazing after them, listening to the loud "Heike Bayard, Heike Pommers, Heike Lebrit," with which they called upon their favourite hounds, when a group of horsemen crashed out through the underwood at the very spot where the serf and he were standing. The one who led was a man between 50 and 60 years of age, war-worn and weather-beaten, with a broad, thoughtful forehead and eyes which shone brightly from under his fierce and overhung brows. His beard, streaked thickly with grey, bristled forward from his chin and spoke of a passionate nature, while the long, finely cut face and firm mouth marked the leader of men. His figure was erect and soldierly, and he rode his horse with the careless grace of a man whose life had been spent in the saddle. In common garb, his masterful face and flashing eye would have marked him as one who was born to rule. But now, with his silken tunic powdered with golden fleur-de-lis, his velvet mantle lined with the royal minever, and the lions of England stamped in silver upon his harness, none could fail to recognize the noble Edward, most warlike and powerful of all the long line of fighting monarchs who had ruled the Anglo-Norman race. Alain doffed hat and bowed head at the sight of him, but the serf folded his hands and leaned them upon his cudgel, looking with little love at the knot of nobles and knights in waiting who rode behind the king. "Ha!" cried Edward, reining up for an instant his powerful black steed. "Le serf est passé, non? Ici brocas tu parles anglais." "The dear clowns," said a hard-visaged, swarthy-faced man who rode at the king's elbow. "If ye have headed it back, it is as much as your ears are worth." "It passed by the blighted beach there," said Alain, pointing, "and the hounds were hard at its heels." "It is well," cried Edward, still speaking in French, for, though he could understand English, he had never learned to express himself in so barbarous and unpolished a tongue. "By my faith, sirs," he continued, half turning in his saddle to address his escort, "unless my woodcraft is sadly at fault, it is a stag of 6 tines and the finest that we have roused this journey. A golden St. Hubert, to the man who is the first to sound the mort." He shook his bridle as he spoke, and thundered away, his knights lying low upon their horses and galloping as hard as whip and spur would drive them, in the hope of winning the king's prize. Away they drove down the long green glade, bay horses, black and grey, riders clad in every shade of velvet, fur or silk, with glint of brazen horn and flash of knife and spear. One only lingered, the black-browed Baron Brocas, who, making a gambade which brought him within arm-sweep of the serf, slashed him across the face with his riding whip. "Doff, dog, doff," he hissed, "when a monarch deigns to lower his eyes to such as you," then spurred through the underwood and was gone, with a gleam of steel shoes and flutter of dead leaves. The villain took the cruel blow without wince or cry, as one to whom stripes are a birthright and an inheritance. His eyes flashed, however, and he shook his bony hand with a fierce, wild gesture after the retreating figure. "Black hound of Gascony," he muttered, "evil the day that you and those like you set foot in free England. I know thy kennel of Rochecourt. The night will come, when I may do to thee, and thine what you and your class have wrought upon mine and me. May God smite me if I fail to smite thee, thou French robber, with thy wife and thy child, and all that is under thy castle roof." "Forbear," cried Alain, "mix not God's name with these unhallowed threats." And yet it was a coward's blow, and one to stir the blood and loose the tongue of the most peaceful. "Let me find some soothing simples, and lay them on the wheel to draw the sting. Nay, there is but one thing that can draw the sting, and that the future may bring to me. But, clerk, if you would see your brother, you must on, for there is a meeting today, and his merry men will await him ere the shadows turn from west to east. I pray you not to hold him back, for it would be an evil thing if all the stout lads were there, and the leader a missing. I would come with you, but sooth to say I am stationed here and may not move. The path over yonder betwixt the oak and the thorn should bring you out into his nether field." Alain lost no time in following the directions of the wild, masterless man, whom he left among the trees where he had found him. His heart was the heavier for the encounter, not only because all bitterness and wrath were abhorrent to his gentle nature, but also because it disturbed him to hear his brother spoken of as though he were a chief of outlaws or the leader of a party against the state. Indeed, of all the things which he had seen yet in the world to surprise him, there was none more strange than the hate which class appeared to bear to class. The talk of labourer, woodman and villain in the inn had all pointed to the widespread mutiny, and now his brother's name was spoken as though he were the very centre of the universal discontent. In good truth, the commons throughout the length and breadth of the land were heart-weary of this fine game of chivalry which had been played so long at their expense. So long as knight and baron were a strength and a guard to the kingdom, they might be endured. But now, when all men knew that the great battles in France had been won by English yeomen and Welsh stabbers, warlike fame, the only fame to which his class had ever aspired, appeared to have deserted the plate-clad horsemen. The sports of the lists had done much in days gone by to impress the minds of the people, but the plumed and unwieldy champion was no longer an object either of fear or of reverence to men whose fathers and brothers had shot into the press at Crécy or Poitiers, and seen the proudest chivalry in the world, unable to make head against the weapons of disciplined peasants. Power had changed hands, the protector had become the protected, and the whole fabric of the feudal system was tottering to a fall. Hence the fierce mutterings of the lower classes and the constant discontent, breaking out into local tumult and outrage, and culminating some years later in the great rising of Tyler. What Aline saw and wondered at in Hampshire would have appealed equally to the traveller in any other English county from the Channel to the marches of Scotland. He was following the track, his misgivings increasing with every step which took him nearer to that home which he had never seen, when of a sudden the trees began to thin and the sward to spread out onto a broad green lawn, where 5 cows lay in the sunshine and droves of black swine wandered unchecked. A brown forest stream swirled down the centre of this clearing, with a rude bridge flung across it, and on the other side was a second field sloping up to a long, low-lying wooden house, with thatched roof and open squares for windows. Aline gazed across at it with flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes, for this he knew must be the home of his fathers. A wreath of blue smoke floated up through a hole in the thatch, and was the only sign of life in the place, save a great black hound which lay sleeping chained to the doorpost. In the yellow shimmer of the autumn sunshine, it lay as peacefully and as still as he had oft pictured it to himself in his dreams. He was roused, however, from his pleasant reverie by the sound of voices, and 2 people emerged from the forest some little way to his right and moved across the field in the direction of the bridge. The one was a man with yellow flowing beard and very long hair of the same tint drooping over his shoulders. His dress of good Norwich cloth and his assured bearing marked him as a man of position, while the sombre hue of his clothes and the absence of all ornament contrasted with the flash and glitter which had marked the king's retinue. By his side walked a woman, tall and slight and dark, with lithe, graceful figure and clear-cut, composed features. Her jet-black hair was gathered back under a light pink coif, her head poised proudly upon her neck, and her step long and springy, like that of some wild, tireless woodland creature. She held her left hand in front of her, covered with a red velvet glove, and on the wrist a little brown falcon, very fluffy and bedraggled, which she smoothed and fondled as she walked. As she came out into the sunshine, Aline noticed that her light gown, slashed with pink, was all stained with earth and with moss upon one side from shoulder to hem. He stood in the shadow of an oak staring at her with parted lips, for this woman seemed to him to be the most beautiful and graceful creature that mind could conceive of. Such had he imagined the angels, and such he had tried to paint them in the Beaulieu missals. But here there was something human, were it only in the battered hawk and discoloured dress, which sent a tingle and thrill through his nerves such as no dream of radiant and stainless spirit had ever yet been able to conjure up. Good, quiet, uncomplaining Mother Nature, long slighted and miscalled, still bides her time, and draws to her bosom the most errant of her children. The 2 walked swiftly across the meadow to the narrow bridge, he in front and she a pace or 2 behind. There they paused, and stood for a few minutes face to face talking earnestly. Aline had read and had heard of love, and of lovers. Such were these, doubtless, this golden bearded man and the fair damsel with the cold, proud face. Why else should they wander together in the woods or be so lost in talk by rustic streams? And yet, as he watched, uncertain whether to advance from the cover or to choose some other path to the house, he soon came to doubt the truth of this first conjecture. The man stood, tall and square, blocking the entrance to the bridge, and throwing out his hands as he spoke in a wild, eager fashion, while the deep tones of his stormy voice rose at times into accents of menace and of anger. She stood fearlessly in front of him, still stroking her bird, but twice she threw a swift, questioning glance over her shoulder, as one who is in search of aid. So moved was the young clerk by these mute appeals, that he came forth from the trees and crossed the meadow, uncertain what to do, and yet loth to hold back from one who might need his aid. So intent were they upon each other that neither took note of his approach, until, when he was close upon them, the man threw his arm roughly round the damsel's waist and drew her towards him, she straining her lithe, supple figure away and striking fiercely at him, while the hooded hawk screamed with ruffled wings and pecked blindly in its mistress's defence. Bird and maid, however, had but little chance against their assailant who, laughing loudly, caught her wrist in one hand while he drew her towards him with the other. "The best rose has ever the longest thorns," said he. "Quiet, little one, or you may do yourself a hurt. Must pay Saxon toll on Saxon land, my proud Maud, for all your airs and graces." "You boor," she hissed. "You base underbred clod. Is this your care and your hospitality? I would rather wed a branded serf from my father's fields. Leave go, I say. Ah, good youth heaven has sent you. Make him loose me. By the honour of your mother, I pray you to stand by me and to make this knave loose me." "Stand by you I will, and that blithely," said Alain. "Surely, sir, you should take shame to hold the damsel against her will." The man turned a face upon him which was lion-like in its strength and in its wrath. With his tangle of golden hair, his fierce blue eyes, and his large, well-marked features, he was the most comely man whom Alain had ever seen, and yet there was something so sinister and so fell in his expression that child or beast might well have shrunk from him. His brows were drawn, his cheek flushed, and there was a mad sparkle in his eyes which spoke of a wild, untamable nature. "Young fool," he cried, holding the woman still to his side, though every line of her shrinking figure spoke her abhorrence. "Do you keep your spoon in your own broth? I rede you to go on your way, lest worse befall you. This little wench has come with me, and with me she shall bide." "Liar!" cried the woman, and stooping her head, she suddenly bit fiercely into the broad brown hand which held her. He whipped it back with an oath, while she tore herself free and slipped behind Alain, cowering up against him like the trembling leveret who sees the falcon poising for the swoop above him. "Stand off my land," the man said fiercely, heedless of the blood which trickled freely from his fingers. "What have you to do here? By your dress you should be one of those cursed clerks who overrun the land like vile rats, poking and prying into other men's concerns, too caitiff to fight and too lazy to work. By the rood, if I had my will upon ye, I should nail you upon the abbey doors, as they hang vermin before their holes. Art neither man nor woman, young shaveling. Get thee back to thy fellows ere I lay hands upon you, for your foot is on my land, and I may slay you as a common draw-latch." "Is this your land, then?" gasped Alain. "Would you dispute it, dog? Would you wish by trick or quibble to juggle me out of these last acres? Know, base-born knave, that you have dared this day to stand in the path of one whose race have been the advisers of kings and the leaders of hosts, ere ever this vile crew of Norman robbers came into the land, or such half-blood hounds as you were let loose to preach that the thief should have his booty and the honest man should sin if he strove to win back his own. You are the Sockman of Minstead. That am I, and the son of Edric the Sockman, of the pure blood of Godfrey the Thane by the only daughter of the house of Aluric, whose forefathers held the white horse banner at the fatal fight where our shield was broken and our sword shivered. I tell you, clerk, that my folk held this land from Bramshaw Wood to the Ringwood Road, and by the soul of my father, it will be a strange thing if I am to be bearded upon the little that is left of it. Begone, I say, and meddle not with my affair." "If you leave me now," whispered the woman, "then shame forever upon your manhood." "Surely, sir," said Alain, speaking in as persuasive and soothing a way as he could, "if your birth is gentle, there is the more reason that your manners should be gentle too. I am well persuaded that you did but jest with this lady, and that you will now permit her to leave your land either alone or with me as a guide, if she should need one, through the wood. As to birth, it does not become me to boast, and there is sooth in what you say as to the unworthiness of clerks, but it is none the less true that I am as well born as you." "Dog," cried the furious Sockman, "there is no man in the south who can say as much." "Yet can I," said Alain, smiling, "for indeed I also am the son of Edric the Sockman, of the pure blood of Godfrey the Thane, by the only daughter of Aluric of Brockenhurst. Surely, dear brother," he continued, holding out his hand, "you have a warmer greeting than this for me. There are but 2 boughs left upon this old Saxon trunk." His elder brother dashed his hand aside with an oath, while an expression of malignant hatred passed over his passion-drawn features. "You are the young cub of Beaulieu, then," said he. "I might have known it by the sleek face and the slavish manner, too monk-ridden and craven in spirit to answer back a rough word. Thy father, shaveling with all his faults, had a man's heart, and there were few who could look him in the eyes on the day of his anger. But you, look there, rat, on yonder field where the cows graze, and on that other beyond, and on the orchard hard by the church. Do you know that all these were squeezed out of your dying father by greedy priests, to pay for your upbringing in the cloisters? I, the Sockman, am shorn of my lands that you may snivel Latin and eat bread for which you never did hands turn. You robbed me first, and now you would come preaching and whining, in search mayhap of another field or 2 for your priestly friends. Knave, my dog shall be set upon you, but meanwhile stand out of my path and stop me at your peril." As he spoke, he rushed forward, and throwing the lad to one side, caught the woman's wrist. Alain, however, as active as a young deerhound, sprang to her aid and seized her by the other arm, raising his iron-shod staff as he did so. "You may say what you will to me," he said between his clenched teeth. "It may be no better than I deserve. But brother or no, I swear by my hopes of salvation that I will break your arm if you do not leave hold of the maid." There was a ring in his voice and a flash in his eyes, which promised that the blow would follow quick at the heels of the word. For a moment, the blood of the long line of hot-headed thanes was too strong for the soft whisperings of the doctrine of meekness and mercy. He was conscious of a fierce, wild thrill through his nerves and a throb of mad gladness at his heart, as his real human self burst for an instant the bonds of custom and of teaching which had held it so long. The Sockman sprang back, looking to left and to right for some stick or stone which might serve him for weapon, but finding none, he turned and ran at the top of his speed for the house, blowing the while upon a shrill whistle. "Come," gasped the woman. "Fly, friend, ere he come back." "Nay, let him come," cried Alain. "I shall not budge a foot for him or his dogs. Come, come," she cried, tugging at his arm. "I know the man, he will kill you. Come, for the Virgin's sake, or for my sake, for I cannot go and leave you here." "Come, then," said he, and they ran together to the cover of the woods. As they gained the edge of the brushwood, Alain, looking back, saw his brother come running out of the house again, with the sun gleaming upon his hair and his beard. He held something which flashed in his right hand, and he stooped at the threshold to unloose the black hound. "This way," the woman whispered in a low, eager voice. "Through the bushes to that forked ash. Do not heed me, I can run as fast as you, I trow. Now into the stream, right in, over ankles, to throw the dog off, though I think it is but a common cur like its master." As she spoke, she sprang herself into the shallow stream and ran swiftly up the center of it, with the brown water bubbling over her feet and her hand outstretched toward the clinging branches of bramble or sapling. Alain followed close at her heels, with his mind in a whirl at this black welcome and sudden shifting of all his plans and hopes. Yet, grave as were his thoughts, they would still turn to wonder as he looked at the twinkling feet of his guide and saw her lithe figure bend this way and that, dipping under boughs, springing over stones, with a lightness and ease which made it no small task for him to keep up with her. At last, when he was almost out of breath, she suddenly threw herself down upon a mossy bank between 2 holly bushes and looked ruefully at her own dripping feet and bedraggled skirt. "Holy Mary," said she, "what shall I do? Mother will keep me to my chamber for a month and make me work at the tapestry of the 9 bold knights. She promised as much last week, when I fell into Wilverley Bog, and yet she knows that I cannot abide needlework." Aline, still standing in the stream, glanced down at the graceful pink and white figure, the curve of raven-black hair, and the proud, sensitive face which looked up frankly and confidingly at his own. "We had best on," he said. "He may yet overtake us." "Not so. We are well off his land now, nor can he tell in this great wood which way we have taken. But you had him at your mercy. Why did you not kill him?" "Kill him, my brother? And why not?" with a quick gleam of her white teeth. "He would have killed you. I know him, and I read it in his eyes. Had I had your staff, I would have tried. Aye, and done it too." She shook her clenched white hand as she spoke, and her lips tightened ominously. "I am already sad in heart for what I have done," said he, sitting down on the bank and sinking his face into his hands. "God help me." All that is worst in me seemed to come uppermost. Another instant, and I had smitten him, the son of my own mother, the man whom I have longed to take to my heart. Alas, that I should still be so weak. "Weak," she exclaimed, raising her black eyebrows. "I do not think that even my father himself, who is a hard judge of manhood, would call you that. But it is, as you may think, sir, a very pleasant thing for me to hear that you are grieved at what you have done. And I can but dread that we should go back together, and you should make your peace with the sockman by handing back your prisoner. It is a sad thing that so small a thing as a woman should come between two who are of one blood." Simple Aline opened his eyes at this little spurt of feminine bitterness. "Nay, lady," said he, "that were worst of all. What man would be so caitiff and thrall as to fail you at your need? I have turned my brother against me, and now, alas, I appear to have given you offence also with my clumsy tongue. But indeed, lady, I am torn both ways, and can scarce grasp in my mind what it is that has befallen." "Nor can I marvel at that," said she with a little tinkling laugh. "You came in as the knight does in the jongleur's romances between dragon and damsel, with small time for the asking of questions. Come," she went on, springing to her feet and smoothing down her rumpled frock, "let us walk through the shore together, and we may come upon Bertrand with the horses. If poor Troubadour had not cast a shoe, we should not have had this trouble. Nay, I must have your arm, for, though I speak lightly, now that all is happily over, I am as frightened as my brave Roland. See how his chest heaves and his dear feathers all awry, the little knight who would not have his lady mishandled." So she prattled on to her hawk, while Aline walked by her side, stealing a glance from time to time at this queenly and wayward woman. In silence they wandered together over the velvet turf, and on through the broad Minstead woods, where the old lichen-draped beeches threw their circles of black shadow upon the sunlit sward. "You have no wish, then, to hear my story," said she at last. "If it pleases you to tell it me," he answered. "Oh," she cried, tossing her head, "if it is of so little interest to you, we had best let it bide." "Nay," said he eagerly, "I would fain hear it. You have a right to know it, if you have lost a brother's favour through it. And yet, well, you are, as I understand, a clerk, so I must think of you as one step further in orders, and make you my father confessor. Know, then, that this man has been a suitor for my hand, less as I think for my own sweet sake, than because he hath ambition and had it on his mind that he might improve his fortunes by dipping into my father's strong box, though the Virgin knows that he would have found little enough therein. My father, however, is a proud man, a gallant knight and tried soldier of the oldest blood, to whom this man's churlish birth and low descent, oh, lack-a-day, I had forgot that he was of the same strain as yourself." "Nay, trouble not for that," said Aline. "We are all from good Mother Eve. Streams may spring from one source, and yet some be clear and some be foul," quoth she quickly. "But to be brief over the matter, my father would have none of his wooing, nor in sooth would I. On that he swore a vow against us, and as he is known to be a perilous man, with many outlaws and others at his back, My father forbade that I should hawk or hunt in any part of the wood to the north of the Christchurch Road. As it chanced, however, this morning my little Roland here was loosed at a strong-winged heron, and Page Bertrand and I rode on, with no thoughts but for the sport, until we found ourselves in Minstead Woods. Small harm then, but that my horse Troubadour trod with a tender foot upon a sharp stick, rearing and throwing me to the ground. See to my gown, the third that I have befouled within the week. Woe worth me when Agatha the tire-woman sets eyes upon it. And what then, lady? Asked Aline. Why, then away ran Troubadour, for belike I spurred him in falling, and Bertrand rode after him as hard as hoofs could bear him. When I rose, there was the sockman himself by my side, with the news that I was on his land, but with so many courteous words besides, and such gallant bearing, that he prevailed upon me to come to his house for shelter, there to wait until the page return. By the grace of the Virgin, and the help of my patron St. Magdalene, I stopped short, ere I reached his door, though, as you saw, he strove to hale me up to it. And then, she shivered and chattered like one in an ague fit. What is it? Cried Aline, looking about in alarm. Nothing, friend, nothing. I was but thinking how I bit into his hand. Sooner would I bite living toad or poisoned snake. Oh, I shall loathe my lips forever. But you, how brave you were, and how quick, how meek for yourself, and how bold for a stranger. If I were a man, I should wish to do what you have done. It was a small thing, he answered, with a tingle of pleasure at these sweet words of praise. But you, what will you do? There is a great oak near here, and I think that Bertrand will bring the horses there, for it is an old hunting tryst of ours. Then hey for home, and no more hawking today. A 12-mile gallop will dry feet and skirt. But your father, not one word shall I tell him. You do not know him, but I can tell you he is not a man to disobey as I have disobeyed him. He would avenge me, it is true, but it is not to him that I shall look for vengeance. Some day, perchance, in joust or in tourney, knight may wish to wear my colours, and then I shall tell him that if he does indeed crave my favour there is wrong unredressed, and the wronger the sockman of Minstead. So my knight shall find a venture such as bold knights love, and my debt shall be paid, and my father none the wiser, and one rogue the less in the world. Say, is not that a brave plan? Nay, lady, it is a thought which is unworthy of you. How can such as you speak of violence and of vengeance? Are none to be gentle and kind, none to be piteous and forgiving? Alas, it is a hard, cruel world, and I would that I had never left my abbey cell. To hear such words from your lips is as though I heard an angel of grace preaching the devil's own creed. She started from him as a young colt who first feels the bit. Gramercy for your rede, young sir, she said, with a little curtsy. As I understand your words, you are grieved that you ever met me, and look upon me as a preaching devil. Why, my father is a bitter man when he is wroth, but hath never called me such a name as that. It may be his right and duty, but certes it is none of thine. So it would be best, since you think so lowly of me, that you should take this path to the left, while I keep on upon this one, for it is clear that I can be no fit companion for you. So saying, with downcast lids and a dignity which was somewhat marred by her bedraggled skirt, she swept off down the muddy track, leaving Aline standing staring ruefully after her. He waited in vain for some backward glance or sign of relenting, but she walked on with a rigid neck until her dress was only a white flutter among the leaves. Then, with a sunken head and a heavy heart, he plodded wearily down the other path, wroth with himself for the rude and uncouth tongue which had given offence where so little was intended. He had gone some way, lost in doubt and in self-reproach, his mind all tremulous with 1,000 new-found thoughts and fears and wonderments, when of a sudden there was a light rustle of the leaves behind him, and, glancing round, there was this graceful, swift-footed creature, treading in his very shadow, with her proud head bowed, even as his was, the picture of humility and repentance. I shall not vex you, nor even speak, she said, but I would fain keep with you while we are in the wood. Nay, you cannot vex me, he answered, all warm again at the very sight of her. It was my rough words which vexed you. But I have been thrown among men all my life, and indeed, with all the will, I scarce know how to temper my speech to a lady's ear." "Then unsay it," cried she quickly. "Say that I was right to wish to have vengeance on the Sockman." "Nay, I cannot do that," he answered gravely. "Then who is ungentle and unkind now?" she cried in triumph. "How stern and cold you are for one so young. Art surely no mere clerk, but bishop or cardinal at the least. Shouldst have crozier for staff and mitre for cap. Well, well, for your sake I will forgive the Sockman, and take vengeance on none but on my own wilful self, who must needs run into danger's path. So will that please you, sir?" "There spoke your true self," said he, "and you will find more pleasure in such forgiveness than in any vengeance." She shook her head, as if by no means assured of it, and then with a sudden little cry, which had more of surprise than of joy in it, "Here is Bertrand with the horses." Down the glade there came a little green-clad page with laughing eyes and long curls floating behind him. He sat perched on a high bay horse and held on to the bridle of a spirited black palfrey, the hides of both glistening from a long run. "I have sought you everywhere, dear Lady Maud," said he in a piping voice, springing down from his horse and holding the stirrup. "Troubadour galloped as far as Holm Hill ere I could catch him. I trust that you have had no hurt or scath." He shot a questioning glance at Aline as he spoke. "No, Bertrand," said she, "thanks to this courteous stranger. And now, sir," she continued, springing into her saddle, "it is not fit that I leave you without a word more. Clerk or no, you've acted this day as becomes a true knight. King Arthur and all his table could not have done more. It may be that, as some small return, my father or his kin may have power to advance your interest. He is not rich, but he is honoured and hath great friends. Tell me what is your purpose, and see if he may not aid it. Alas, lady, I have now no purpose. I have but 2 friends in the world, and they have gone to Christchurch, where it is likely I shall join them." "And where is Christchurch?" "At the castle which is held by the brave knight, Sir Nigel Loring, constable to the Earl of Salisbury." To his surprise she burst out a-laughing, and spurring her palfrey, dashed off down the glade, with her page riding behind her. Not one word did she say, but as she vanished amid the trees, she half turned in her saddle and waved a last greeting. Long time he stood, half hoping that she might again come back to him, but the thud of the hoofs had died away, and there was no sound in all the woods but the gentle rustle and dropping of the leaves. At last he turned away and made his way back to the high road, another person from the light-hearted boy who had left it a short 3 hours before. Chapter 10. How Hordle John found a man whom he might follow, if he might not return to Beaulieu within the year, and if his brother's dogs were to be set upon him if he showed face upon Minstead land. Then indeed he was adrift upon earth. North, south, east and west, he might turn where he would, but all was equally chill and cheerless. The abbot had rolled 10 silver crowns in a lettuce leaf and hid them away in the bottom of his scrip, but that would be a sorry support for 12 long months. In all the darkness there was but the one bright spot of the sturdy comrades whom he had left that morning. If he could find them again, all would be well. The afternoon was not very advanced, for all that had befallen him. When a man is afoot at cock-crow, much may be done in the day. If he walked fast, he might yet overtake his friends ere they reached their destination. He pushed on, therefore, now walking and now running. As he journeyed, he bit into a crust which remained from his Beaulieu bread, and he washed it down by a draught from a woodland stream. It was no easy or light thing to journey through this great forest, which was some 20 miles from east to west, and a good 16 from Bramshaw Woods in the north to Lymington in the south. Aline, however, had the good fortune to fall in with a woodman, axe upon shoulder, trudging along in the very direction that he wished to go. With his guidance he passed the fringe of Boulderwood Walk, famous for old ash and yew, through Mark Ash with its giant beech trees, and on through the Nightwood groves, where the giant oak was already a great tree, but only one of many comely brothers. They plodded along together, the woodman and Aline, with little talk on either side, for their thoughts were as far asunder as the poles. The peasants' gossip had been of the hunt, of the bracken, of the grey-headed kites that had nested in Wood Fidley, and of the great catch of herring brought back by the boats of Pitt's Deep. The clerk's mind was on his brother, on his future, above all on this strange, fierce, melting, beautiful woman who had broken so suddenly into his life and as suddenly passed out of it again. So distrait was he, and so random his answers, that the woodman took to whistling, and soon branched off upon the track to Burley, leaving Allain upon the main Christchurch road. Down this he pushed as fast as he might, hoping at every turn and rise to catch sight of his companions of the morning. From Vinny Ridge to Rhinefield Walk, the woods grow thick and dense up to the very edges of the track, but beyond the country opens up into broad, dun-coloured moors, flecked with clumps of trees and topping each other in long, low curves up to the dark lines of forest in the furthest distance. Clouds of insects danced and buzzed in the golden autumn light, and the air was full of the piping of the songbirds. Long, glinting dragonflies shot across the path or hung tremulous with gauzy wings and gleaming bodies. Once a white-necked sea-eagle soared screaming high over the traveller's head, and again a flock of brown bustards popped up from among the bracken and blundered away in their clumsy fashion, half running, half flying, with strident cry and whir of wings. There were folk, too, to be met upon the road, beggars and couriers, chapmen and tinkers, cheery fellows for the most part, with a rough jest and homely greeting for each other and for Allain. Near Shotwood he came upon 5 seamen on their way from Poole to Southampton, rude red-faced men who shouted at him in a jargon which he could scarce understand, and held out to him a great pot from which they had been drinking, nor would they let him pass until he had dipped pannikin in and taken a mouthful, which set him coughing and choking, with the tears running down his cheeks. Further on he met a sturdy black-bearded man mounted on a brown horse, with a rosary in his right hand and a long 2-handed sword jangling against his stirrup iron. By his black robe and the 8-pointed cross upon his sleeve, Allain recognized him as one of the Knights Hospitallers of St. John of Jerusalem, whose presbytery was at Baddesley. He held up 2 fingers as he passed, with a Benedict Fili Me, whereat Allain doffed hat and bent knee, looking with much reverence at one who had devoted his life to the overthrow of the infidel. Poor simple lad! He had not learned yet that what men are and what men profess to be are very wide asunder, and that the Knights of St. John, having come into large part of the riches of the ill-fated Templars, were very much too comfortable to think of exchanging their palace for a tent, or the cellars of England for the thirsty deserts of Syria. Yet ignorance may be more precious than wisdom, for Allain, as he walked on, braced himself to a higher life by the thought of this other's sacrifice, and strengthened himself by his example, which he could scarce have done had he known that the Hospitaller's mind ran more upon Malmsey than on Mamelukes, and on venison rather than victories. As he pressed on, the plain turned to woods once more in the region of Wilverley Walk, and a cloud swept up from the south with the sun shining through the gaps of it. A few great drops came pattering loudly down, and then in a moment the steady swish of a brisk shower, with the dripping and dropping of the leaves. Allain, glancing round for shelter, saw a thick and lofty holly bush, so hollowed out beneath that no house could have been drier. Under this canopy of green 2 men were already squatted, who waved their hands to Allain that he should join them. As he approached, he saw that they had 5 dried herrings laid out in front of them, with a great hunch of wheaten bread and a leathern flask full of milk. But instead of setting to at their food, they appeared to have forgot all about it, and were disputing together with flushed faces and angry gestures. It was easy to see by their dress and manner that they were 2 of those wandering students who formed about this time so enormous a multitude in every country in Europe. The one was long and thin, with melancholy features, while the other was fat and sleek, with a loud voice and the air of a man who is not to be gainsaid. "Come hither, good youth," he cried, "come hither. Vultus ingenui puer. Heed not the face of my good cause here. Finum habet in cornu, as Don Horace has it, but I warrant him harmless for all that." "Stint your bull's bellowing," exclaimed the other. If it come to Horace, I have a line in my mind, loquis si sapiatho doth it run. The English oath being that a man of sense should ever avoid a great talker. That being so, if all were men of sense, then thou wouldst be a lonesome man, cos. Alas, Dicon, I fear that your logic is as bad as your philosophy or your divinity, and God wot it would be hard to say a worse word than that. For, hark ye, granting, propter argumentum, that I am a talker, then the true reasoning runs that since all men of sense should avoid me, and thou hast not avoided me, but art at the present moment eating herrings with me under a holly bush, ergo you are no man of sense, which is exactly what I have been dinning into your long ears ever since I first clapped eyes on your sunken chops. Tut, tut, cried the other. Your tongue goes like the clapper of a mill wheel. Sit down here, friend, and partake of this herring. Understand first, however, that there are certain conditions attached to it. I had hoped, said Alain, falling into the humour of the twain, that a trangoir of bread and a draught of milk might be attached to it. Hark to him, cried the little fat man. It is even thus, Dicon. Wit, lad, is a catching thing, like the itch or the sweating sickness. I exude it round me. It is an aura. I tell you, cos, that no man can come within 17 feet of me without catching a spark. Look at your own case. A duller man never stepped, and yet within the week you have said 3 things which might pass, and 1 thing the day we left Fordingbridge which I should not have been ashamed of myself. Enough, Rattlepate, enough, said the other. The milk you shall have, and the bread also, friend, together with the herring, but you must hold the scales between us. If he hold the herring, he holds the scales, my sapient brother, cried the fat man. But I pray you, good youth, to tell us whether you are a learned clerk, and if so, whether you have studied at Oxenford or at Paris. I have some small stock of learning, Alain answered, picking at his herring, but I have been at neither of these places. I was bred amongst the Cistercian monks at Beaulieu Abbey. Pooh, pooh, they cried both together. What sort of an upbringing is that? Non quivis contingit adire Corinthum, quoth Alain. Come, brother Stephen, he hath some tincture of letters, said the melancholy man more hopefully. He may be the better judge, since he hath no call to side with either of us. Now, attention, friend, and let your ears work as well as your nether jaw. Judex damnaturiu, know the old saw. Here am I upholding the good fame of the learned Duns Scotus against the foolish quibblings and poor silly reasonings of Willie Ockham, while I, quoth the other loudly, do maintain the good sense and extraordinary wisdom of that most learned William against the crack-brained fantasies of the muddy Scotchman, who hath hid such little wit as he has under so vast a pile of words, that it is like 1 drop of Gascony in a firkin of ditch water. Solomon his wisdom would not suffice to say what the rogue means. Certes, Stephen Hapgood, his wisdom doth not suffice, cried the other. It is as though a mole cried out against the morning star, because he could not see it. But our dispute, friend, is concerning the nature of that subtle essence which we call thought. For I hold with the learned Scotus that thought is in very truth a thing, even as vapour or fumes, or many other substances which our gross bodily eyes are blind to. For, look you, that which produces a thing must be itself a thing, and if a man's thought may produce a written book, then must thought itself be a material thing, even as the book is. Have I expressed it? Do I make it plain? Whereas I hold, shouted the other, with my revered preceptor, Dr. Preclarus et Excellentissimus, that all things are but thought, for when thought is gone, I prythee. Where are the things then? Here are trees about us, and I see them because I think I see them. But if I have swooned or sleep or am in wine, then, my thought having gone forth from me, lo, the trees go forth also. How now, cos, have I touched thee on the raw? Alain sat between them munching his bread, while the twain disputed across his knees, leaning forward with flushed faces and darting hands, in all the heat of argument. Never had he heard such jargon of scholastic philosophy, such fine-drawn distinctions, such crossfire of major and minor, proposition, syllogism, attack and refutation, question clattered upon answer like a sword on a buckler. The ancients, the fathers of the church, the moderns, the scriptures, the Arabians were each sent hurtling against the other. While the rain still dripped, and the dark holly leaves glistened with the moisture. At last the fat man seemed to weary of it, for he set to work quietly upon his meal, while his opponent, as proud as the rooster who is left unchallenged upon the midden, crowed away in a last long burst of quotation and deduction. Suddenly, however, his eyes dropped upon his food, and he gave a howl of dismay. "You double thief!" he cried. "You have eaten my herrings, and I without bite or sup since morning." "That," quoth the other complacently, "was my final argument, my crowning effort, or peroratio, as the orators have it. For cause, since all thoughts are things, you have but to think a pair of herrings, and then conjure up a pottle of milk wherewith to wash them down." "A brave piece of reasoning," cried the other, "and I know of but one reply to it." On which, leaning forward, he caught his comrade a rousing smack across his rosy cheek. "Nay, take it not amiss," he said, "since all things are but thoughts, then that also is but a thought, and may be disregarded." This last argument, however, by no means commended itself to the pupil of Occam, who plucked a great stick from the ground and signified his dissent by smiting the realist over the pate with it. By good fortune, the wood was so light and rotten that it went to 1,000 splinters, but Aline thought it best to leave the twain to settle the matter at their leisure, the more so as the sun was shining brightly once more. Looking back down the pool-strewn road, he saw the two excited philosophers waving their hands and shouting at each other, but their babble soon became a mere drone in the distance, and a turn in the road hid them from his sight. And now, after passing Holmesley Walk and the Wootton Heath, the forest began to shred out into scattered belts of trees, with gleam of cornfield and stretch of pasture land between. Here and there by the wayside stood little knots of wattle and daub huts, with shock-haired labourers lounging by the doors and red-cheeked children sprawling in the roadway. Back among the groves he could see the high gable ends and thatched roofs of the Franklins' houses, on whose fields these men found employment. Or, more often, a thick, dark column of smoke marked their position and hinted at the coarse plenty within. By these signs, Aline knew that he was on the very fringe of the forest, and therefore no great way from Christchurch. The sun was lying low in the west, and shooting its level rays across the long sweep of rich green country, glinting on the white-fleeced sheep, and throwing long shadows from the red kine, who waded knee-deep in the juicy clover. Right glad was the traveller to see the high tower of Christchurch Priory gleaming in the mellow evening light, and gladder still when, on rounding a corner, he came upon his comrades of the morning seated astraddle upon a fallen tree. They had a flat space before them, on which they alternately threw little square pieces of bone, and were so intent upon their occupation that they never raised eye as he approached them. He observed with astonishment, as he drew near, that the archer's bow was on John's back, the archer's sword by John's side, and the steel cap laid upon the tree trunk between them. "Mort de ma vie," Aylward shouted, looking down at the dice. "Never had I such cursed luck. A murrain on the bones. I have not thrown a good main since I left Navarre. A 1 and a 3. En avant, camarade." 4 and 3, cried Hordle John, counting on his great fingers. "That makes 7. Ho, archer, I have thy cap. Now have it thee for thy jerkin." "Mon Dieu," he growled, "I am like to reach Christchurch in my shirt." Then suddenly glancing up, "Hola, by the splendour of heaven, here is our cher petite, now by my 10-finger bones. This is a rare sight to mine eyes." He sprang up and threw his arms round Aline's neck, while John, no less pleased but more backward and Saxon in his habits, stood grinning and bobbing by the wayside, with his newly won steel cap stuck wrong side foremost upon his tangle of red hair. "Hast come to stop?" cried the bowman, patting Aline all over in his delight. "Shall not get away from us again." "I wish no better," said he, with a pringling in the eyes at this hearty greeting. "Well said, lad," cried Big John. "We three shall to the wars together, and the devil may fly away with the abbot of Beaulieu. But your feet and hosen are all besmudged. Hast been in the water, or I am the more mistaken?" "I have in good sooth. Alain answered. And then as they journeyed on their way, he told them the many things that had befallen him, his meeting with the villain, his sight of the king, his coming upon his brother, with all the tale of the black welcome and of the fair damsel. They strode on either side, each with an ear slanting towards him. But ere he had come to the end of his story, the bowman had spun round upon his heel, and was hastening back the way they had come, breathing loudly through his nose. "What then?" asked Alain, trotting after him and gripping at his jerkin. "I am back for Minstead, lad." "And why?" "In the name of sense. To thrust a handful of steel into the sockman. What? Hail a demoiselle against her will, and then loose dogs at his own brother. Let me go." "Nenny, nenny," cried Alain, laughing. There was no scath done. "Come back, friend," and so, by mingled pushing and entreaties, they got his head round for Christchurch once more. Yet he walked with his chin upon his shoulder, until, catching sight of a maiden by a wayside well, the smiles came back to his face and peace to his heart. "But you," said Alain, "there have been changes with you also. Why should not the workman carry his tools? Where are bow and sword and cap, and why so warlike, John?" "It is a game which friend Aylward hath been a teaching of me, and I found him an overapt pupil," grumbled the bowman. "He hath stripped me as though I had fallen into the hands of the tarred Venus. But by my hilt! You must render them back to me, camarade, lest you bring discredit upon my mission, and I will pay you for them at armourers' prices." "Take them back, man, and never heed the pay," said John. "I did but wish to learn the feel of them, since I am like to have such trinkets hung to my own girdle for some years to come." "Ma foi, he was born for a free companion," cried Aylward. "He hath the very trick of speech, and turn of thought. I take them back then, and indeed it gives me unease not to feel my yew-stave tapping against my leg bone. But see, mes garçons, on this side of the church rises the square and darkling tower of Earl Salisbury's castle, and even from here I seem to see on yonder banner the red roebuck of the Montacutes." "Red upon white," said Alain, shading his eyes. "But whether roebuck or no is more than I could vouch. How black is the great tower, and how bright the gleam of arms upon the wall. See below the flag how it twinkles like a star." "Aye, it is the steel headpiece of the watchman," remarked the archer. "But we must on, if we are to be there before the drawbridge rises at the Vespers bugle, for it is likely that Sir Nigel, being so renowned a soldier, may keep hard discipline within the walls. And let no man enter after sundown." So saying, he quickened his pace, and the three comrades were soon close to the straggling and broad-spread town which centred round the noble church and the frowning castle. It chanced on that very evening that Sir Nigel Loring, having supped before sunset, as was his custom, and having himself seen that Pommers and Cadsand, his 2 war-horses with the 13 hacks, the 5 jennets, my lady's 3 palfreys, and the great dapple grey Roosen, had all their needs supplied, had taken his dogs for an evening breather. 60 or 70 of them, large and small, smooth and shaggy, deerhound, boarhound, bloodhound, wolfhound, mastiff, Alon, Talbot, lurcher, terrier, spaniel, snapping, yelling and whining, with score of lolling tongues and waving tails, came surging down the narrow lane which leads from the Twynham kennels to the bank of Avon. 2 russet-clad varlets, with loud halloo and cracking whips, walked thigh-deep amid the swarm, guiding, controlling, and urging. Behind came Sir Nigel himself, with Lady Loring upon his arm, the pair walking slowly and sedately, as befitted both their age and their condition, while they watched with a smile in their eyes the scrambling crowd in front of them. They paused, however, at the bridge, and leaning their elbows upon the stonework, they stood looking down at their own faces in the glassy stream, and at the swift flash of speckled trout against the tawny gravel. Sir Nigel was a slight man of poor stature, with soft lisping voice and gentle ways. So short was he that his wife, who was no very tall woman, had the better of him by the breadth of 3 fingers. His sight having been injured in his early wars by a basketful of lime, which had been emptied over him when he led the Earl of Derby's stormers up the breach at Bergerac, he had contracted something of a stoop. with a blinking, peering expression of face. His age was 46, but the constant practice of arms, together with a cleanly life, had preserved his activity and endurance unimpaired, so that from a distance he seemed to have the slight limbs and swift grace of a boy. His face, however, was tanned of a dull yellow tint, with a leathery, poreless look, which spoke of rough outdoor doings, and the little pointed beard which he wore, in deference to the prevailing fashion, was streaked and shot with grey. His features were small, delicate, and regular, with clear-cut, curving nose and eyes which jutted forward from the lids. His dress was simple and yet spruce. A Flandrish hat of beaver, bearing in the band the token of Our Lady of Embrun, was drawn low upon the left side to hide that ear, which had been partly shorn from his head by a Flemish man at arms in a camp broil before Tournay. His coat hardy, or tunic and trunk hosen, were of a purple plum colour, with long weepers which hung from either sleeve to below his knees. His shoes were of red leather, daintily pointed at the toes, but not yet prolonged to the extravagant lengths which the succeeding reign was to bring into fashion. A gold-embroidered belt of knighthood encircled his loins, with his arms, 5 roses gules on a field argent, cunningly worked upon the clasp. So stood Sir Nigel loring upon the bridge of Avon, and talked lightly with his lady. And certes, had the 2 visages alone been seen, and the stranger been asked which were the more likely to belong to the bold warrior whose name was loved by the roughest soldiery of Europe, he had assuredly selected the lady's. Her face was large and square and red, with fierce thick brows, and the eyes of one who was accustomed to rule. Taller and broader than her husband, her flowing gown of sendal and fur-lined tippet could not conceal the gaunt and ungraceful outlines of her figure. It was the age of martial women. The deeds of Black Agnes of Dunbar, of Lady Salisbury, and of the Countess of Montfort were still fresh in the public minds. With such examples before them, the wives of the English captains had become as warlike as their mates, and ordered their castles in their absence with the prudence and discipline of veteran seneschals. Right easy were the Montacutes of their castle of Twynham, and little had they to dread from roving galley or French squadron, while Lady Mary Loring had the ordering of it. Yet even in that age it was thought that, though a lady might have a soldier's heart, it was scarce as well that she should have a soldier's face. There were men who said that of all the stern passages and daring deeds by which Sir Nigel Loring had proved the true temper of his courage, not the least was his wooing and winning of so forbidding a dame. "I tell you, my fair lord," she was saying, "that it is no fit training for a demoiselle, hawks and hounds, rotes and citeaux singing a French rondel, or reading the Geste d'une de Mayence as I found her yesternight, pretending sleep, the artful, with the corner of the scroll thrusting forth from under her pillow. Lent her by Father Christopher of the Priory, forsooth, that is ever her answer. How shall all this help her when she has castle of her own to keep, with 100 mouths all agape for beef and beer?" "True, my sweet bird, true," answered the knight, picking a comfit from his gold drageoir. "The maid is like the young filly, which kicks heels and plunges for very lust of life. Give her time, dame, give her time. Well, I know that my father would have given me, not time, but a good hazel stick across my shoulders. Ma foi! I know not what the world is coming to, when young maids may flout their elders. I wonder that you do not correct her, my fair lord. Nay, my heart's comfort. I never raised hand to woman yet, and it would be a passing strange thing if I began on my own flesh and blood. It was a woman's hand which cast this lime into mine eyes, and though I saw her stoop, and might well have stopped her as she threw, I deemed it unworthy of my knighthood to hinder or balk one of her sex." "The hussy!" cried Lady Loring, clenching her broad right hand. "I would I had been at the side of her, and so would I, since you would have been the nearer me my own. But I doubt not that you are right, and that Maud's wings need clipping, which I may leave in your hands when I am gone, for, in sooth, this peaceful life is not for me. And were it not for your gracious kindness and loving care, I could not abide it a week. I hear that there is talk of warlike muster at Bordeaux once more, and by St. Paul, It would be a new thing if the lions of England and the red pile of Chandos were to be seen in the field, and the roses of Loring were not waving by their side. Now woe worth me, but I feared it, cried she, with the colour all struck from her face. I have noted your absent mind, your kindling eye, your trying and riveting of old harness. Consider, my sweet lord, that you have already won much honour, that we have seen but little of each other, that you bear upon your body the scar of over 20 wounds received in I know not how many bloody encounters. Have you not done enough for honour and the public cause? My lady, when our liege lord, the king, at 60 years, and my lord Chandos at 70, are blithe and ready to lay lance in rest for England's cause, it would ill beseem me to prate of service done. It is sooth that I have received 27 wounds. There is the more reason that I should be thankful that I am still long of breath and sound in limb. I have also seen some bickering and scuffling. 6 great land battles I count, with 4 upon sea, and 57 onfalls, skirmishes and bushments. I have held 22 towns, and I have been at the intaking of 31. Surely then it would be bitter shame to me, and also to you, since my fame is yours, that I should now hold back if a man's work is to be done. Besides, bethink you how low is our purse, with bailiff and reeve ever croaking of empty farms and wasting lands. Were it not for this constableship, which the Earl of Salisbury hath bestowed upon us, we could scarce uphold the state which is fitting to our degree. Therefore, my sweeting, there is the more need that I should turn to, where there is good pay to be earned, and brave ransoms to be won. Ah, my dear lord, quoth she with sad, weary eyes, I thought that at last I had you to mine own self, even though your youth had been spent afar from my side. Yet my voice, as I know well, should speed you on to glory and renown, not hold you back when fame is to be won. Yet what can I say? For all men know that your valour needs the curb and not the spur. It goes to my heart that you should ride forth now a mere knight bachelor, when there is no noble in the land who hath so good a claim to the square pennon, save only that you have not the money to uphold it. And whose fault that, my sweet bird? Said he. No fault, my fair lord, but a virtue, for how many rich ransoms have you won, and yet have scattered the crowns among page and archer and varlet, until in a week you had not as much as would buy food and forage. It is a most knightly largesse, and yet without money how can man rise? Dirt and dross, cried he, what matter rise or fall, so that duty be done and honour gained? Banneret or bachelor, square pennon or forked, I would not give a denier for the difference, and the less since Sir John Chandos, chosen flower of English chivalry, is himself but a humble knight. But meanwhile fret not thyself, my heart's dove, for it is like that there may be no war waged, and we must await the news. But here are 3 strangers, and one, as I take it, a soldier fresh from service. It is likely that he may give us word of what is stirring over the water. Lady Loring, glancing up, saw in the fading light 3 companions walking abreast down the road, all grey with dust, and stained with travel, yet chattering merrily between themselves. He in the midst was young and comely, with boyish open face and bright grey eyes, which glanced from right to left, as though he found the world around him both new and pleasing. To his right walked a huge red-headed man, with broad smile and merry twinkle, whose clothes seemed to be bursting and splitting at every seam, as though he were some lusty chick who was breaking bravely from his shell. On the other side, with his knotted hand upon the young man's shoulder, came a stout and burly archer, brown and fierce-eyed, with sword at belt and long yellow yew-stave peeping over his shoulder. Hard face, battered headpiece, dinted brigandine, with faded red lion of St. George ramping on a discoloured ground, all proclaimed as plainly as words that he was indeed from the land of war. He looked keenly at Sir Nigel as he approached, and then, plunging his hand under his breastplate, he stepped up to him with a rough, uncouth bow to the lady. "Your pardon, fair sir," said he, "but I know you the moment I clap eyes on you, though in sooth I have seen you oftener in steel than in velvet. I have drawn string besides you at La Roche-Derrien, Romorantin, Maupertuis, Nogent, Auray, and other places. Then, good archer, I am right glad to welcome you to Twynham Castle, and in the steward's room you will find provant for yourself and comrades. To me also your face is known, though mine eyes play such tricks with me that I can scarce be sure of my own squire. Rest a while, and you shall come to the hall anon, and tell us what is passing in France. For I have heard that it is likely that our pennons may flutter to the south of the great Spanish mountains ere another year be past. There was talk of it in Bordeaux, answered the archer, and I saw myself that the armourers and smiths were as busy as rats in a wheat rick. But I bring you this letter from the valiant Gascon knight, Sir Claude Latour, and to you, lady, he added after a pause, I bring from him this box of red sugar of Narbonne, with every courteous and knightly greeting which a gallant cavalier may make to a fair and noble dame. This little speech had cost the blunt bowman much pains and planning, but he might have spared his breath, for the lady was quite as much absorbed as her lord in the letter, which they held between them. A hand on either corner, spelling it out very slowly, with drawn brows and muttering lips. As they read it, Alain, who stood with Hordle John a few paces back from their comrade, saw the lady catch her breath, while the knight laughed softly to himself. You see, dear heart, said he, that they will not leave the old dog in his kennel when the game is afoot. And what of this white company, archer? Ah, sir, you speak of dogs, cried Aylward, but there are a pack of lusty hounds who are ready for any quarry, if they have but a good huntsman to halloo them on. Sir, we have been in the wars together, and I have seen many a brave following, but never such a set of woodland boys as this. They do but want you at their head, and who will bar the way to them? Pardieu, said Sir Nigel, if they are all like their messenger, they are indeed men of whom a leader may be proud. Your name, good archer? Sam Aylward, sir, of the 100 of Easebourne, and the Rape of Chichester. And this giant behind you, he is Big John, of Hordle, a forest man, who hath now taken service in the company. A proper figure of a man-at-arms, said the little knight. Why, man, you are no chicken, yet I warrant him the stronger man. See to that great stone from the coping which hath fallen upon the bridge. 4 of my lazy varlets strove this day to carry it hence. I would that you two could put them to shame by budging it, though I fear that I overtask you, for it is of a grievous weight. He pointed as he spoke to a huge rough-hewn block which lay by the roadside, deep sunken from its own weight in the reddish earth. The archer approached it, rolling back the sleeves of his jerkin, but with no very hopeful countenance, for indeed it was a mighty rock. John, however, put him aside with his left hand, and stooping over the stone, he plucked it single-handed from its soft bed and swung it far into the stream. There it fell with mighty splash, one jagged end peeking out above the surface, while the waters bubbled and foamed with far-circling eddy. Good lack, cried Sir Nigel, and good lack, cried his lady, while John stood laughing and wiping the caked dirt from his fingers. I have felt his arms round my ribs, said the bowman, and they crackle yet at the thought of it. This other comrade of mine is a right learned clerk, for all that he is so young, hight Alain, the son of Edric, brother to the Sockman of Minstead. Young man, quoth Sir Nigel sternly, if you are of the same way of thought as your brother, you may not pass under portcullis of mine. Nay, fair sir, cried Aylward hastily, I will be pledged for it that they have no thought in common, for this very day his brother hath set his dogs upon him, and driven him from his lands. And are you too of the White Company? Asked Sir Nigel. Hast had small experience of war, if I may judge by your looks and bearing. I would fain to France with my friends here, Alain answered, but I am a man of peace, a reader, exorcist, acolyte, and clerk. That need not hinder, quoth Sir Nigel. No, fair sir, cried the bowman joyously. Why, I myself have served 2 terms with Arnold de Servold, he whom they call the archpriest. By my hilt, I have seen him ere now, with monk's gown trussed to his knees, over his sandals in blood in the forefront of the battle. Yet, ere the last string had twanged, he would be down on his 4 bones among the stricken, and have them all houseled and shriven, as quick as shelling peas. Ma foi, There were those who wished that he would have less care for their souls and a little more for their bodies. "It is well to have a learned clerk in every troop," said Sir Nigel. "By St. Paul, there are men so caitiff that they think more of a scrivener's pen than of their lady's smile, and do their devoir in hopes that they may fill a line in a chronicle or make a tag to a jongler's romance. I remember well that, at the siege of Retters, there was a little sleek fat clerk of the name of Chaucer, who was so apt at rondel, servente or tonson, that no man dare give back a foot from the walls, lest he find it all set down in his rhymes and sung by every underling and varlet in the camp. But my soul's bird, you hear me prate as though all were decided, when I have not yet taken counsel either with you or with my lady mother. Let us to the chamber, while these strangers find such fare as pantry and cellar may furnish." "The night air strikes chill," said the lady, and turned down the road with her hand upon her lord's arm. The three comrades dropped behind and followed, Aylward much the lighter for having accomplished his mission, Aline full of wonderment at the humble bearing of so renowned a captain, and John loud with snorts and sneers, which spoke his disappointment and contempt. "What ails the man?" asked Aylward in surprise. "I have been cozened and bejaped," quoth he gruffly. "By whom, Sir Samson the Strong?" "By thee, Sir Balaam the false prophet." "By my hilt," cried the archer, "though I be not Balaam, yet I hold converse with the very creature that spake to him. What is amiss then, and how have I played you false?" "Why, marry, did you not say, and Aline here will be my witness, that if I would hie to the wars with you, you would place me under a leader who was second to none in all England for valor? Yet here you bring me to a shred of a man, peaky and ill-nourished, with eyes like a molting owl, who must needs, forsooth, take counsel with his mother, ere he buckle sword to girdle." "Is that where the shoe galls?" cried the bowman, and laughed aloud. "I will ask you what you think of him 3 months hence, if we be all alive, for sure I am that—" Aylward's words were interrupted by an extraordinary hubbub, which broke out that instant some little way down the street in the direction of the priory. There was deep-mouthed shouting of men, frightened shrieks of women, howling and barking of curs, and over all a sullen, thunderous rumble, indescribably menacing and terrible. Round the corner of the narrow street there came rushing a brace of whining dogs with tails tucked under their legs, and after them a white-faced burgher, with outstretched hands and wide-spread fingers, his hair all a-bristle, and his eyes glinting back from one shoulder to the other, as though some great terror were at his very heels. "Fly, my lady, fly!" he screeched, and whizzed past them like bolt from bow, while close behind came lumbering a huge black bear, with red tongue lolling from his mouth and a broken chain jangling behind him. To right and left the folk flew for arch and doorway. Hordle John caught up the lady Loring as though she had been a feather, and sprang with her into an open porch, while Aylward, with a whirl of French oaths, plucked at his quiver and tried to unsling his bow. Aline, all unnerved at so strange and unwonted a sight, shrunk up against the wall with his eyes fixed upon the frenzied creature, which came bounding along with ungainly speed, looking the larger in the uncertain light, its huge jaws agape, with blood and slaver trickling to the ground. Sir Nigel alone, unconscious to all appearance of the universal panic, walked with unfaltering step up the centre of the road, a silken handkerchief in one hand, and his gold comfit box in the other. It sent the blood cold through Aline's veins to see that, as they came together, the man and the beast, the creature reared up, with eyes ablaze with fear and hate, and whirled its great paws above the knight to smite him to the earth. He, however, blinking with puckered eyes, reached up his kerchief and flicked the beast twice across the snout with it. "Ah, saucy, saucy," quoth he with gentle chiding, on which the bear, uncertain and puzzled, dropped its 4 legs to earth again and, waddling back, was soon swathed in ropes by the bear ward and a crowd of peasants who had been in close pursuit. A scared man was the keeper, for, having chained the brute to a stake while he drank a stoup of ale at the inn, it had been baited by stray curs, until, in wrath and madness, it had plucked loose the chain, and smitten or bitten all who came in its path. Most scared of all was he to find that the creature had come nigh to harm the lord and lady of the castle, who had power to place him in the stretch neck or to have the skin scourged from his shoulders. Yet, when he came with bowed head and humble entreaty for forgiveness, he was met with a handful of small silver from Sir Nigel, whose dame, however, was less charitably disposed, being much ruffled in her dignity by the manner in which she had been hustled from her lord's side. As they passed through the castle gate, John plucked at Aylward's sleeve, and the two fell behind. "I must crave your pardon, comrade," said he bluntly. "I was a fool not to know that a little rooster may be the gamest. I believe that this man is indeed a leader whom we may follow." Chapter 11th. How a young shepherd had a perilous flock. Black was the mouth of Twynham Castle, though a pair of torches burning at the further end of the gateway cast a red glare over the outer bailey, and sent a dim, ruddy flicker through the rough-hewn arch, rising and falling with fitful brightness. Over the door the travellers could discern the escutcheon of the Montacutes, a roebuck gules on a field argent, flanked on either side by smaller shields which bore the red roses of the veteran constable. As they passed over the drawbridge, Aline marked the gleam of arms in the embrasures to right and left, and they had scarce set foot upon the causeway ere a hoarse blare burst from a bugle, and, with screech of hinge and clank of chain, the ponderous bridge swung up into the air, drawn by unseen hands. At the same instant the huge portcullis came rattling down from above, and shut off the last fading light of day. Sir Nigel and his lady walked on in deep talk, while a fat under-steward took charge of the three comrades and led them to the buttery, where beef, bread, and beer were kept, ever in readiness for the wayfarer. After a hearty meal and a dip in the trough to wash the dust from them, they strolled forth into the bailey, where the bowman peered about through the darkness at wall and at keep, with the carping eyes of one who has seen something of sieges and is not likely to be satisfied. To Aline and to John, however, it appeared to be as great and as stout a fortress as could be built by the hands of man. Erected by Sir Balwin de Redvers in the old fighting days of the 12th century, when men thought much of war and little of comfort, Castle Twynham had been designed as a stronghold pure and simple. Unlike those later and more magnificent structures where warlike strength had been combined with the magnificence of a palace. From the time of the Edwards, such buildings as Conway or Carnarvon castles, to say nothing of Royal Windsor, had shown that it was possible to secure luxury in peace as well as security in times of trouble. Sir Nigel's trust, however, still frowned above the smooth-flowing waters of the Avon, very much as the stern race of early Anglo-Normans had designed it. There were the broad outer and inner baileys, not paved, but sown with grass to nourish the sheep and cattle which might be driven in on sign of danger. All round were high and turreted walls, with at the corner a bare, square-faced keep, gaunt and windowless, rearing up from a lofty mound, which made it almost inaccessible to an assailant. Against the bailey walls were rows of frail wooden houses and leaning sheds, which gave shelter to the archers and men-at-arms who formed the garrison. The doors of these humble dwellings were mostly open, and against the yellow glare from within, Aline could see the bearded fellows cleaning their harness, while their wives would come out for a gossip, with their needlework in their hands and their long black shadows streaming across the yard. The air was full of the clack of their voices and the merry prattling of children, in strange contrast to the flash of arms and constant warlike challenge from the walls above. "Methinks a company of school lads could hold this place against an army," quoth John. "And so say I," said Aline. "Nay, there you are wide of the clout," the bowman said gravely. "By my hilt, I have seen a stronger fortalice carried in a summer evening. I remember such a one in Picardy, with a name as long as a Gascon's pedigree. It was when I served under Sir Robert Knowles before the days of the company, and we came by good plunder at the sacking of it. I had myself a great silver bowl with 2 goblets and a plastron of Spanish steel. Pasque here. There are some fine women over yonder. Mort de ma vie, see to that one in the doorway. I will go speak to her. But whom have we here? "Is there an archer here hight Sam Aylward?" asked a gaunt man-at-arms, clanking up to them across the courtyard. "My name, friend," quoth the bowman. "Then sure I have no need to tell thee mine," said the other. "By the rood, if it is not Black Simon of Norwich," cried Aylward. "A mon coeur, camarade, a mon coeur. Ah, but I am blithe to see thee." The two fell upon each other, and hugged like bears. "And where from, old blood and bones?" asked the bowman. "I am in service here. Tell me, comrade, is it sooth that we shall have another fling at these Frenchmen? It is so rumoured in the guard-room, and that Sir Nigel will take the field once more." "It is like enough, mon gar. As things go, now may the Lord be praised," cried the other. "This very night will I set apart a golden ouche to be offered on the shrine of my name's saint. I have pined for this, Aylward, as a young maid pines for her lover. Art so set on plunder, then? Is the purse so light that there is not enough for a rouse? I have a bag at my belt, camarade, and you have but to put your fist into it for what you want. It was ever share and share between us. Nay, friend, it is not the Frenchman's gold, but the Frenchman's blood that I would have. I should not rest quiet in the grave cause if I had not another turn at them. For with us in France it has ever been fair and honest war, a shut fist for the man, but a bended knee for the woman. But how was it at Winchelsea when their galleys came down upon it some few years back? I had an old mother there, lad, who had come down thither from the Midlands to be the nearer her son. They found her afterwards by her own hearthstone, thrust through by a Frenchman's bill. My second sister, my brother's wife, and her 2 children, they were but ash-heaps in the smoking ruins of their house. I will not say that we have not wrought great scath upon France, but women and children have been safe from us. And so, old friend, my heart is hot within me, and I long to hear the old battle cry again. And, by God's truth, if Sir Nigel unfurls his pennon, here is one who will be right glad to feel the saddle flaps under his knees." "We have seen good work together, old war-dog," quoth Aylward, "and by my hilt, we may hope to see more ere we die. But we are more like to hawk at the Spanish woodcock than at the French heron, though certes it is rumoured that Du Guesclin with all the best lances of France have taken service under the lions and towers of Castile. But, comrade, it is in my mind that there is some small matter of dispute still open between us." "'Fore God, it is sooth," cried the other. "I had forgot it. The Provost Marshal and his men tore us apart when last we met. On which, friend, we vowed that we should settle the point when next we came together. Hast thy sword, I see, and the moon throws glimmer enough for such old night-birds as we. On guard, mon gar. I have not heard clink of steel this month or more." "Out from the shadow, then," said the other, drawing his sword. "A vow is a vow, and not lightly to be broken." "A vow to the saints," cried Alain, "is indeed not to be set aside. But this is a devil's vow, and simple clerk as I am yet the mouthpiece of the true church when I say that it were mortal sin to fight on such a quarrel. What? Shall 2 grown men carry malice for years and fly like snarling curs at each other's throats? No malice, my young clerk, no malice," quoth Black Simon. "I have not a bitter drop in my heart for mine old comrade, but the quarrel, as he hath told you, is still open and unsettled. Fall on, Aylward." "Not whilst I can stand between you," cried Alain, springing before the bowman. "It is shame and sin to see 2 Christian Englishmen turn swords against each other like the frenzied, bloodthirsty Paynim. And what is more," said Hordle John, suddenly appearing out of the buttery with the huge board upon which the pastry was rolled, "if either raise sword, I shall flatten him like a Shrovetide pancake. By the black rood, I shall drive him into the earth, like a nail into a door, rather than see you do scath to each other." "'Fore God, this is a strange way of preaching peace," cried Black Simon. "You may find the scath yourself, my lusty friend, if you raise your great cudgel to me. I had as lief have the castle drawbridge drop upon my pate." "Tell me, Aylward," said Alain earnestly, with his hands outstretched to keep the pair asunder, "what is the cause of quarrel, that we may see whether honourable settlement may not be arrived at?" The bowman looked down at his feet and then up at the moon. "Parbleu," he cried, "the cause of quarrel? Why, mon petit, it was years ago in Limousin, and how can I bear in mind what was the cause of it? Simon there hath it at the end of his tongue. Not I, in troth, replied the other. I have had other things to think of. There was some sort of bickering over dice or wine, or was it a woman cause? Pasques Dieu. But you have nicked it, cried Aylward. It was indeed about a woman, and the quarrel must go forward, for I am still of the same mind as before. What of the woman, then? Asked Simon. May the murrain strike me if I can call to mind aught about her. It was La Blanche Rose, made at the sign of the Trois Corbeaux at Limoges. Bless her pretty heart. Why, mon gars, I loved her. So did a many, quoth Simon. I call her to mind now. On the very day that we fought over the little hussy, she went off with Evan A.P. Price, a long-legged Welsh dagsman. They have a hostel of their own now, somewhere on the banks of the Garonne, where the landlord drinks so much of the liquor that there is little left for the customers. So ends our quarrel, then, said Aylward, sheathing his sword. A Welsh dagsman, I faith. J'étais mauvais goût camarade, and the more so when she had a jolly archer and a lusty man-at-arms to choose from. True, old lad. And it is as well that we can compose our differences honourably, for Sir Nigel had been out at the first clash of steel, and he hath sworn that if there be quarrelling in the garrison, he would smite the right hand from the broilers. You know him of old, and that he is like to be as good as his word. Mort Dieu, yes. But there are ale, mead, and wine in the buttery, and the steward a merry rogue, who will not haggle over a quart or two. Bouvons, mon gars, for it is not every day that two old friends come together. The old soldiers and Hordle-John strode off together in all good fellowship. Aline had turned to follow them, when he felt a touch upon his shoulder, and found a young page by his side. The Lord Loring commands, said the boy, that you will follow me to the great chamber, and await him there. But my comrades? His commands were for you alone. Aline followed the messenger to the east end of the courtyard, where a broad flight of steps led up to the doorway of the main hall, the outer wall of which is washed by the waters of the Avon. As designed at first, no dwelling had been allotted to the lord of the castle and his family, but the dark and dismal basement story of the keep. A more civilized or more effeminate generation, however, had refused to be pent up in such a cellar, and the hall with its neighbouring chambers had been added for their accommodation. Up the broad steps Aline went, still following his boyish guide, until at the folding oak doors the latter paused and ushered him into the main hall of the castle. On entering the room the clerk looked round, but seeing no one, he continued to stand, his cap in his hand, examining with the greatest interest a chamber which was so different to any to which he was accustomed. The days had gone by when a nobleman's hall was but a barn-like, rush-strewn enclosure, the common lounge and eating room of every inmate of the castle. The Crusaders had brought back with them experiences of domestic luxuries, of Damascus carpets and rugs of Aleppo, which made them impatient of the hideous bareness and want of privacy which they found in their ancestral strongholds. Still stronger, however, had been the influence of the great French war, for, however well matched the nations might be in martial exercises, there could be no question but that our neighbours were infinitely superior to us in the arts of peace. A stream of returning knights, of wounded soldiers, and of unransomed French noblemen had been for a quarter of a century continually pouring into England, every one of whom exerted an influence in the direction of greater domestic refinement, while shiploads of French furniture from Calais, Rouen, and other plundered towns had supplied our own artisans with models on which to shape their work. Hence, in most English castles, and in Castle Twynham among the rest, chambers were to be found which would seem to be not wanting either in beauty or in comfort. In the great stone fireplace a log fire was spurting and crackling, throwing out a ruddy glare which, with the 4 bracket lamps which stood at each corner of the room, gave a bright and lightsome air to the whole apartment. Above was a wreathwork of blazonry, extending up to the carved and corniced oaken roof, while on either side stood the high canopied chairs placed for the master of the house and for his most honoured guest. The walls were hung all round with most elaborate and brightly coloured tapestry, representing the achievements of Sir Bevis of Hampton. And behind this convenient screen were stored the tables dormant and benches which would be needed for banquet or high festivity. The floor was of polished tiles, with a square of red and black diapered Flemish carpet in the centre, and many settees, cushions, folding chairs and carved bankels littered all over it. At the further end was a long black buffet or dresser, thickly covered with gold cups, silver salvers and other such valuables. All this Alain examined with curious eyes, but most interesting of all to him was a small ebony table at his very side, on which, by the side of a chessboard and the scattered chessmen, there lay an open manuscript written in a right clerkly hand, and set forth with brave flourishes and devices along the margins. In vain, Alain bethought him of where he was, and of those laws of good breeding and decorum which should restrain him. Those coloured capitals and black even lines drew his hand down to them, as the lodestone draws the needle, until, almost before he knew it, he was standing with the romance of Garin de Montglain before his eyes. So absorbed in its contents as to be completely oblivious, both of where he was and why he had come there. He was brought back to himself, however, by a sudden little ripple of quick feminine laughter. Aghast, he dropped the manuscript among the chessmen and stared in bewilderment round the room. It was as empty and as still as ever. Again he stretched his hand out to the romance, and again came that roguish burst of merriment. He looked up at the ceiling, back at the closed door, and round at the stiff folds of motionless tapestry. Of a sudden, however, he caught a quick shimmer from the corner of a high-backed bancal in front of him, and, shifting a pace or two to the side, saw a white slender hand, which held a mirror of polished silver in such a way that the concealed observer could see without being seen. He stood irresolute, uncertain whether to advance or to take no notice, but even as he hesitated, the mirror was whipped in, and a tall and stately young lady swept out from behind the oaken screen, with a dancing light of mischief in her eyes. Alain started with astonishment as he recognized the very maiden who had suffered from his brother's violence in the forest. She no longer wore her gay riding dress, however, but was attired in a long sweeping robe of black velvet of Bruges, with delicate tracery of white lace at neck and at wrist, scarce to be seen against her ivory skin. Beautiful as she had seemed to him before, the lithe charm of her figure and the proud, free grace of her bearing were enhanced now by the rich simplicity of her attire. "Ah, you start," said she, with the same sidelong look of mischief, "and I cannot marvel at it. Didst not look to see the distressed damosel again? Oh, that I were a minstrel, that I might put it into rhyme with the whole romance, the luckless maid, the wicked sockman, and the virtuous clerk. So might our fame have gone down together for all time, and you be numbered with Sir Percival or Sir Galahad, or all the other rescuers of oppressed ladies." "What I did," said Alain, "was too small a thing for thanks, and yet, if I may say it without offence, it was too grave and near a matter for mirth and raillery. I had counted on my brother's love, but God has willed that it should be otherwise. It is a joy to me to see you again, lady, and to know that you have reached home in safety, if this be indeed your home. Yes, in sooth, Castle Twynham is my home, and Sir Nigel Loring my father. I should have told you so this morning, but you said that you were coming thither, so I bethought me that I might hold it back as a surprise to you." "Oh dear, but it was brave to see you," she cried, bursting out a-laughing once more, and standing with her hand pressed to her side, and her half-closed eyes twinkling with amusement. "You drew back and came forward with your eyes upon my book there, like the mouse who sniffs the cheese and yet dreads the trap." "I take shame," said Alain, "that I should have touched it. Nay, it warmed my very heart to see it. So glad was I, that I laughed for very pleasure. My fine preacher can himself be tempted then, thought I. He is not made of another clay to the rest of us. God help me, I am the weakest of the weak," groaned Alain. "I pray that I may have more strength." "And to what end?" she asked sharply. "If you are, as I understand, to shut yourself forever in your cell within the four walls of an abbey, then of what use would it be were your prayer to be answered?" the use of my own salvation." She turned from him with a pretty shrug and wave. "Is that all?" she said. "Then you are no better than Father Christopher and the rest of them. Your own, ever your own. My father is the king's man, and when he rides into the press of fight, he is not thinking ever of the saving of his own poor body. He recks little enough if he leave it on the field. Why then should you, who are soldiers of the Spirit, be ever moping or hiding in cell or in cave, with minds full of your own concerns, while the world, which you should be mending, is going on its way, and neither sees nor hears you? Were you all as thoughtless of your own souls as the soldier is of his body, you would be of more avail to the souls of others." "There is sooth in what you say, lady," Alain answered, "and yet I scarce can see what you would have the clergy and the church to do. I would have them live as others, and do men's work in the world, preaching by their lives rather than their words. I would have them come forth from their lonely places, mix with the borough folks, feel the pains and the pleasures, the cares and the rewards, the temptings and the stirrings of the common people. Let them toil and swinken and labour and plough the land and take wives to themselves." "Alas, alas," cried Alain aghast, "you have surely sucked this poison from the man Wycliffe, of whom I have heard such evil things." "Nay, I know him not. I have learned it by looking from my own chamber window and marking these poor monks of the priory, their weary life, their profitless round. I have asked myself if the best which can be done with virtue is to shut it within high walls, as though it were some savage creature. If the good will lock themselves up, and if the wicked will still wander free, then alas for the world." Aline looked at her in astonishment, for her cheek was flushed, her eyes gleaming, and her whole pose full of eloquence and conviction. Yet in an instant she had changed again to her old expression of merriment leavened with mischief. "Wilt do what I ask?" said she. "What is it, lady?" "Oh, most ungallant clerk! A true knight would never have asked, but would have vowed upon the instant. 'Tis but to bear me out in what I say to my father." "In what?" "In saying if he ask that it was south of the Christchurch road that I met you. I shall be shut up with the tire women else, and have a week of spindle and bodkin, when I would fain be galloping troubadour up Wilverley Walk, or loosing little Roland at the Vinny Ridge Herons. I shall not answer him if he ask." "Not answer? But he will have an answer. Nay, but you must not fail me, or it will go ill with me." "But, lady," cried poor Alain in great distress, "how can I say that it was to the south of the road when I know well that it was 4 miles to the north? You will not say it. Surely you will not too when you know that it is not so." "Oh, I weary of your preaching," she cried, and swept away with a toss of her beautiful head, leaving Alain as cast down and ashamed as though he had himself proposed some infamous thing. She was back again in an instant, however, in another of her varying moods. "Look at that, my friend," said she. "If you had been shut up in abbey or in cell this day, you could not have taught a wayward maiden to abide by the truth. Is it not so? What avail is the shepherd if he leaves his sheep?" "A sorry shepherd," said Alain humbly, "but here is your noble father. And you shall see how worthy a pupil I am. Father, I am much beholden to this young clerk, who was of service to me and helped me this very morning in Minstead Woods, 4 miles to the north of the Christchurch road, where I had no call to be, you having ordered it otherwise." All this she reeled off in a loud voice, and then glanced with sidelong, questioning eyes at Aline for his approval. Sir Nigel, who had entered the room with a silvery-haired old lady upon his arm, stared aghast at this sudden outburst of candour. Maud," said he, shaking his head, "it is more hard for me to gain obedience from you than from the 10 drunken archers who followed me to Guienne. Yet hush, little one, for your fair lady mother will be here anon, and there is no need that she should know it. We will keep you from the provost-marshal this journey. Away to your chamber, sweeting, and keep a blithe face, for she who confesses is shriven. And now, fair mother," he continued, when his daughter had gone, "sit you here by the fire, for your blood runs colder than it did, Alain Edricson, I would have a word with you, for I would fain that you should take service under me. And here in good time comes my lady, without whose counsel it is not my wont to decide aught of import, but indeed it was her own thought that you should come. For I have formed a good opinion of you, and can see that you are one who may be trusted, said the Lady Loring. And in good sooth my dear lord hath need of such a one by his side, for he recks so little of himself that there should be one there to look to his needs and meet his wants. You have seen the cloisters. It were well that you should see the world too, ere you make choice for life between them. It was for that very reason that my father willed that I should come forth into the world at my 20th year, said Alain. Then your father was a man of good counsel, said she, and you cannot carry out his will better than by going on this path, where all that is noble and gallant in England will be your companions. You can ride? Asked Sir Nigel, looking at the youth with puckered eyes. Yes, I have ridden much at the Abbey. Yet there is a difference betwixt a friar's hack and a warrior's destrier. You can sing and play? On citole, flute and rebec. Good. You can read blazonry? Indifferent well. Then read this, quoth Sir Nigel, pointing upwards to one of the many quarterings which adorned the wall over the fireplace. Argent, Alain answered. A fess azure charged with 3 lozenges dividing 3 mullets sable. Over all, on an escutcheon of the first, a jambe gules. A jambe gules erased, said Sir Nigel, shaking his head solemnly. Yet it is not amiss for a monk-bred man. I trust that you are lowly and serviceable. I have served all my life, my lord. Canst carve too? I have carved 2 days a week for the brethren. A model truly, wilt make a squire of squires. But tell me, I pray, canst curl hair? No, my lord, but I could learn. It is of import, said he, for I love to keep my hair well ordered, seeing that the weight of my helmet for 30 years hath in some degree frayed it upon the top. He pulled off his velvet cap of maintenance as he spoke, and displayed a pate which was as bald as an egg, and shone bravely in the firelight. You see, said he, whisking round, and showing one little strip where a line of scattered hairs, like the last survivors in some fatal field, still barely held their own against the fate which had fallen upon their comrades. These locks need some little oiling and curling, for I doubt not that if you look slantwise at my head, when the light is good, you will yourself perceive that there are places where the hair is sparse. It is for you also to bear the purse, said the lady, for my sweet lord is of so free and gracious a temper that he would give it gaily to the first who asked alms of him. All these things, with some knowledge of venery, and of the management of horse, hawk, and hound, with the grace and hardihood and courtesy which are proper to your age, will make you a fit squire for Sir Nigel Loring. Alas, lady, Alain answered, I know well the great honour that you have done me in deeming me worthy to wait upon so renowned a knight. Yet I am so conscious of my own weakness that I scarce dare incur duties which I might be so ill-fitted to fulfil. Modesty and a humble mind, said she, are the very first and rarest gifts in page or squire. Your words prove that you have these, and all the rest is but the work of use and time. But there is no call for haste. Rest upon it for the night, and let your orisons ask for guidance in the matter. We knew your father well, and would fain help his son, though we have small cause to love your brother the sockman, who is forever stirring up strife in the county. We can scare hope, said Nigel, to have all ready for our start before the feast of St. Luke, for there is much to be done in the time. You will have leisure, therefore, if it please you to take service under me, in which to learn your devoir. Bertrand, my daughter's page, is hot to go, but in sooth, he is over young for such rough work as may be before us. And I have one favour to crave from you, added the lady of the castle as Alain turned to leave their presence. You have, as I understand, much learning which you have acquired at Beaulieu. Little enough, lady, compared with those who were my teachers. Yet enough for my purpose, I doubt not, for I would have you give an hour or 2 a day whilst you are with us in discoursing with my daughter, the Lady Maud, for she is somewhat backward, I fear, and hath no love for letters, save for these poor fond romances, which do but fill her empty head with dreams of enchanted maidens and of errant cavaliers. Father Christopher comes over after nons from the priory, but he is stricken with years and slow of speech, so that she gets small profit from his teaching. I would have you do what you can with her, and with Agatha, my young tirewoman, and with Dorothy Pierpont. And so Aline found himself not only chosen as squire to a knight, but also as squire to 3 damosels, which was even further from the part which he had thought to play in the world. Yet he could but agree to do what he might, and so went forth from the castle hall with his face flushed and his head in a whirl at the thought of the strange and perilous paths which his feet were destined to tread. Chapter 12. How Aline learned more than he could teach. And now there came a time of stir and bustle, of furbishing of arms and clang of hammer from all the Southland counties. Fast spread the tidings from thorpe to thorpe and from castle to castle that the old game was afoot once more, and the lions and lilies to be in the field with the early spring. Great news this for that fierce old country, whose trade for a generation had been war, her exports archers and her imports prisoners. For 6 years her sons had chafed under an unwanted peace. Now they flew to their arms as to their birthright. The old soldiers of Crecy, of Nogent, and of Poictiers were glad to think that they might hear the war trumpet once more, and gladder still were the hot youth who had chafed for years under the martial tales of their sires. To pierce the great mountains of the south, to fight the tamers of the fiery moors, to follow the greatest captain of the age, to find sunny cornfields and vineyards. When the marches of Picardy and Normandy were as rare and bleak as the Jedburgh forests, here was a golden prospect for a race of warriors. From sea to sea there was stringing of bows in the cottage and clang of steel in the castle. Nor did it take long for every stronghold to pour forth its cavalry, and every hamlet its footmen. Through the late autumn and the early winter, every road and country lane resounded with nakir and trumpet, with the neigh of the war horse and the clatter of marching men. From the Wrekin in the Welsh marches to the Cotswolds in the west, or Butser in the south, there was no hilltop from which the peasant might not have seen the bright shimmer of arms, the toss and flutter of plume and of pencil. From bypath, from woodland clearing, or from winding moor-side track, these little rivulets of steel united in the larger roads to form a broader stream, growing ever fuller and larger as it approached the nearest or most commodious seaport. And there all day, and day after day, there was bustle and crowding and labour, while the great ships loaded up, and one after the other spread their white pinions and darted off to the open sea, amid the clash of cymbals and rolling of drums and lusty shouts of those who went and of those who waited. From Orwell to the Dart there was no port which did not send forth its little fleet, gay with streamer and bunting, as for a joyous festival. Thus, in the season of the waning days, the might of England put forth onto the waters. In the ancient and populous county of Hampshire, there was no lack of leaders or of soldiers for a service which promised either honour or profit. In the north, the Saracen's Head of the Brokers and the Scarlet Fish of the de Roches were waving over a strong body of archers from Holt, Woolmer, and Harewood forests. De Bohunte was up in the east, and Sir John de Montague in the west. Sir Luke de Poninge, Sir Thomas West, Sir Maurice de Bruin, Sir Arthur Lipscomb, Sir Walter Ramsay, and stout Sir Oliver Butterstorn were all marching south with levies from Andover, Arlesford, Odiham, and Winchester, while from Sussex came Sir John Clinton, Sir Thomas Cheney, and Sir John Fallesley, with a troop of picked men-at-arms making for their port at Southampton. Greatest of all the musters, however, was that of Twynham Castle, for the name and the fame of Sir Nigel Loring drew towards him the keenest and boldest spirits, all eager to serve under so valiant a leader. Archers from the New Forest and the Forest of Bear, billmen from the pleasant country which is watered by the Stour, the Avon, and the Itchen, young cavaliers from the ancient Hampshire houses. All were pushing for Christchurch to take service under the banner of the 5 Scarlet Roses. And now, could Sir Nigel have shown the bachelors of land which the laws of rank required, he might well have cut his forked pennon into a square banner. and taken such a following into the field as would have supported the dignity of a banneret. But poverty was heavy upon him. His land was scant, his coffers empty, and the very castle which covered him the holding of another. Sore was his heart when he saw rare bowmen and war-hardened spearmen turned away from his gates, for the lack of the money which might equip and pay them. Yet the letter which Aylward had brought him gave him powers which he was not slow to use. In it Sir Claude Latour, the Gascon lieutenant of the White Company, assured him that there remained in his keeping enough to fit out 100 archers and 20 men-at-arms, which, joined to the 300 veteran companions already in France, would make a force which any leader might be proud to command. Carefully and sagaciously the veteran knight chose out his men from the swarm of volunteers. Many an anxious consultation he held with Black Simon, Sam Aylward, and other of his more experienced followers, as to who should come and who should stay. By All Saints' Day, however, ere the last leaves had fluttered to earth in the Wilverley and Holmesley glades, he had filled up his full numbers, and mustered under his banner as stout a following of Hampshire foresters as ever twanged their war bows. 20 men-at-arms, too, well mounted and equipped, formed the cavalry of the party, while young Peter Turlac of Fareham and Walter Ford of Botley, the martial sons of martial sires, came at their own cost to wait upon Sir Nigel and to share with Alain Edricson the duties of his squireship. Yet, even after the enrolment, there was much to be done ere the party could proceed upon its way. For armour, swords and lances, there was no need to take much forethought, for they were to be had both better and cheaper in Bordeaux than in England. With the long bow, however, it was different. Yew staves indeed might be got in Spain, but it was well to take enough and to spare with them. Then 3 spare cords should be carried for each bow, with a great store of arrowheads, besides the brigandines of chainmail, the wadded steel caps, and the brassarts or arm guards, which were the proper equipment of the archer. Above all, the women for miles round were hard at work, cutting the white surcoats which were the badge of the company, and adorning them with the red lion of St. George upon the centre of the breast. When all was completed, and the muster called in the castle yard, the oldest soldier of the French wars was fain to confess that he had never looked upon a better equipped or more warlike body of men. From the old knight with his silk jupon, sitting his great black war horse in the front of them, to Hordle John, the giant recruit, who leaned carelessly upon a huge black bow-stave in the rear. Of the 60, fully half had seen service before, while a fair sprinkling were men who had followed the wars all their lives, and had a hand in those battles which had made the whole world ring with the fame and the wonder of the island infantry. 6 long weeks were taken in these preparations, and it was close on Martinmas, ere all was ready for a start. Nigh 2 months had Alain Edricson been in Castle Twynham, months which were fated to turn the whole current of his life, to divert it from that dark and lonely bourne towards which it tended, and to guide it into freer and more sunlit channels. Already he had learned to bless his father for that wise provision which had made him seek to know the world ere he had ventured to renounce it. For it was a different place from that which he had pictured, very different from that which he had heard described, when the master of the novices held forth to his charges upon the ravening wolves who lurked for them beyond the peaceful folds of Beaulieu. There was cruelty in it, doubtless, and lust and sin and sorrow, but were there not virtues to atone, robust, positive virtues which did not shrink from temptation, which held their own in all the rough blasts of the work-a-day world? How colourless by contrast appeared the sinlessness which came from inability to sin, the conquest which was attained by flying from the enemy. Monk-bred as he was, Alain had native shrewdness, and a mind which was young enough to form new conclusions and to outgrow old ones. He could not fail to see that the men with whom he was thrown in contact, rough-tongued, fierce and quarrelsome as they were yet of deeper nature and of more service in the world than the ox-eyed brethren who rose and ate and slept from year's end to year's end in their own narrow, stagnant circle of existence. Abbot Burghersh was a good man, but how was he better than this kindly knight? who lived as simple a life, held as lofty and inflexible an ideal of duty, and did with all his fearless heart whatever came to his hand to do. In turning from the service of the one to that of the other, Alain could not feel that he was lowering his aims in life. True that his gentle and thoughtful nature recoiled from the grim work of war, yet in those days of martial orders and militant brotherhoods, there was no gulf fixed betwixt the priest and the soldier. The man of God and the man of the sword might without scandal be united in the same individual. Why then should he, a mere clerk, have scruples when so fair a chance lay in his way of carrying out the spirit, as well as the letter of his father's provision? Much struggle it cost him, anxious spirit questionings and midnight prayings, with many a doubt and a misgiving. But the issue was that ere he had been 3 days in Castle Twynham, he had taken service under Sir Nigel, and had accepted horse and harness, the same to be paid for out of his share of the profits of the expedition. Henceforth, for 7 hours a day, he strove in the tilt-yard to qualify himself to be a worthy squire to so worthy a knight. Young, supple and active, with all the pent energies from years of pure and healthy living, it was not long before he could manage his horse and his weapon well enough to earn an approving nod from critical men-at-arms, or to hold his own against Turlake and Ford, his fellow servitors. But were there no other considerations which swayed him from the cloisters towards the world? So complex is the human spirit that it can itself scarce discern the deep springs which impel it to action. Yet to Alain had been opened now a side of life of which he had been as innocent as a child, but one which was of such deep import that it could not fail to influence him in choosing his path. A woman, in monkish precepts, had been the embodiment and concentration of what was dangerous and evil, a focus whence spread all that was to be dreaded and avoided. So defiling was their presence that a true Cistercian might not raise his eyes to their face or touch their fingertips under ban of church and fear of deadly sin. Yet here, day after day, for an hour after nuns, and for an hour before vespers, he found himself in close communion with 3 maidens, all young, all fair, and all therefore doubly dangerous from the monkish standpoint. Yet he found that in their presence he was conscious of a quick sympathy, a pleasant ease, a ready response to all that was most gentle and best in himself, which filled his soul with a vague and new-found joy. And yet the Lady Maud Loring was no easy pupil to handle. An older and more world-wise man might have been puzzled by her varying moods, her sudden prejudices, her quick resentment at all constraint and authority. Did a subject interest her, was there space in it for either romance or imagination, she would fly through it with her subtle, active mind, leaving her 2 fellow students and even her teacher toiling behind her. On the other hand, were there dull patience needed with steady toil and strain of memory, no single fact could by any driving be fixed in her mind. Alain might talk to her of the stories of old gods and heroes, of gallant deeds and lofty aims, or he might hold forth upon moon and stars, and let his fancy wander over the hidden secrets of the universe. And he would have a rapt listener with flushed cheeks and eloquent eyes, who could repeat after him the very words which had fallen from his lips. But when it came to Almagest and astrolabe, the counting of figures and reckoning of epicycles, away would go her thoughts to horse and hound. And a vacant eye and listless face would warn the teacher that he had lost his hold upon his scholar. Then he had but to bring out the old romance book from the priory, with befingered cover of sheepskin and gold letters upon a purple ground, to entice her wayward mind back to the paths of learning. At times, too, when the wild fit was upon her, she would break into pertness and rebel openly against Alain's gentle firmness. Yet he would jog quietly on with his teachings, taking no heed to her mutiny, until suddenly she would be conquered by his patience, and break into self-revilings 100 times stronger than her fault demanded. It chanced, however, that, on one of these mornings when the evil mood was upon her, Agatha the young tire-woman, thinking to please her mistress, began also to toss her head and make tart rejoinder to the teacher's questions. In an instant the Lady Maud had turned upon her 2 blazing eyes and a face which was blanched with anger. "You would dare," said she. "You would dare." The frightened tirewoman tried to excuse herself. "But my fair lady," she stammered, "what have I done? I have said no more than I heard." "You would dare," repeated the lady in a choking voice. "You, a graceless baggage, a foolish lack-brain, with no thought above the hemming of shifts, and he so kindly and handy and long-suffering. You would, you may well flee the room." She had spoken with a rising voice, and a clasping and opening of her long white fingers, so that it was no marvel that ere the speech was over the skirts of Agatha were whisking round the door, and the click of her sobs to be heard dying swiftly away down the corridor. Alain stared open-eyed at this tigress who had sprung so suddenly to his rescue. "There is no need for such anger," he said mildly. "The maid's words have done me no scath. It is you yourself who have erred." "I know it," she cried. "I am a most wicked woman, but it is bad enough that one should misuse you." "Ma foi, I will see that there is not a second one. Nay, no one has misused me," he answered. "But the fault lies in your hot and bitter words. You have called her a baggage and a lack-brain, and I know not what. And you are he who taught me to speak the truth," she cried. "Now I have spoken it, and yet I cannot please you. Lack-brain she is, and lack-brain I shall call her." Such was a sample of the sudden janglings which marred the peace of that little class. As the weeks passed, however, they became fewer and less violent, as Alain's firm and constant nature gained sway and influence over the Lady Maud. And yet, sooth to say, there were times when he had to ask himself whether it was not the Lady Maud who was gaining sway and influence over him. If she were changing, so was he. In drawing her up from the world, he was day by day being himself dragged down towards it. In vain he strove and reasoned with himself as to the madness of letting his mind rest upon Sir Nigel's daughter. What was he? A younger son, a penniless clerk, a squire unable to pay for his own harness, that he should dare to raise his eyes to the fairest maid in Hampshire? So spake reason, but, in spite of all, her voice was ever in his ears, and her image in his heart. Stronger than reason, stronger than cloister teachings, stronger than all that might hold him back, was that old tyrant who will brook no rival in the kingdom of youth. And yet, it was a surprise and a shock to himself to find how deeply she had entered into his life, how completely those vague ambitions and yearnings which had filled his spiritual nature centered themselves now upon this thing of earth. He had scarce dared to face the change which had come upon him, when a few sudden chance words showed it all up hard and clear, like a lightning flash in the darkness. He had ridden over to Poole one November day, with his fellow squire, Peter Turlake, in quest of certain yew staves from Wat Swathling, the Dorsetshire armourer. The day for their departure had almost come, and the two youths spurred it over the lonely downs at the top of their speed on their homeward course, for evening had fallen, and there was much to be done. Peter was a hard, wiry, brown-faced, country-bred lad who looked on the coming war as the schoolboy looks on his holidays. This day, however, he had been sombre and mute, with scarce a word a mile to bestow upon his comrade. "Tell me, Alain Edricson," he broke out suddenly, as they clattered along the winding track which leads over the Bournemouth hills, "has it not seemed to you that of late the Lady Maud is paler and more silent than is her wont?" "It may be so," the other answered shortly, "and would rather sit distrait by her oriel than ride gaily to the chase as of old. Methinks, Alain, it is this learning which you have taught her that has taken all the life and sap from her. It is more than she can master, like a heavy spear to a light rider." "Her lady mother has so ordered it," said Alain. "By our lady, and without an disrespect," quoth Turlake, "it is in my mind that her lady mother is more fitted to lead a company to a storming than to have the upbringing of this tender and milk-white maid. Hark ye, lad Alain, to what I never told man or woman yet. I love the fair Lady Maud, and would give the last drop of my heart's blood to serve her." He spoke with a gasping voice, and his face flushed crimson in the moonlight. Alain said nothing, but his heart seemed to turn to a lump of ice in his bosom. My father has broad acres, the other continued. From Fareham Creek to the slope of the Portsdown Hill, there is filling of granges, hewing of wood, malting of grain, and herding of sheep as much as heart could wish. And I, the only son. Sure am I that Sir Nigel would be blithe at such a match. But how of the lady? Asked Alain with dry lips. Ah, lad, there lies my trouble. It is a toss of the head and a droop of the eyes if I say one word of what is in my mind. 'Twere as easy to woo the snow dame that we shaped last winter in our castle yard. I did but ask her yesternight for her green veil, that I might bear it as a token or lambrequin upon my helm. But she flashed out at me that she kept it for a better man, and then all in a breath asked pardon for that she had spoke so rudely. Yet she would not take back the words either, nor would she grant the veil. Has it seemed to thee, Alain, that she loves anyone? Nay, I cannot say, said Alain, with a wild throb of sudden hope in his heart. I have thought so, and yet I cannot name the man. Indeed, save myself, and Walter Ford, and you who are half a clerk, and Father Christopher of the Priory, and Bertrand the page, who is there whom she sees? I cannot tell, quoth Alain shortly, and the two squires rode on again, each intent upon his own thoughts. Next day at morning lesson, the teacher observed that his pupil was indeed looking pale and jaded, with listless eyes and a weary manner. He was heavy-hearted to note the grievous change in her. Your mistress, I fear, is ill, Agatha, he said to the tire-woman when the Lady Maud had sought her chamber. The maid looked aslant at him with laughing eyes. It is not an illness that kills, quoth she. Pray God not, he cried. But tell me, Agatha, what it is that ails her. Methinks that I could lay my hand upon another who is smitten with the same trouble, said she with the same sidelong look. Canst not give a name to it, and thou so skilled in leech craft? Nay, save that she seems a-weary. Well, bethink you that it is but 3 days ere you will all be gone, and Castle Twainham be as dull as the Priory. Is there not enough there to cloud a lady's brow? In sooth, yes, he answered. I had forgot that she is about to lose her father. Her father, cried the tire-woman with a little trill of laughter. Oh, simple, simple. And she was off down the passage like arrow from bow, while Alain stood gazing after her betwixt hope and doubt, scarce daring to put faith in the meaning which seemed to underlie her words. Chapter 13th. How the White Company set forth to the wars. St. Luke's Day had come and had gone, and it was in the season of Martinmas, when the oxen are driven in to the slaughter, that the White Company was ready for its journey. Loud shrieked the brazen bugles from keep and from gateway, and merry was the rattle of the war drum, as the men gathered in the outer bailey, with torches to light them, for the morn had not yet broken. Alain, from the window of the armoury, looked down upon the strange scene, the circles of yellow flickering light, the lines of stern and bearded faces, the quick shimmer of arms, and the lean heads of the horses. In front stood the bowmen, 10 deep, with a fringe of under-officers, who paced hither and thither, marshalling the ranks with curt precept or short rebuke. Behind were the little clump of steel-clad horsemen, their lances raised, with long pencils drooping down the oaken shafts. So silent and still were they, that they might have been metal-sheathed statues, were it not for the occasional quick, impatient stamp of their chargers, or the rattle of chamfron against neck-plates as they tossed and strained. A spear's length in front of them sat the spare and long-limbed figure of Black Simon, the Norwich fighting man, his fierce, deep-lined face framed in steel, and the silk guidon marked with the 5 scarlet roses slanting over his right shoulder. All round, in the edge of the circle of the light, stood the castle servants, the soldiers who were to form the garrison, and little knots of women, who sobbed in their aprons and called shrilly to their name-saints to watch over the Wat, or Will, or Peterkin, who had turned his hand to the work of war. The young squire was leaning forward, gazing at the stirring and martial scene, when he heard a short, quick gasp at his shoulder, and there was the Lady Maud, with her hand to her heart, leaning up against the wall. Slender and fair, like a half-plucked lily. Her face was turned away from him, but he could see by the sharp intake of her breath that she was weeping bitterly. "Alas, alas!" he cried, all unnerved at the sight. "Why is it that you are so sad, lady?" "It is the sight of these brave men," she answered, "and to think how many of them go, and how few are like to find their way back. I have seen it before, when I was a little maid, in the year of the prince's great battle. I remember then how they mustered in the bailey, even as they do now. And my lady mother, holding me in her arms at this very window that I might see the show. Please God, you will see them all back ere another year be out," said he. She shook her head, looking round at him with flushed cheeks and eyes that sparkled in the lamplight. "Oh, but I hate myself for being a woman," she cried, with a stamp of her little foot. "What can I do that is good? Here I must bide, and talk and sew and spin and sew and talk, ever the same dull round, with nothing at the end of it. And now you are going too, who could carry my thoughts out of these grey walls, and raise my mind above tapestry and distaffs. What can I do? I am of no more use or value than that broken bowstave. You are of such value to me," he cried in a whirl of hot, passionate words, "that all else has become naught. You are my heart, my life, my one and only thought. Oh, Maud, I cannot live without you. I cannot leave you without a word of love. All is changed to me since I have known you. I am poor and lowly and all unworthy of you, but if great love may weigh down such defects, then mine may do it. Give me but one word of hope to take to the wars with me, but one. Ah, you shrink, you shudder. My wild words have frightened you." Twice she opened her lips, and twice no sound came from them. At last she spoke in a hard and measured voice, as one who dare not trust herself to speak too freely. "This is over sudden," she said. "It is not so long since the world was nothing to you. You have changed once. Perchance you may change again." "Cruel," he cried, "who hath changed me?" "And then your brother," she continued with a little laugh, disregarding his question. "Methinks this hath become a family custom amongst the Edricsons." "Nay, I am sorry, I did not mean a jibe. But indeed, Alain, this hath come suddenly upon me, and I scarce know what to say. Say some word of hope, however distant, some kind word that I may cherish in my heart." "Nay, Alain, it were a cruel kindness, and you have been too good and true a friend to me that I should use you despitefully. There cannot be a closer link between us. It is madness to think of it. Were there no other reasons, it is enough that my father and your brother would both cry out against it. My brother, what has he to do with it? And your father? Come, Alain, was it not you who would have me act fairly to all men, and certes to my father amongst them? You say truly," he cried, "you say truly, but you do not reject me, Maud. You give me some ray of hope. I do not ask pledge or promise. Say only that I am not hateful to you, that on some happier day I may hear kinder words from you." Her eyes softened upon him, and a kind answer was on her lips, when a hoarse shout, with the clatter of arms and stamping of steeds, rose up from the bailey below. At the sound her face set, her eyes sparkled, and she stood with flushed cheek and head thrown back, a woman's body, with a soul of fire. "My father hath gone down," she cried. "Your place is by his side. Nay, look not at me, Alain. It is no time for dallying. Win my father's love, and all may follow. It is when the brave soldier hath done his devoir that he hopes for his reward. Farewell, and may God be with you." She held out her white, slim hand to him, but as he bent his lips over it, she whisked away and was gone, leaving in his outstretched hand the very green veil for which poor Peter Turlek had craved in vain. Again the hoarse cheering burst out from below, and he heard the clang of the rising portcullis. Pressing the veil to his lips, he thrust it into the bosom of his tunic, and rushed as fast as feet could bear him to arm himself and join the muster. The raw morning had broken ere the hot spiced ale had been served round, and the last farewell spoken. A cold wind blew up from the sea, and ragged clouds drifted swiftly across the sky. The Christchurch townsfolk stood huddled about the bridge of Avon, the women pulling tight their shawls and the men swathing themselves in their gabardines, while down the winding path from the castle came the van of the little army, their feet clanging on the hard, frozen road. First came Black Simon with his banner, bestriding a lean and powerful dapple-grey charger, as hard and wiry and war-wise as himself. After him, riding 3 abreast, were 9 men-at-arms, all picked soldiers, who had followed the French wars before and knew the marches of Picardy as they knew the downs of their native Hampshire. They were armed to the teeth with lance, sword, and mace, with square shields notched at the upper right-hand corner to serve as a spear rest. For defense, each man wore a coat of interlaced leathern thongs, strengthened at the shoulder, elbow, and upper arm with slips of steel. Greaves and knee pieces were also of leather backed by steel, and their gauntlets and shoes were of iron plates craftily jointed. So, with jingle of arms and clatter of hoofs, they rode across the bridge of Avon, while the burghers shouted lustily for the flag of the 5 Roses and its gallant guard. Close at the heels of the horses came 20 archers bearded and burly, their round targets on their backs and their long yellow bows, the most deadly weapon that the wit of man had yet devised, thrusting forth from behind their shoulders. From each man's girdle hung sword or axe, according to his humour, and over the right hip there jutted out the leathern quiver with its bristle of goose, pigeon, and peacock feathers. Behind the bowmen strode 2 trumpeters blowing upon nakirs, and 2 drummers in party-coloured clothes. After them came 27 sumpter horses, carrying tent poles, cloth, spare arms, spurs, wedges, cooking kettles, horseshoes, bags of nails, and 100 other things which experience had shown to be needful in a harried and hostile country. A white mule with red trappings, led by a varlet, carried Sir Nigel's own napery and table comforts. Then came 20 more archers, 10 more men-at-arms, and finally a rear-guard of 20 bowmen, with Big John towering in the front rank and the veteran Aylward marching by the side, his battered harness and faded surcoat in strange contrast with the snow-white jupons and shining brigandines of his companions. A quick crossfire of greetings and questions and rough West Saxon jests flew from rank to rank, or were bandied about betwixt the marching archers and the gazing crowd. "Hola, Gaffer Higginson!" cried Aylward, as he spied the portly figure of the village innkeeper. "No more of thy nut brown, mon gars. We leave it behind us." "By St. Paul, no," cried the other. "You take it with you. Devil a drop have you left in the great Kilderkin. It was time for you to go." "If your cask is lear, I warrant your purse is full, Gaffer," shouted Hordle John. "See that you lay in good store of the best for our home-coming." "See that you keep your throat whole for the drinking of it, archer," cried a voice, and the crowd laughed at the rough pleasantry. "If you will warrant the beer, I will warrant the throat," said John composedly. "Close up the ranks," cried Aylward. "En avant, mes enfants. Ah, by my finger bones, there is my sweet Mary from the Priory Mill. Ma foi, but she is beautiful. Adieu, Mary ma chérie. Mon cœur est toujours à toi. Brace your belt, Watkins, man, and swing your shoulders as a free companion should. By my hilt, your jerkins will be as dirty as mine ere you clap eyes on Hengistbury Head again." The company had marched to the turn of the road ere Sir Nigel Loring rode out from the gateway, mounted on Pommers, his great black war-horse, whose ponderous footfall on the wooden drawbridge echoed loudly from the gloomy arch which spanned it. Sir Nigel was still in his velvet dress of peace, with flat velvet cap of maintenance, and curling ostrich feather clasped in a golden brooch. To his 3 squires riding behind him, it looked as though he bore the bird's egg as well as its feather, for the back of his bald pate shone like a globe of ivory. He bore no arms save the long and heavy sword which hung at his saddle-bow, but Turlaki carried in front of him the high wyvern-crested bassinet, Ford the heavy ash spear with swallowtail pennon, while Alain was entrusted with the emblazoned shield. The Lady Loring rode her palfrey at her lord's bridle arm, for she would see him as far as the edge of the forest. And ever and anon she turned her hard-lined face up wistfully to him and ran a questioning eye over his apparel and appointments. "I trust that there is nothing forgot," she said, beckoning to Alain to ride on her further side. "I trust him to you, Edricson." Hosen, shirts, cyclers, and under jupons are in the brown basket on the left side of the mule. His wine he takes hot when the nights are cold, Malvoisie or Vernage, with as much spice as would cover the thumbnail. See that he hath a change if he come back hot from the tilting. There is goose grease in a box, if the old scars ache at the turn of the weather. Let his blankets be dry, and— Nay, my heart's life, the little knight interrupted. Trouble not now about such matters. Why so pale and wan, Edricson? Is it not enow to make a man's heart dance to see this noble company, such valiant men-at-arms, such lusty archers? By St. Paul, I would be ill to please if I were not blithe to see the red roses flying at the head of so noble a following. The purse I have already given you, Edricson, continued the lady. There are in it 23 marks, 1 noble, 3 shillings and 4pence, which is a great treasure for one man to carry. And I pray you to bear in mind, Edricson, that he hath 2 pair of shoes, those of red leather for common use, and the others with golden toe chains, which he may wear should he chance to drink wine with the prince or with Chandos. My sweet bird, said Sir Nigel, I am right loth to part from you, but we are now at the fringe of the forest, and it is not right that I should take the chatelaine too far from her trust. But oh, my dear lord, she cried with a trembling lip, let me bide with you for 1 furlong further, or 1.5 perhaps. You may spare me this out of the weary miles that you will journey along. Come then, my heart's comfort, he answered. But I must crave a gage from thee. It is my custom, dearling, and hath been since I have first known thee, to proclaim by herald in such camps, townships, or fortalices as I may chance to visit, that my lady love, being beyond compare the fairest and sweetest in Christendom, I should deem it great honour and kindly condescension if any cavalier would run 3 courses against me with sharpened lances, should he chance to have a lady whose claim he was willing to advance. I pray you then, my fair dove, that you will vouchsafe to me one of those doeskin gloves, that I may wear it as the badge of her whose servant I shall ever be. Alack and alas for the fairest and sweetest, she cried. Fair and sweet I would fain be for your dear sake, my lord, but old I am and ugly, and the knights would laugh should you lay lance in rest in such a cause. Edricson, quoth Sir Nigel, you have young eyes, and mine are somewhat bedimmed. Should you chance to see a knight laugh, or smile, or even look you, arch his brows or purse his mouth, or in any way show surprise that I should uphold the Lady Mary, you will take particular note of his name, his coat armour, and his lodging. Your glove, my life's desire. The Lady Mary Loring slipped her hand from her yellow leather gauntlet, and he, lifting it with dainty reverence, bound it to the front of his velvet cap. It is with mine other guardian angels, quoth he, pointing at the saints' medals which hung beside it. And now, my dearest, you have come far enow. May the Virgin guard and prosper thee. 1 kiss. He bent down from his saddle, and then, striking spurs into his horse's sides, he galloped at top speed after his men, with his 3 squires at his heels. Half a mile further, where the road topped a hill, they looked back, and the Lady Mary on her white palfrey was still where they had left her. A moment later they were on the downward slope, and she had vanished from their view. Chapter 14. How Sir Nigel sought for a wayside venture. For a time Sir Nigel was very moody and downcast, with bent brows and eyes upon the pommel of his saddle. Edricson and Terlake rode behind him in little better case, while Ford, a careless and light-hearted youth, grinned at the melancholy of his companions, and flourished his lord's heavy spear, making a point to right and a point to left, as though he were a paladin contending against a host of assailants. Sir Nigel happened, however, to turn himself in his saddle. Ford instantly became as stiff and as rigid as though he had been struck with a palsy. The 4 rode alone, for the archers had passed a curve in the road, though Alain could still hear the heavy clump of their marching, or catch a glimpse of the sparkle of steel through the tangle of leafless branches. "Ride by my side, friends, I entreat of you," said the knight, reining in his steed that they might come abreast of him. "For since it hath pleased you to follow me to the wars, it were well that you should know how you may best serve me." I doubt not, Turlake, that you will show yourself a worthy son of a valiant father, and you, Ford, of yours, and you, Edricson, that you are mindful of the old-time house from which all men know that you are sprung. And first I would have you bear very steadfastly in mind that our setting forth is by no means for the purpose of gaining spoil or exacting ransom, though it may well happen that such may come to us also. We go to France, and from thence I trust to Spain in humble search of a field in which we may win advancement and perchance some small share of glory. For this purpose I would have you know that it is not my wont to let any occasion pass where it is in any way possible that honor may be gained. I would have you bear this in mind, and give great heed to it, that you may bring me word of all cartels, challenges, wrongs, tyrannies, infamies and wronging of damsels. Nor is any occasion too small to take note of, for I have known such trifles as the dropping of a gauntlet or the flicking of a breadcrumb, when well and properly followed up, lead to a most noble spear running. But, Edricson, do I not see a cavalier who rides down yonder road amongst the nether shore? It would be well, perchance, that you should give him greeting from me, and should he be of gentle blood, it may be that he would care to exchange thrusts with me. Why, my lord, quoth Ford, standing in his stirrups and shading his eyes, it is old Hob Davidson, the fat miller of Milton. Ah, so it is indeed, said Sir Nigel, puckering his cheeks. But wayside ventures are not to be scorned, for I have seen no finer passages than are to be had from such chance meetings, when cavaliers are willing to advance themselves. I can well remember that 2 leagues from the town of Rheims I met a very valiant and courteous cavalier of France, with whom I had gentle and most honourable contention for upwards of an hour. It hath ever grieved me that I had not his name, for he smote upon me with a mace, and went upon his way ere I was in condition to have much speech with him. But his arms were an Illyrian in chief above a fess azure. I was also on such an occasion thrust through the shoulder by Léon de Montcourt, whom I met on the high road betwixt Libourne and Bordeaux. I met him but the once, but I have never seen a man for whom I bear a greater love and esteem, and so also with the Squire Le Bourg Capillet, who would have been a very valiant captain had he lived. He is dead, then? Asked Aline Edricson. Alas, it was my ill fate to slay him in a bickering which broke out in a field near the township of Tarbes. I cannot call to mind how the thing came about, for it was in the year of the prince's ride through Languedoc, when there was much fine skirmishing to be had at barriers. By St. Paul, I do not think that any honourable cavalier could ask for better chance of advancement than might be had by spurring forth before the army and riding to the gateways of Narbonne, or Bergerac, or Montgiscard, where some courteous gentleman would ever be at wait to do what he might to meet your wish or ease you of your vow. Such a one at Ventador ran 3 courses with me betwixt daybreak and sunrise, to the great exultation of his lady. And did you slay him also, my lord? Asked Ford with reverence. I could never learn, for he was carried within the barrier, and as I had chanced to break the bone of my leg, it was a great unease for me to ride, or even to stand. Yet, by the goodness of heaven, and the pious intercession of the valiant St. George, I was able to sit my charger in the ruffle of Poictiers, which was no very long time afterwards. But what have we here? A very fair and courtly maiden, or I mistake. It was indeed a tall and buxom country lass, with a basket of spinach leaves upon her head and a great slab of bacon tucked under one arm. She bobbed a frightened curtsy as Sir Nigel swept his velvet hat from his head and reined up his great charger. God be with thee, fair maiden, said he. God guard thee, my lord, she answered, speaking in the broadest West Saxon speech, and balancing herself first on one foot and then on the other, in her bashfulness. Fear not, my fair damsel, said Sir Nigel, but tell me if perchance a poor and most unworthy knight can in any wise be of service to you. Should it chance that you have been used despitefully, it may be that I may obtain justice for you. Lawk, no, kind sir, she answered, clutching her bacon the tighter, as though some design upon it might be hid under this knightly offer. I be the milking wench of Fermer Arnold, and he be as kind a maester as heart could wish. It is well, said he, and with a shake of the bridle rode on down the woodland path. "I would have you bear in mind," he continued to his squires, "that gentle courtesy is not, as is the base use of so many false knights, to be shown only to maidens of high degree, for there is no woman so humble that a true knight may not listen to her tale of wrong. But here comes a cavalier who is indeed in haste. Perchance it would be well that we should ask him whither he rides, for it may be that he is one who desires to advance himself in chivalry." The bleak, hard, wind-swept road dipped down in front of them into a little valley, and then, writhing up the heathy slope upon the other side, lost itself among the gaunt pine trees. Far away between the black lines of trunks, the quick glitter of steel marked where the company pursued its way. To the north stretched the tree country, but to the south, between two swelling downs, a glimpse might be caught of the cold grey shimmer of the sea, with the white fleck of a galley sail upon the distant skyline. Just in front of the travellers, a horseman was urging his steed up the slope, driving it on with whip and spur as one who rides for a set purpose. As he clattered up, Aline could see that the roan horse was grey with dust and flecked with foam, as though it had left many a mile behind it. The rider was a stern-faced man, hard of mouth and dry of eye, with a heavy sword clanking at his side, and a stiff white bundle swathed in linen balanced across the pommel of his saddle. "The king's messenger," he bawled as he came up to them. "The messenger of the king. Clear the causeway for the king's own man." "Not so loudly, friend," quoth the little knight, reining his horse half round to bar the path. "I have myself been the king's man for 30 years or more, but I have not been wont to halloo about it on a peaceful highway." "I ride in his service," cried the other, "and I carry that which belongs to him. You bar my path at your peril." "Yet I have known the king's enemies claim to ride in his same," said Sir Nigel. "The foul fiend may lurk beneath a garment of light. We must have some sign or warrant of your mission." "Then must I hew a passage?" cried the stranger, with his shoulder braced round and his hand upon his hilt. "I am not to be stopped on the king's service by every gadabout." "Should you be a gentleman of quarterings and coat armour," lisped Sir Nigel, "I shall be very blithe to go further into the matter with you. If not, I have 3 very worthy squires, any one of whom would take the thing upon himself and debate it with you in a very honourable way." The man scowled from one to the other, and his hand stole away from his sword. "You ask me for a sign," he said. "Here is a sign for you, since you must have one." As he spoke, he whirled the covering from the object in front of him, and showed to their horror that it was a newly severed human leg. "By God's tooth," he continued with a brutal laugh, "you ask me if I am a man of quarterings, and it is even so, for I am officer to the Verderer's court at Lyndhurst. This thievish leg is to hang at Milton, and the other is already at Brockenhurst, as a sign to all men of what comes of being over-fond of venison pasty." "Faugh!" cried Sir Nigel. "Pass on the other side of the road, fellow, and let us have the wind of you. We shall trot our horses, my friends, across this pleasant valley, for, by Our Lady, a breath of God's fresh air is right welcome after such a sight. We hoped to snare a falcon," said he presently, "but we netted a carrion crow. Ma foi, but there are men whose hearts are tougher than a boar's hide. For me, I have played the old game of war since ever I had hair on my chin, and I have seen 10,000 brave men in one day with their faces to the sky. But I swear by him who made me that I cannot abide the work of the butcher." "And yet, my fair lord," said Edricson, "there has, from what I hear, been much of such devil's work in France." Too much," he answered. "But I have ever observed that the foremost in the field are they who would scorn to mishandle a prisoner. By St. Paul, it is not they who carry the breach who are wont to sack the town, but the laggard knaves who come crowding in when a way has been cleared for them. But what is this among the trees?" "It is a shrine of Our Lady," said Turlek, "and a blind beggar who lives by the alms of those who worship there." "A shrine!" cried the knight. "Then let us put up an orison." Pulling off his cap and clasping his hands, he chanted in a shrill voice, "Benedictus Dominus Deus meus, qui docet manus meas ad proelium, edigitos meos ad bellum." A strange figure he seemed to his 3 squires, perched on his huge horse, with his eyes upturned, and the wintry sun shimmering upon his bald head. "It is a noble prayer," he remarked, putting on his hat again, "and it was taught to me by the noble Chandos himself. But how fares it with you, father? Methinks that I should have ruth upon you, seeing that I am myself like one who looks through a horn window while his neighbours have the clear crystal. Yet, by St. Paul, there is a long stride between the man who hath a horn casement and him who is walled in on every hand." "Alas, fair sir," cried the blind old man, "I have not seen the blessed blue of heaven this 200 years, since a levin flash burned the sight out of my head." "You have been blind to much that is goodly and fair," quoth Sir Nigel, "but you have also been spared much that is sorry and foul. This very hour our eyes have been shocked with that which would have left you unmoved. But, by St. Paul, we must on, or our company will think that they have lost their captain somewhat early in the venture. Throw the man my purse, Edricson, and let us go." Alain, lingering behind, bethought him of the Lady Loring's counsel, and reduced the noble gift which the knight had so freely bestowed to a single penny, which the beggar with many mumbled blessings thrust away into his wallet. Then, spurring his steed, the young squire rode at the top of his speed after his companions, and overtook them just at the spot where the trees fringe off into the moor, and the straggling hamlet of Hordle lies scattered on either side of the winding and deeply rutted track. The company was already well nigh through the village, but as the knight and his squires closed up upon them, they heard the clamour of a strident voice, followed by a roar of deep-chested laughter from the ranks of the archers. Another minute brought them up with the rear guard, where every man marched with his beard on his shoulder, and a face which was a grin with merriment. By the side of the column walked a huge red-headed bowman, with his hands thrown out in argument and expostulation, while close at his heels followed a little wrinkled woman who poured forth a shrill volley of abuse, varied by an occasional thwack from her stick, given with all the force of her body, though she might have been beating one of the forest trees for all the effect that she seemed likely to produce. "I trust, Aylward," said Sir Nigel gravely as he rode up, "that this doth not mean that any violence hath been offered to women. If such a thing happened, I tell you that the man shall hang, though he were the best archer that ever wore brassard." "Nay, my fair lord," Aylward answered with a grin, "it is violence which is offered to a man. He comes from Hordle, and this is his mother who hath come forth to welcome him. You rammucky lurden," she was howling, with a blow between each catch of her breath. "You shammocking, yaping overlong good-for-naught. I will teach thee. I will base thee. Aye, by my faith." "Whist, mother," said John, looking back at her from the tail of his eye. "I go to France as an archer to give blows and to take them." "To France, quotha!" cried the old dame. "Bide here with me, and I shall warrant you more blows than you are like to get in France. If blows be what you seek, you need not go further than Hordle." "By my hilt, the good dame speaks truth," said Aylward. "It seems to be the very home of them." "What have you to say, you clean-shaved galley beggar?" cried the fiery dame, turning upon the archer. "Can I not speak with my own son, but you must let your tongue clack? A soldier, quotha, and never a hair on his face. I have seen a better soldier with pap for food and swaddling clothes for harness." "Stand to it, Aylward," cried the archers amid a fresh burst of laughter. "Do not thwart her, comrade," said Big John. "She hath a proper spirit for her years, and cannot abide to be thwarted. It is kindly and homely to me to hear her voice, and to feel that she is behind me. But I must leave you now, mother, for the way is over rough for your feet. But I will bring you back a silken gown, if there be one in France or Spain, and I will bring Ginny a silver penny. So goodbye to you, and God have you in his keeping." Whipping up the little woman, he lifted her lightly to his lips, and then, taking his place in the ranks again, marched on with the laughing company. "That was ever his way," she cried, appealing to Sir Nigel, who reined up his horse and listened with the greatest courtesy. "He would jog on his own road for all that I could do to change him. First he must be a monk forsooth, and all because a wench was wise enough to turn her back on him. Then he joins a rascally crew and must needs traps off to the wars, and me with no one to bait the fire if I be out, or tend the cow if I be home. Yet I have been a good mother to him. 3 hazel switches a day have I broke across his shoulders, and he takes no more notice than you have seen him today. Doubt not that he will come back to you both safe and prosperous, my fair dame, quoth Sir Nigel. Meanwhile it grieves me that as I have already given my purse to a beggar up the road, Nay, my lord, said Alleyn, I still have some moneys remaining. Then I pray you to give them to this very worthy woman. He cantered on as he spoke, while Alleyn, having dispensed 2 more pence, left the old dame standing by the furthest cottage of Hordle, with her shrill voice raised in blessings instead of revilings. There were 2 cross-roads before they reached the Lymington ford, and at each of them Sir Nigel pulled up his horse and waited with many a curvet and gambade, craning his neck this way and that, to see if fortune would send him a venture. Crossroads had, as he explained, been rare places for knightly spear-runnings, and in his youth it was no uncommon thing for a cavalier to abide for weeks at such a point, holding gentle debate with all comers, to his own advancement and the great honour of his lady. The times were changed, however, and the forest tracks wound away from them deserted and silent, with no trample of war-horse or clang of armour which might herald the approach of an adversary, so that Sir Nigel rode on his way disconsolate. At the Lymington River they splashed through the ford and lay in the meadows on the further side to eat the bread and salt meat which they carried upon the sumpter horses. Then, ere the sun was on the slope of the heavens, they had deftly trussed up again, and were swinging merrily upon their way, 200 feet moving like 2. There is a 3rd cross road where the track from Bouldray runs down to the old fishing village of Pitt's Deep. Down this, as they came abreast of it, there walked 2 men, the one a pace or 2 behind the other. The cavaliers could not but pull up their horses to look at them, for a stranger pair were never seen journeying together. The first was a misshapen, squalid man with cruel, cunning eyes and a shock of tangled red hair, bearing in his hands a small unpainted cross, which he held high so that all men might see it. He seemed to be in the last extremity of fright, with a face the colour of clay, and his limbs all a-shake as one who hath an ague. Behind him, with his toe ever rasping upon the other's heels, there walked a very stern, black-bearded man with a hard eye and a set mouth. He bore over his shoulder a great knotted stick with 3 jagged nails stuck in the head of it, and from time to time he whirled it up in the air with a quivering arm, as though he could scarce hold back from dashing his companion's brains out. So in silence they walked under the spread of the branches on the grass-grown path from Bouldray. By St. Paul, quoth the knight, but this is a passing strange sight, and perchance some very perilous and honourable venture may arise from it. I pray you, Edricson, to ride up to them and to ask them the cause of it. There was no need, however, for him to move, for the twain came swiftly towards them until they were within a spear's length, when the man with the cross sat himself down sullenly upon a tussock of grass by the wayside, while the other stood beside him with his great cudgel still hanging over his head. So intent was he that he raised his eyes neither to knight nor squires, but kept them ever fixed with a savage glare upon his comrade. I pray you, friend, said Sir Nigel, to tell us truthfully who you are, and why you follow this man with such bitter enmity. So long as I am within the pale of the king's law, the stranger answered. I cannot see why I should render account to every passing wayfarer. You are no very shrewd reasoner, fellow, quoth the knight, for if it be within the law for you to threaten him with your club, then it is also lawful for me to threaten you with my sword. The man with the cross was down in an instant on his knees upon the ground, with hands clasped above him and his face shining with hope. For dear Christ's sake, my fair lord, he cried in a crackling voice, I have at my belt a bag with 100 rose nobles, and I will give it to you freely if you will but pass your sword through this man's body. How, you foul knave! Exclaimed Sir Nigel hotly. Do you think that a cavalier's arm is to be bought like a packman's ware? By St. Paul, I have little doubt that this fellow hath some very good cause to hold you in hatred. Indeed, my fair sir, you speak sooth, quoth he with the club, while the other seated himself once more by the wayside. For this man is Peter Peterson, a very noted reeve, draw-latch, and murtherer, who has wrought much evil for many years in the parts about Winchester. It was but the other day, upon the feasts of the blessed Simon and Jude, that he slew my younger brother William in Bear Forest, for which, by the black thorn of Glastonbury, I shall have his heart's blood, though I walk behind him to the further end of earth. But if this be indeed so, asked Sir Nigel, why is it that you have come with him so far through the forest? Because I am an honest Englishman, and will take no more than the law allows. For when the deed was done, this foul and base wretch fled to sanctuary at St. Cross, and I, as you may think, after him with all the posse. The prior, however, hath so ordered that while he holds this cross, no man may lay hand upon him without the ban of church, which heaven forfend from me or mine. Yet, if for an instant he lay the cross aside, or if he fail to journey to Pitt's Deep, where it is ordered that he shall take ship to outland parts, or if he take not the first ship, or if until the ship be ready he walk not every day into the sea as far as his loins, then he becomes outlaw, and I shall forthwith dash out his brains. At this the man on the ground snarled up at him like a rat, while the other clenched his teeth and shook his club, and looked down at him with murder in his eyes. Knight and squire gazed from rogue to avenger, but as it was a matter which none could mend, they tarried no longer, but rode upon their way. Alain, looking back, saw that the murderer had drawn bread and cheese from his scrip, and was silently munching it, with the protecting cross still hugged to his breast, while the other, black and grim, stood in the sunlit road, and threw his dark shadow athwart him. Chapter 15. How the yellow cog sailed forth from Lepe. That night the company slept at St. Leonard's, in the great monastic barns and spicarium, ground well known both to Alain and to John, for they were almost within sight of the Abbey of Beaulieu. A strange thrill it gave to the young squire to see the well-remembered white dress once more, and to hear the measured tolling of the deep vespers bell. At early dawn they passed across the broad, sluggish, reed-girt stream, men, horses, and baggage in the flat ferry barges, and so journeyed on through the fresh morning air past Exbury to Lep. Topping the heathy down, they came of a sudden full in sight of the old seaport, a cluster of houses, a trail of blue smoke, and a bristle of masts. To right and left the long blue curve of the Solent lapped in a fringe of foam upon the yellow beach. Some way out from the town, a line of pessoners, crayers, and other small craft were rolling lazily on the gentle swell. Further out still lay a great merchant ship, high-ended, deep-waisted, painted of a canary yellow, and towering above the fishing boats like a swan among ducklings. "By St. Paul," said the knight, "our good merchant of Southampton hath not played us false, for methinks I can see our ship down yonder. He said that she would be of great size and of a yellow shade." "By my hilt, yes," muttered Aylward. "She is yellow as a kite's claw, and would carry as many men as there are pips in a pomegranate." "It is as well," remarked Turlake, "for methinks, my fair lord, that we are not the only ones who are waiting a passage to Gascony. Mine eye catches at times a flash and sparkle among yonder houses, which assuredly never came from shipman's jacket or the gabardine of a burgher." "I can also see it," said Alain, shading his eyes with his hand, "and I can see men-at-arms in yonder boats which ply betwixt the vessel and the shore. But methinks that we are very welcome here, for already they come forth to meet us." A tumultuous crowd of fishermen, citizens, and women had indeed swarmed out from the northern gate, and approached them up the side of the moor, waving their hands and dancing with joy, as though a great fear had been rolled back from their minds. At their head rode a very large and solemn man with a long chin and a drooping lip. He wore a fur tippet round his neck and a heavy gold chain over it, with a medallion which dangled in front of him. "Welcome, most puissant and noble lord," he cried, doffing his bonnet to Black Simon. "I have heard of your lordship's valiant deeds, and in sooth they might be expected from your lordship's face and bearing. Is there any small matter in which I may oblige you?" "Since you ask me," said the man-at-arms, "I would take it kindly if you could spare a link or two of the chain which hangs round your neck." "What, the corporation chain?" cried the other in horror. "The ancient chain of the township of Lepe? This is but a sorry jest, Sir Nigel." "What the plague did you ask me for, then?" said Simon. But if it is Sir Nigel Loring with whom you would speak, that is he upon the black horse." The mayor of Lepe gazed with amazement on the mild face and slender frame of the famous warrior. "Your pardon, my gracious lord," he cried. "You see in me the mayor and chief magistrate of the ancient and powerful town of Lepe. I bid you very heartily welcome, and the more so as you are come at a moment when we are sore put to it for means of defence." "Ha!" cried Sir Nigel, pricking up his ears. "Yes, my lord, for the town being very ancient, and the walls as old as the town, it follows that they are very ancient too. But there is a certain villainous and bloodthirsty Norman pirate hight Tete Noir, who, with a Genoan called Tito Caracci, commonly known as Spade Beard, hath been a mighty scourge upon these coasts. Indeed, my lord, they are very cruel and black-hearted men, graceless and ruthless. And if they should come to the ancient and powerful town of Lepe, then goodbye to the ancient and powerful town of Lepe," quoth Ford, whose lightness of tongue could at times rise above his awe of Sir Nigel. The knight, however, was too much intent upon the matter in hand to give heed to the flippancy of his squire. "Have you then cause," he asked, "to think that these men are about to venture an attempt upon you?" "They have come in 2 great galleys," answered the mayor, "with 2 bank of oars on either side, and great store of engines of war and of men-at-arms. At Weymouth and at Portland they have murdered and ravished. Yesterday morning they were at Cowes, and we saw the smoke from the burning crofts. Today they lie at their ease near Freshwater, and we fear much lest they come upon us and do us a mischief." "We cannot tarry," said Sir Nigel, riding towards the town, with the mayor upon his left side. "The prince awaits us at Bordeaux, and we may not be behind the general muster. Yet I will promise you that on our way we shall find time to pass Freshwater, and to prevail upon these rovers to leave you in peace." "We are much beholden to you," cried the mayor. "But I cannot see, my lord, how without a warship you may venture against these men. With your archers, however, you might well hold the town and do them great scath if they attempt to land." "There is a very proper cog out yonder," said Sir Nigel. "It would be a very strange thing if any ship were not a warship when it had such men as these upon her decks. Certes, we shall do as I say, and that no later than this very day." "My lord," said a rough-haired, dark-faced man who walked by the knight's other stirrup, with his head sloped to catch all that he was saying, "by your leave, I have no doubt that you are skilled in land fighting and the marshalling of lances, but, by my soul, you will find it another thing upon the sea. I am the master shipman of this yellow cog, and my name is Goodwin Hawtayne. I have sailed since I was as high as this staff, and I have fought against these Normans and against the Genoese, as well as the Scotch, the Bretons, the Spanish, and the Moors. I tell you, sir, that my ship is over light and over frail for such work, and it will but end in our having our throats cut, or being sold as slaves to the Barbary heathen. I also have experienced 1 or 2 gentle and honourable ventures upon the sea," quoth Sir Nigel, "and I am right blithe to have so fair a task before us. I think, good master shipman, that you and I may win great honour in this matter, and I can see very readily that you are a brave and stout man." "I like it not," said the other sturdily. "In God's name, I like it not. And yet Goodwin Hawtayne is not the man to stand back when his fellows are for pressing forward. By my soul, be it sink or swim, I shall turn her beak into Freshwater Bay, and if good Master Witherton of Southampton like not my handling of his ship, then he may find another master shipman." They were close by the old north gate of the little town, and Alain, half turning in his saddle, looked back at the motley crowd who followed. The bowmen and men-at-arms had broken their ranks, and were intermingled with the fishermen and citizens, whose laughing faces and hearty gestures bespoke the weight of care from which this welcome arrival had relieved them. Here and there among the moving throng of dark jerkins and of white surcoats were scattered dashes of scarlet and blue, the wimples or shawls of the women. Aylward, with a fishing lass on either arm, was vowing constancy alternately to her on the right and her on the left, while Big John towered in the rear with a little chubby maiden enthroned upon his great shoulder. Her soft white arm curled round his shining headpiece. So the throng moved on, until at the very gate it was brought to a stand by a wondrously fat man who came darting forth from the town with rage in every feature of his rubicund face. "How now, Sir Mayor?" he roared in a voice like a bull. "How now, Sir Mayor? How of the clams and the scallops?" "By Our Lady!" "My sweet Sir Oliver," cried the mayor, "I have had so much to think of, with these wicked villains so close upon us, that it had quite gone out of my head." "Words, words!" shouted the other furiously. "Am I to be put off with words? I say to you again, how of the clams and scallops?" "My fair sir, you flatter me," cried the mayor. "I am a peaceful trader, and I am not wont to be so shouted at upon so small a matter." "Small!" shrieked the other. "Small, clams and scallops. Ask me to your table to partake of the dainty of the town, and when I come a barren welcome and a bare board. Where is my spear-bearer?" "Nay, Sir Oliver," cried Sir Nigel, laughing. "Let your anger be appeased, since instead of this dish you come upon an old friend and comrade." "By St. Martin of Tours," shouted the fat knight, his wrath all changed in an instant to joy, "if it is not my dear little game rooster of the Garonne. Ah, my sweet cause, I am right glad to see you. What days we have seen together." "Ay, by my faith," cried Sir Nigel with sparkling eyes, "we have seen some valiant men, and we have shown our pennons in some noble skirmishes. By Saint Paul, we have had great joys in France." "And sorrows also," quoth the other. "I have some sad memories of the land. Can you recall that which befell us at Libourne?" "Nay, I cannot call to mind that we ever so much as drew sword at the place." Man," cried Sir Oliver, "your mind still runs on naught but blades and bassinets. Hast no space in thy frame for the softer joys? Ah, even now I can scarce speak of it unmoved. So noble a pie, such tender pigeons and sugar in the gravy instead of salt. You were by my side that day, as were Sir Claude Latour and the Lord of Pommers." "I remember it," said Sir Nigel, laughing, "and how you harried the cook down the street, and spoke of setting fire to the inn. By St. Paul! Most worthy mayor, my old friend is a perilous man, and I rede you that you compose your difference with him on such terms as you may." "The clams and scallops shall be ready within the hour," the mayor answered. "I had asked Sir Oliver Butterstorn to do my humble board the honour to partake at it of the dainty upon which we take some little pride. But in sooth, this alarm of pirates hath cast such a shadow on my wits that I am like one distraight. But I trust, Sir Nigel, that you will also partake of none meat with me." "I have overmuch to do," Sir Nigel answered, "for we must be aboard horse and man as early as we may. How many do you muster, Sir Oliver?" 43. The 40 are drunk, and the 3 are but indifferent sober. I have them all safe upon the ship." "They had best find their wits again, for I shall have work for every man of them ere the sun set. It is my intention, if it seems good to you, to try a venture against these Norman and Genoese rovers. They carry caviar and certain very noble spices from the Levant aboard of ships from Genoa," quoth Sir Oliver. "We may come to great profit through the business. I pray you, master shipman, that when you go on board you pour a helmetful of sea water over any of my rogues whom you may see there." Leaving the lusty knight and the mayor of Lepe, Sir Nigel led the company straight down to the water's edge, where long lines of flat lighters swiftly bore them to their vessel. Horse after horse was slung by main force up from the barges, and after kicking and plunging in empty air was dropped into the deep waist of the yellow cog, where rows of stalls stood ready for their safe keeping. Englishmen in those days were skilled and prompt in such matters, for it was so not long before that Edward had embarked as many as 50,000 men in the port of Orwell, with their horses and their baggage, all in the space of 24 hours. So urgent was Sir Nigel on the shore, and so prompt was Goodwin Hawtayne on the cog, that Sir Oliver Butterstorn had scarce swallowed his last scallop ere the peal of the trumpet and clang of Nakir announced that all was ready and the anchor drawn. In the last boat, which left the shore, the two commanders sat together in the sheets, a strange contrast to one another, while under the feet of the rowers was a litter of huge stones, which Sir Nigel had ordered to be carried to the cog. These once aboard, the ship set her broad mainsail, purple in colour, and with a golden St. Christopher bearing Christ upon his shoulder in the center of it. The breeze blew, the sail bellied, overheeled the portly vessel, and away she plunged through the smooth blue rollers. Amid the clang of the minstrels on her poop and the shouting of the black crowd who fringed the yellow beach. To the left lay the green island of Wight, with its long, low, curving hills peeping over each other's shoulders to the skyline. To the right the wooded Hampshire coast, as far as eye could reach. Above a steel blue heaven, with a wintry sun shimmering down upon them, and enough of frost to set the breath a-smoking. "By St. Paul," said Sir Nigel gaily, as he stood upon the poop and looked on either side of him, "it is a land which is very well worth fighting for, and it were pity to go to France for what may be had at home. Did you not spy a crooked man upon the beach?" "Nay, I spied nothing," grumbled Sir Oliver, "for I was hurried down with a clam stuck in my gizzard and an untasted goblet of Cyprus on the board behind me." "I saw him, my fair lord," said Terleg, "an old man with one shoulder higher than the other." "'Tis a sign of good fortune," quoth Sir Nigel. "Our path was also crossed by a woman and by a priest, so all should be well with us. What say you, Edricson?" "I cannot tell, my fair lord. The Romans of old were a very wise people, yet, certes, they placed their faith in such matters. So, too, did the Greeks and divers other ancient peoples who were famed for their learning. Yet of the moderns there are many who scoff at all omens." "There can be no manner of doubt about it," said Sir Oliver Butterstorn. "I can well remember that in Navarre one day it thundered on the left out of a cloudless sky. We knew that ill would come of it, nor had we long to wait. Only 13 days after, a haunch of prime venison was carried from my very tent door by the wolves, and on the same day 2 flasks of old vernage turned sour and muddy. You may bring my harness from below," said Sir Nigel to his squires, "and also, I pray you, bring up Sir Oliver's, and we shall don it here. Ye may then see to your own gear, for this day you will, I hope, make a very honourable entrance into the field of chivalry, and prove yourselves to be very worthy and valiant squires. And now, Sir Oliver, as to our dispositions, would it please you that I should order them, or will you? You, my cockerel, you." "By Our Lady." "I am no chicken, but I cannot claim to know as much of war as the squire of Sir Walter Manny. Settle the matter to your own liking. You shall fly your pennon upon the forepart then, and I upon the poop. For foreguard I shall give you your own 40 men, with 20 archers. 20 men, with my own men-at-arms and squires, will serve as a poop guard. 10 archers, with 30 shipmen, under the master, may hold the waist while 10 lie aloft with stones and arbalests. How like you that? Good, by my faith, good. But here comes my harness, and I must to work, for I cannot slip into it as I was wont when first I set my face to the wars." Meanwhile there had been bustle and preparation in all parts of the great vessel. The archers stood in groups about the decks, new-stringing their bows, and testing that they were firm at the nocks. Among them moved Aylward, and other of the older soldiers, with a few whispered words of precept here and of warning there. "Stand to it, my hearts of gold," said the old bowman as he passed from knot to knot. "By my hilt, we are in luck this journey. Bear in mind the old saying of the company." "What is that, Aylward?" cried several, leaning on their bows and laughing at him. "'Tis the master bowyer's rede. Every bow well bent, every shaft well sent, every stave well knocked, every string well locked. There, with that jingle in his head, a bracer on his left hand, a shooting glove on his right, and a farthing's worth of wax in his girdle, what more doth a bowman need? It would not be amiss," said Hordle John, "if under his girdle he had 4 farthings worth of wine. Work first, wine afterwards, mon camarade. But it is time that we took our order, for methinks that between the Needle Rocks and the Alum Cliffs yonder, I can catch a glimpse of the topmasts of the galleys. Hewitt, Cook, Johnson, Cunningham, your men are of the poop guard. Thornbury, Walters, Hackett, Badlesmere. You are with Sir Oliver on the forecastle. Simon, you bide with your lord's banner, but 10 men must go forward." Quietly and promptly the men took their places, lying flat upon their faces on the deck, for such was Sir Nigel's order. Near the prow was planted Sir Oliver's spear, with his arms, a boar's head gules upon a field of gold. Close by the stern stood Black Simon with the pennon of the House of Loring. In the waist gathered the Southampton mariners, hairy and burly men, with their jerkins thrown off, their waists braced tight, swords, mallets, and pole-axes in their hands. Their leader, Goodwin Hawtayne, stood upon the poop and talked with Sir Nigel, casting his eye up sometimes at the swelling sail, and then glancing back at the two seamen who held the tiller. "Pass the word," said Sir Nigel, "that no man shall stand to arms or draw his bowstring until my trumpeter shall sound. It would be well that we should seem to be a merchant ship from Southampton and appear to flee from them." "We shall see them anon," said the master shipman. "Ha, said I not so? There they lie, the water snakes, in Freshwater Bay, and mark the reek of smoke from yonder point, where they have been at their devil's work. See how their shallops pull from the land. They have seen us and called their men aboard. Now they draw upon the anchor. See them like ants upon the forecastle. They stoop and heave like handy shipmen. But, my fair lord, these are no niefs. I doubt but we have taken in hand more than we can do. Each of these ships is a galeasse, and of the largest and swiftest make." "I would I had your eyes," said Sir Nigel, blinking at the pirate galleys. "They seem very gallant ships, and I trust that we shall have much pleasance from our meeting with them. It would be well to pass the word that we should neither give nor take quarter this day. Have you perchance a priest or friar aboard this ship, Master Hawtayne?" "No, my fair lord." "Well, well, it is no great matter for my company, for they were all houseled and shriven ere we left Twynham Castle, and Father Christopher of the Priory gave me his word that they were as fit to march to heaven as to Gascony. But my mind misdoubts me as to these Winchester men who have come with Sir Oliver, for they appear to be a very ungodly crew. Pass the word that the men kneel, and that the under-officers repeat to them the Pater, the Ave, and the Credo." With a clank of arms, the rough archers and seamen took to their knees, with bent heads and crossed hands, listening to the hoarse mutter from the file leaders. It was strange to mark the hush, so that the lapping of the water, the straining of the sail, and the creaking of the timbers grew louder of a sudden upon the ear. Many of the bowmen had drawn amulets and relics from their bosoms, while he who possessed some more than usually sanctified treasure passed it down the line of his comrades, that all might kiss and reap the virtue. The yellow cog had now shot out from the narrow waters of the Solent, and was plunging and rolling on the long heave of the open channel. The wind blew freshly from the east, with a very keen edge to it, and the great sail bellied roundly out, laying the vessel over until the water hissed beneath her lee bulwarks. Broad and ungainly, she floundered from wave to wave, dipping her round bows deeply into the blue rollers, and sending the white flakes of foam in a spatter over her decks. On her larboard quarter lay the two dark galleys, which had already hoisted sail, and were shooting out from Freshwater Bay in swift pursuit, their double line of oars giving them a vantage which could not fail to bring them up with any vessel which trusted to sails alone. High and bluff the English cog, long, black, and swift the pirate galleys, like two fierce, lean wolves, which have seen a lordly and unsuspecting stag walk past their forest lair. "Shall we turn, my fair lord, or shall we carry on?" asked the master shipman, looking behind him with anxious eyes. "Nay, we must carry on and play the part of the helpless merchant. But your pennons, they will see that we have 2 knights with us. Yet it would not be to a knight's honour or good name to lower his pennon. Let them be, and they will think that we are a wine ship for Gascony, or that we bear the wool bales of some mercer of the staple. Ma foi, but they are very swift. They swoop upon us like 2 goshawks on a heron. Is there not some symbol or device upon their sails?" "That on the right," said Edricson, "appears to have the head of an Ethiop upon it." "'Tis the badge of Tetenoir the Norman," cried a seaman mariner. "I have seen it before when he harried us at Winchelsea. He is a wondrous large and strong man, with no ruth for man, woman, or beast. They say that he hath the strength of 6, and certes he hath the crimes of 6 upon his soul. See now to the poor souls who swing at either end of his yard arm. At each end of the yard there did indeed hang the dark figure of a man, jolting and lurching with hideous jerkings of its limbs at every plunge and swoop of the galley. "By St. Paul," said Sir Nigel, "and by the help of St. George and Our Lady, it will be a very strange thing if our black-headed friend does not himself swing thence ere he be many hours older. But what is that upon the other galley?" "It is the Red Cross of Genoa. This Spadebeard is a very noted captain, and it is his boast that there are no seamen and no archers in the world who can compare with those who serve the Doge Boccanegra." "That we shall prove," said Goodwin Hawtayne, "but it would be well, ere they close with us, to raise up the mantlets and parvises as a screen against their bolts." He shouted a hoarse order, and his seamen worked swiftly and silently, heightening the bulwarks and strengthening them. The 3 ships' anchors were at Sir Nigel's command carried into the waist, and tied to the mast with 20 feet of cable between, each under the care of 4 seamen. 8 others were stationed with leather water bags to quench any fire arrows which might come aboard, while others were sent up the mast, to lie along the yard and drop stones or shoot arrows as the occasion served. "Let them be supplied with all that is heavy and weighty in the ship," said Sir Nigel. "Then we must send them up Sir Oliver Butistorn," quoth Ford. The knight looked at him with a face which struck the smile from his lips. "No squire of mine," he said, "shall ever make jest of a belted knight. And yet," he added, his eyes softening, "I know that it is but a boy's mirth, with no sting in it. Yet I should ill do my part towards your father if I did not teach you to curb your tongue play." "They will lay us aboard on either quarter, my lord," cried the master. "See how they stretch out from each other. The Norman hath a mangonel or a trabuch upon the forecastle. See, they bend to the levers. They are about to loose it." "Aylward," cried the knight, "pick your 3 trustiest archers, and see if you cannot do something to hinder their aim. Methinks they are within long arrow flight." 17 score paces, said the archer, running his eye backwards and forwards. "By my 10 finger bones! It would be a strange thing if we could not notch a mark at that distance. Here, Watkin of Sowley, Arnold, Long Williams, let us show the rogues that they have English bowmen to deal with." The 3 archers named stood at the further end of the poop, balancing themselves with feet widely spread and bows drawn, until the heads of the cloth-yard arrows were level with the centre of the stave. "You are the surer, Watkin," said Aylward, standing by them with shaft upon string. "Do you take the rogue with the red coif? You 2 bring down the man with the headpiece, and I will hold myself ready if you miss. Ma foi! They are about to loose her. Shoot, mes garçons, or you will be too late." The throng of pirates had cleared away from the great wooden catapult, leaving 2 of their number to discharge it. One in a scarlet cap bent over it, steadying the jagged rock which was balanced on the spoon-shaped end of the long wooden lever. The other held the loop of the rope, which would release the catch and send the unwieldy missile hurtling through the air. So for an instant they stood, showing hard and clear against the white sail behind them. The next, Redcap had fallen across the stone with an arrow between his ribs, and the other, struck in the leg and in the throat, was writhing and spluttering upon the ground. As he toppled backwards, he had loosed the spring, and the huge beam of wood, swinging round with tremendous force, cast the corpse of his comrade so close to the English ship that its mangled and distorted limbs grazed their very stern. As to the stone, it glanced off obliquely and fell midway between the vessels. A roar of cheering and of laughter broke from the rough archers and seamen at the sight, answered by a yell of rage from their pursuers. "Lie low, mes enfants," cried Aylward, motioning with his left hand. "They will learn wisdom. They are bringing forward shield and mantlet. We shall have some pebbles about our ears ere long." Chapter 16. How the Yellow Cog Fought the 2 rover galleys. The 3 vessels had been sweeping swiftly westwards, the cog still well to the front, although the galleys were slowly drawing in upon either quarter. To the left was a hard skyline unbroken by a sail. The island already lay like a cloud behind them, while right in front was St. Alban's Head, with Portland looming mistily in the farthest distance. Alain stood by the tiller, looking backwards, the fresh wind full in his teeth, the crisp winter air tingling on his face and blowing his yellow curls from under his bassinet. His cheeks were flushed, and his eyes shining, for the blood of 100 fighting Saxon ancestors was beginning to stir in his veins. "What was that?" he asked, as a hissing, sharp-drawn voice seemed to whisper in his ear. The steersman smiled and pointed with his foot to where a short, heavy crossbow quarrel stuck quivering in the boards. At the same instant, the man stumbled forward upon his knees and lay lifeless upon the deck, a blood-stained feather jutting out from his back. As Alain stooped to raise him, the air seemed to be alive with the sharp zip-zip of the bolts, and he could hear them pattering on the deck like apples at a tree shaking. "Raise 2 more mantlets by the poop lanthorn," said Sir Nigel quietly. "And another man to the tiller," cried the master shipman. "Keep them in play, Aylward, with 10 of your men," the knight continued, "and let 10 of Sir Oliver's bowmen do as much for the Genoese. I have no mind as yet to show them how much they have to fear from us." 10 picked shots under Aylward stood in line across the broad deck, and it was a lesson to the young squires who had seen nothing of war to note how orderly and how cool were these old soldiers, how quick the command, and how prompt the carrying out, 10 moving like one. Their comrades crouched beneath the bulwarks, with many a rough jest and many a scrap of criticism or advice. "Higher, Wat, higher. Put thy body into it, Will. Forget not the wind, Hal." So ran the muttered chorus, while high above it rose the sharp twanging of the strings, the hiss of the shafts, and the short, "Draw your arrow. Nick your arrow. Shoot wholly together," from the master bowman. And now both mangonels were at work from the galleys, but so covered and protected, save at the moment of discharge, no glimpse could be caught of them. A huge brown rock from the Genoese sang over their heads and plunged sullenly into the slope of a wave. Another from the Norman whizzed into the waist, broke the back of a horse, and crashed its way through the side of the vessel. 2 others, flying together, tore a great gap in the St. Christopher upon the sail, and brushed 3 of Sir Oliver's men-at-arms from the forecastle. The master shipman looked at the knight with a troubled face. "They keep their distance from us," said he. "Our archery is over good, and they will not close. What defense can we make against the stones?" "I think I may trick them," the knight answered cheerfully, and passed his order to the archers. Instantly 5 of them threw up their hands and fell prostrate upon the deck. One had already been slain by a bolt, so that there were but 4 upon their feet. "That should give them heart," said Sir Nigel, eyeing the galleys, which crept along on either side, with a slow, measured swing of their great oars, the water swirling and foaming under their sharp stems. "They still hold aloof," cried Hortain. "Then down with 2 more," shouted their leader. "That will do. Ma foi, but they come to our lure like chicks to the fowler. To your arms, men. The pennon behind me and the squires round the pennon. Stand fast with the anchors in the waist, and be ready for a cast. Now blow out the trumpets, and may God's benison be with the honest men." As he spoke, a roar of voices and a roll of drums came from either galley, and the water was lashed into spray by the hurried beat of 100 oars. Down they swooped, one on the right, one on the left, the sides and shrouds black with men and bristling with weapons. In heavy clusters they hung upon the forecastle, all ready for a spring. Faces white, faces brown, faces yellow, and faces black, fair Norsemen, swarthy Italians, fierce rovers from the Levant, and fiery Moors from the Barbary states, of all hues and countries, and marked solely by the common stamp of a wild beast ferocity. Rasping up on either side, with oars trailing to save them from snapping, they poured in a living torrent with horrid yell and shrill whoop upon the defenceless merchantmen. But wilder yet was the cry, and shriller still the scream, when there rose up from the shadow of those silent bulwarks the long lines of the English bowmen, and the arrows whizzed in a deadly sleet among the unprepared masses upon the pirate decks. From the higher sides of the cog, the bowmen could shoot straight down, at a range which was so short as to enable a cloth yard shaft to pierce through mail coats or to transfix a shield, though it were an inch thick of toughened wood. One moment Alain saw the galley's poop crowded with rushing figures, waving arms, exultant faces. The next it was a blood-smeared shambles with bodies piled 3 deep upon each other, the living cowering behind the dead to shelter themselves from that sudden storm blast of death. On either side, the seamen whom Sir Nigel had chosen for the purpose had cast their anchors over the side of the galleys, so that the 3 vessels, locked in an iron grip, lurched heavily forward upon the swell, and now set in a fell and fierce fight, one of 1,000 of which no chronicler has spoken and no poet sung. Through all the centuries and over all those southern waters, nameless men have fought in nameless places, their sole monuments a protected coast and an unravaged countryside. Fore and aft the archers had cleared the galley's decks, but from either side the rovers had poured down into the waist, where the seamen and bowmen were pushed back, and so mingled with their foes that it was impossible for their comrades above to draw string to help them. It was a wild chaos where axe and sword rose and fell, while Englishmen, Norman, and Italians staggered and reeled on a deck which was cumbered with bodies and slippery with blood. The clang of blows, the cries of the stricken, the short, deep shout of the islanders, and the fierce whoops of the rovers rose together in a deafening tumult, while the breath of the panting men went up in the wintry air like the smoke from a furnace. The giant Tête Noire, towering above his fellows and clad from head to foot in plate of proof, led on his boarders, waving a huge mace in the air, with which he struck to the deck every man who approached him. On the other side, Spade Beard, a dwarf in height, but of great breadth of shoulder and length of arm, had cut a road almost to the mast, with 70 Genoese men-at-arms close at his heels. Between these 2 formidable assailants, the seamen were being slowly wedged more closely together, until they stood back to back under the mast with the rovers raging upon every side of them. But help was close at hand. Sir Oliver Buttersthorn with his men-at-arms had swarmed down from the forecastle, while Sir Nigel with his 3 squires, Black Simon, Aylward, Hordle John, and a score more, threw themselves from the poop and hurled themselves into the thickest of the fight. Alain, as in duty bound, kept his eyes fixed ever on his lord, and pressed forward close at his heels. Often had he heard of Sir Nigel's prowess and skill with all knightly weapons, but all the tales that had reached his ears fell far short of the real quickness and coolness of the man. It was as if the devil was in him, for he sprang here and sprang there, now thrusting and now cutting, catching blows on his shield, turning them with his blade, stooping under the swing of an axe, springing over the sweep of a sword, so swift and so erratic that the man who braced himself for a blow at him might find him 6 paces off ere he could bring it down. 3 pirates had fallen before him, and he had wounded Spade Beard in the neck, when the Norman giant sprang at him from the side with a slashing blow from his deadly mace. Sir Nigel stooped to avoid it, and at the same instant turned a thrust from the Genoese swordsman, but his foot slipping in a pool of blood, he fell heavily to the ground. Alain sprang in front of the Norman, but his sword was shattered, and he himself beaten to the ground by a second blow from the ponderous weapon. Ere the pirate chief could repeat it, however, John's iron grip fell upon his wrist, and he found that for once he was in the hands of a stronger man than himself. Fiercely he strove to disengage his weapon, but Hordle John bent his arm slowly back until, with a sharp crack like a breaking stave, it turned limp in his grasp, and the mace dropped from the nerveless fingers. In vain he tried to pluck it up with the other hand. Back and back still his foeman bent him, until, with a roar of pain and of fury, the giant clanged his full length upon the boards, while the glimmer of a knife before the bars of his helmet warned him that short would be his shrift if he moved. Cowed and disheartened by the loss of their leader, the Normans had given back, and were now streaming over the bulwarks onto their own galley, dropping a dozen at a time onto her deck. But the anchor still held them in its crooked claw, and Sir Oliver with 50 men was hard upon their heels. Now, too, the archers had room to draw their bows once more, and great stones from the yard of the cog came thundering and crashing among the flying rovers. Here and there they rushed with wild screams and curses, diving under the sail, crouching behind booms, huddling into corners like rabbits when the ferrets are upon them, as helpless and as hopeless. They were stern days, and if the honest soldier, too poor for a ransom, had no prospect of mercy upon the battlefield, what ruth was there for sea robbers, the enemies of humankind, taken in the very deed, with proofs of their crimes still swinging upon their yardarm? But the fight had taken a new and a strange turn upon the other side. Spade Beard and his men had given slowly back, hard pressed by Sir Nigel, Aylward, Black Simon, and the poop guard. Foot by foot the Italian had retreated, his armour running blood at every joint, his shield split, his crest shorn, his voice fallen away to a mere gasping and croaking. Yet he faced his foeman with dauntless courage, dashing in, springing back, sure-footed, steady-handed, with a point which seemed to menace three at once. Beaten back onto the deck of his own vessel, and closely followed by a dozen Englishmen, he disengaged himself from them, ran swiftly down the deck, sprang back into the cog once more, cut the rope which held the anchor, and was back in an instant among his crossbow men. At the same time, the Genoese sailors thrust with their oars against the side of the cog, and a rapidly widening rift appeared between the two vessels. "By St. George," cried Ford, "we are cut off from Sir Nigel." "He is lost," gasped Turlake. "Come, let us spring for it." The two youths jumped with all their strength to reach the departing galley. Ford's feet reached the edge of the bulwarks, and his hand clutching a rope he swung himself on board. Turlake fell short, crashed in among the oars, and bounded off into the sea. Alain, staggering to the side, was about to hurl himself after him, but Hordle John dragged him back by the girdle. "You can scarce stand, lad, far less jump," said he. "See how the blood rips from your bassinet." "My place is by the flag," cried Alain, vainly struggling to break from the other's hold. "Bide here, man. You would need wings ere you could reach Sir Nigel's side." The vessels were indeed so far apart now that the Genoese could use the full sweep of their oars and draw away rapidly from the cog. "My God, but it is a noble fight!" shouted Big John, clapping his hands. "They have cleared the poop, and they spring into the waist. Well struck, my lord. Well struck, Aylward. See to Black Simon how he storms among the shipmen. But this Spade Beard is a gallant warrior. He rallies his men upon the forecastle. He hath slain an archer. Ha! My lord is upon him. Look to it, Alain. See to the whirl and glitter of it." "By heaven, Sir Nigel is down," cried the squire. "Up," roared John. "It was but a feint. He bears him back. He drives him to the side. Ah, by Our Lady, his sword is through him. They cry for mercy. Down goes the red cross, and up springs Simon with the scarlet roses." The death of the Genoese leader did indeed bring the resistance to an end. Amid a thunder of cheering from cog and from galleys, the forked pennon fluttered upon the forecastle, and the galley, sweeping round, came slowly back, as the slaves who rowed it learned the wishes of their new masters. The two knights had come aboard the cog, and the grapplings having been thrown off, the three vessels now moved abreast. Through all the storm and rush of the fight, Alain had been aware of the voice of Goodwin Hawtayne, the master shipman, with his constant "Hail the bowline, veer the sheet," and strange it was to him to see how swiftly the blood-stained sailors turned from the strife to the ropes and back. Now the cog's head was turned Francewards, and the shipman walked the deck, a peaceful master mariner once more. "There is sad scath done to the cog, Sir Nigel," said he. "Here is a hole in the side 2 ells across, the sails split through the centre, and the wood as bare as a friar's pole. In good sooth, I know not what I shall say to Master Witherton when I see the Itchen once more." "By St. Paul, it would be a very sorry thing if we suffered you to be the worse of this day's work," said Sir Nigel. "You shall take these galleys back with you, and Master Witherton may sell them. Then from the moneys he shall take as much as may make good the damage, and the rest he shall keep until our homecoming, when every man shall have his share. An image of silver 15 inches high I have vowed to the Virgin to be placed in her chapel within the priory. For that she was pleased to allow me to come upon this Spade Beard. who seemed to me from what I have seen of him to be a very sprightly and valiant gentleman. But how fares it with you, Edricson?" "It is nothing, my fair lord," said Alain, who had now loosened his bassinet, which was cracked across by the Norman's blow. Even as he spoke, however, his head swirled round, and he fell to the deck with the blood gushing from his nose and mouth. "He will come to anon," said the knight, stooping over him and passing his fingers through his hair. "I have lost one very valiant and gentle squire this day. I can ill afford to lose another. How many men have fallen?" "I have pricked off the tally," said Aylward, who had come aboard with his lord. "There are 7 of the Winchester men, 11 seamen, your squire, young Master Terlake, and 9 archers. And of the others, they are all dead, save only the Norman knight who stands behind you. What would you that we should do with him?" "He must hang on his own yard," said Sir Nigel. "It was my vow and must be done." The pirate leader had stood by the bulwarks, a cord round his arms, and 2 stout archers on either side. At Sir Nigel's words he started violently, and his swarthy features blanched to a livid grey. "How, Sir Knight?" he cried in broken English. "Que dites-vous?" "To hang, le mort du chien. To hang." "It is my vow," said Sir Nigel shortly. "From what I hear, you thought little enough of hanging others." "Peasants, base roturiers," cried the other. "It is their fitting death. Mais le seigneur d'Andely, avec le sang des rois dans ses veines, c'est incroyable." Sir Nigel turned upon his heel, while 2 seamen cast a noose over the pirate's neck. At the touch of the cord he snapped the bonds which bound him, dashed one of the archers to the deck, and seizing the other round the waist sprang with him into the sea. "By my hilt, he is gone," cried Aylward, rushing to the side. "They have sunk together like a stone." "I am right glad of it," answered Sir Nigel, "for though it was against my vow to loose him, I deem that he has carried himself like a very gentle and debonair cavalier." Chapter 17. How the Yellow Cog crossed the bar of Gironde. For 2 days the Yellow Cog ran swiftly before a northeasterly wind, and on the dawn of the 3rd the high land of Ushant lay like a mist upon the shimmering skyline. There came a plump of rain towards midday, and the breeze died down, but it freshened again before nightfall, and Goodwin Hawtayne veered his sheet and held head for the south. Next morning they had passed Belle Isle, and ran through the midst of a fleet of transports returning from Guienne. Sir Nigel Loring and Sir Oliver Butterstorn at once hung their shields over the side, and displayed their pennons as was the custom, noting with the keenest interest the answering symbols which told the names of the cavaliers who had been constrained by ill health or wounds to leave the prince at so critical a time. That evening a great dun-coloured cloud banked up in the west, and an anxious man was Goodwin Hawtayne, for a 3rd part of his crew had been slain, and half the remainder were aboard the galleys, so that, with an injured ship, he was little fit to meet such a storm as sweeps over those waters. All night it blew in short, fitful puffs, heeling the great cog over until the water curled over her lee bulwarks. As the wind still freshened, the yard was lowered halfway down the mast in the morning. Alain, wretchedly ill and weak, with his head still ringing from the blow which he had received, crawled up upon deck. Water swept and aslant. It was preferable to the noisome, rat-haunted dungeons which served as cabins. There, clinging to the stout halyards of the sheet, he gazed with amazement at the long lines of black waves, each with its curling ridge of foam, racing in endless succession from out the inexhaustible west. A huge sombre cloud, flecked with livid blotches, stretched over the whole seaward skyline, with long ragged streamers whirled out in front of it. Far behind them the 2 galleys laboured heavily, now sinking between the rollers until their yards were level with the waves, and again shooting up with a reeling, scooping motion until every spar and rope stood out hard against the sky. On the left, the low-lying land stretched in a dim haze, rising here and there into a darker blur which marked the higher capes and headlands. "The land of France!" Alain's eyes shone as he gazed upon it. "The land of France!" The very words sounded as the call of a bugle in the ears of the youth of England, the land where their fathers had bled, the home of chivalry and of knightly deeds, the country of gallant men, of courtly women, of princely buildings, of the wise, the polished and the sainted. There it lay, so still and grey beneath the drifting wrack, the home of things noble and of things shameful, the theatre where a new name might be made, or an old one marred. From his bosom to his lips came the crumpled veil, and he breathed a vow that if valor and goodwill could raise him to his lady's side, then death alone should hold him back from her. His thoughts were still in the woods of Minstead and the old armoury of Twynham Castle, when the hoarse voice of the master shipman brought them back once more to the Bay of Biscay. "By my troth, young sir," he said, "you are as long in the face as the devil at a christening, and I cannot marvel at it, for I have sailed these waters since I was as high as this wynyard, and yet I never saw more sure promise of an evil night." "Nay, I had other things upon my mind," the squire answered. "And so has every man," cried Hawtayne in an injured voice. "Let the shipman see to it. It is the master shipman's affair." "Put it all upon good Master Hawtayne. Never had I so much care since first I blew trumpet and showed cartel at the west gate of Southampton." "What is amiss, then?" asked Alain, for the man's words were as gusty as the weather. "Amiss, quotha? Here am I with but half my mariners, and a hole in the ship where that 20 devil stones struck us big enough to fit the fat widow of Northam through. It is well enough on this tack, but I would have you tell me what I am to do on the other. We are like to have salt water upon us, until we be found pickled like the herrings in an Easterling's barrels. What says Sir Nigel to it?" "He is below pricking out the coat armour of his mother's uncle. Pester me not with such small matters," was all that I could get from him. "Then there is Sir Oliver. Fry them in oil with a dressing of Gascony," quoth he, and then swore at me because I had not been the cook. Wallawa, thought I, mad master soberman so away forward to the archers, Harrow and alas, but they were worse than the others. Would they not help you then? Nay, they sat tway and tway at a board, him that they call Aylward and the great red-headed man who snapped the Norman's arm bone, and the black man from Norwich and a score of others, rattling their dice in an archer's gauntlet for want of a box. "The ship can scarce last much longer, my masters," quoth I. "That is your business, old swine's head," cried the black galliard. "Le diable t'importe," says Aylward. "A 5, a 4 and the main," shouted the big man with a voice like the flap of a sail. "Hark to them now, young sir, and say if I speak not sooth." As he spoke, there sounded high above the shriek of the gale and the straining of the timbers a gust of oaths with a roar of deep-chested mirth from the gamblers in the forecastle. "Can I be of avail?" asked Alain. "Say the word and the thing is done, if 2 hands may do it." "Nay, nay, your head I can see is still totty, and I faith little head would you have. Had your bassinet not stood your friend? All that may be done is already carried out, for we have stuffed the gape with sails and corded it without and within. Yet when we bail our bowline and veer the sheet, our lives will hang upon the breach remaining blocked. See how yonder headland looms upon us through the mist. We must tack within 3 arrow flights, or we may find a rock through our timbers. Now, St. Christopher be praised. Here is Sir Nigel with whom I may confer." "I pry thee that you will pardon me," said the knight, clutching his way along the bulwark. "I would not show lack of courtesy toward a worthy man, but I was deep in a matter of some weight, concerning which, Alain, I should be glad of your rede. It touches the question of demediation or impalement in the coat of mine uncle, Sir John Leighton of Shropshire, who took unto wife the widow of Sir Henry Oglander of Nunwell. The case has been much debated by pursuivants and kings of arms, but how is it with you, master shipman?" "Ill enough, my fair lord. The cog must go about anon, and I know not how we may keep the water out of her." "Go call Sir Oliver," said Sir Nigel, and presently the portly knight made his way all a-straddle down the slippery deck. "By my soul, master shipman, this passes all patience," he cried wrathfully. "If this ship of yours must needs dance and skip like a clown at a kermesse, then I pray you that you will put me into one of these galleasses. I had but sat down to a flask of Malvoisie and a mortress of brawn, as is my use about this hour, when there comes a chirking, and I find my wine over my legs and the flask in my lap. And then, as I stoop to clip it, there comes another cursed jerk, and there is a mortress of brawn stuck fast at the nape of my neck. At this moment, I have 2 pages coursing after it from side to side, like hounds behind a leveret. Never did living pig gambol more lightly. But you have sent for me, Sir Nigel. I would fain have your rede, Sir Oliver, for Master Hautayne hath fears that when we veer there may come danger from the hole in our side. Then do not veer, quoth Sir Oliver hastily. And now, fair sir, I must hasten back to see how my rogues have fared with the brawn. Nay, but this will scarce suffice, cried the shipman. If we do not veer, we will be upon the rocks within the hour. Then veer, said Sir Oliver. There is my rede, and now, Sir Nigel, I must crave. At this instant, however, a startled shout rang out from 2 seamen upon the forecastle. Rocks, they yelled, stabbing into the air with their forefingers. Rocks beneath our very bows. Through the belly of a great black wave, not 100 paces to the front of them, there thrust forth a huge jagged mass of brown stone, which spouted spray as though it were some crouching monster, while a dull, menacing boom and roar filled the air. "Yeah, yeah," screamed Goodwin Hautayne, flinging himself upon the long pole which served as a tiller. "Cut the halyard, haul her over, lay her 2 courses to the wind." Over swung the great boom, and the cog trembled and quivered within 5 spear lengths of the breakers. "She can scarce draw clear," cried Hautayne, with his eyes from the sail to the seething line of foam. "May the holy Julian stand by us and the thrice-sainted Christopher." "If there be such peril, Sir Oliver," quoth Sir Nigel, "it would be very knightly and fitting that we should show our pennons. I pray you, Edricson, that you will command my guidon-bearer to put forward my banner." "And sound the trumpets," cried Sir Oliver. "In manus tuas, Domin. I am in the keeping of James of Compostella, to whose shrine I shall make pilgrimage, and in whose honour I vow that I will eat a carp each year upon his feast day. Mon Dieu, but the waves roar. How is it with us now, Master Shipman?" We draw," cried Hautayne, with his eyes still fixed upon the foam which hissed under the very bulge of the side. "Ah, Holy Mother, be with us now." As he spoke, the cog rasped along the edge of the reef, and a long white curling sheet of wood was planed off from her side from waist to poop by a jutting horn of the rock. At the same instant she lay suddenly over, the sail drew full, and she plunged seawards amid the shoutings of the seamen and the archers. "The Virgin be praised," cried the shipman, wiping his brow. "For this shall bell swing and candle burn when I see Southampton water once more. Cheerily, my hearts, pull yearly on the bowline. By my soul, I would rather have a dry death," quoth Sir Oliver, "though, mort Dieu, I have eaten so many fish that it were but justice that the fish should eat me. Now I must back to the cabin, for I have matters there which crave my attention." "Nay, Sir Oliver, you had best bide with us, and still show your ensign," Sir Nigel answered, "for, if I understand the matter aright, we have but turned from one danger to the other." "Good Master Hautayne," cried the boatswain, rushing aft, "the water comes in upon us apace. The waves have driven in the sail wherewith we strove to stop the hole." As he spoke, the seamen came swarming on to the poop and the forecastle to avoid the torrent which poured through the huge leak into the waist. High above the roar of the wind and the clash of the sea rose the shrill, half-human cries of the horses as they found the water rising rapidly around them. "Stop it from without," cried Hautayne, seizing the end of the wet sail with which the gap had been plugged. "Speedily, my hearts, or we are gone." Swiftly they rove ropes to the corners, and then rushing forward to the bows, they lowered them under the keel, and drew them tight in such a way that the sail should cover the outer face of the gap. The force of the rush of water was checked by this obstacle, but it still squirted plentifully from every side of it. At the sides the horses were above the belly, and in the centre a man from the poop could scarce touch the deck with a 7-foot spear. The cog lay lower in the water, and the waves splashed freely over the weather bulwark. "I fear that we can scarce bide upon this tack," cried Hautayne, "and yet the other will drive us on the rocks. Might we not haul down sail and wait for better times?" suggested Sir Nigel. "Nay, we should drift upon the rocks. 30 years have I been on the sea, and never yet in greater straits. Yet we are in the hands of the saints. Of whom, cried Sir Oliver, I look more particularly to St. James of Compostella, who hath already befriended us this day, and on whose feast I hereby vow that I shall eat a second carp, if he will but interpose a second time. The rack had thickened to seaward, and the coast was but a blurred line. Two vague shadows in the offing showed where the galleasses rolled and tossed upon the great Atlantic rollers. Hautaine looked wistfully in their direction. If they would but lie closer, we might find safety, even should the cog founder. You will bear me out with good Master Witherton of Southampton that I have done all that a shipman might. It would be well that you should doff camail and greaves, Sir Nigel, for by the Black Rood, it is like enough that we shall have to swim for it. Nay, said the little knight, it would be scarce fitting that a cavalier should throw off his harness for the fear of every puff of wind and puddle of water. I would rather that my company should gather round me here on the poop, where we might abide together whatever God may be pleased to send. But, certes, Master Hautaine, for all that my sight is none of the best, it is not the first time that I have seen that headland upon the left. The seaman shaded his eyes with his hand, and gazed earnestly through the haze and spray. Suddenly he threw up his arms and shouted aloud in his joy. "'Tis the point of La Tremblade," he cried. "I had not thought that we were as far as Oleron. The Gironde lies before us, and once over the bar and under shelter of the Tour de Cordouan, all will be well with us. Veer again, my hearts, and bring her to try with the main course." The sail swung round once more, and the cog, battered and torn and well-nigh waterlogged, staggered in for this haven of refuge. A bluff cape to the north and a long spit to the south marked the mouth of the noble river, with a low-lying island of silted sand in the centre, all shrouded and curtained by the spume of the breakers. A line of broken water traced the dangerous bar, which in clear day and balmy weather has cracked the back of many a tall ship. "There is a channel," said Hautaine, "which was shown to me by the prince's own pilot. Mark yonder tree upon the bank, and see the tower which rises behind it. If these two be held in a line, even as we hold them now, it may be done, though our ship draws 2 good ells more than when she put forth." "God speed you, Master Hautaine," cried Sir Oliver. "Twice have we come scathless out of peril, and now for the 3rd time I commend me to the blessed James of Compostella, to whom I vow—" "Nay, nay, old friend," whispered Sir Nigel. "You are like to bring a judgment upon us with these vows, which no living man could accomplish. Have I not already heard you vow to eat 2 carp in one day, and now you would venture upon a 3rd? "I pray you that you will order the company to lie down," cried Hautaine, who had taken the tiller and was gazing ahead with a fixed eye. "In 3 minutes we shall either be lost or in safety." Archers and seamen lay flat upon the deck, waiting in stolid silence for whatever fate might come. Hautaine bent his weight upon the tiller and crouched to see under the bellying sail. Sir Oliver and Sir Nigel stood erect with hands crossed in front of the poop. Down swooped the great cog into the narrow channel, which was the portal to safety. On either bow roared the shallow bar. Right ahead, one small lane of black swirling water marked the pilot's course, but true was the eye and firm the hand which guided. A dull scraping came from beneath. The vessel quivered and shook at the waist, at the quarter, and behind sounded that grim roaring of the waters. And with a plunge, the yellow cog was over the bar and speeding swiftly up the broad and tranquil estuary of the Gironde. Chapter 18. How Sir Nigel Loring put a patch upon his eye. It was on the morning of Friday, the 28th day of November, 2 days before the feast of St. Andrew, that the cog and her 2 prisoners, after a weary tacking up the Gironde and the Garonne, dropped anchor at last in front of the noble city of Bordeaux. With wonder and admiration, Alain, leaning over the bulwarks, gazed at the forest of masts, the swarm of boats darting hither and thither on the bosom of the broad curving stream, and the grey crescent-shaped city which stretched with many a tower and minaret along the western shore. Never had he in his quiet life seen so great a town, nor was there in the whole of England save London alone one which might match it in size or in wealth. Here came the merchandise of all the fair countries which are watered by the Garonne and the Dordogne, the cloths of the south, the skins of Guyenne, the wines of the Medoc, to be borne away to Hull, Exeter, Dartmouth, Bristol, or Chester, in exchange for the wools and woolfuls of England. Here too dwelt those famous smelters and welders who had made the Bordeaux steel the most trusty upon earth, and could give a temper to lance or to sword which might mean dear life to its owner. Aline could see the smoke of their forges reeking up in the clear morning air. The storm had died down now to a gentle breeze, which wafted to his ears the long-drawn stirring bugle calls which sounded from the ancient ramparts. "Hola, mon petit," said Aylward, coming up to where he stood. "Thou art a squire now, and like enough to win the golden spurs, while I am still the master bowman, and master bowman I shall bide. I dare scarce wag my tongue so freely with you as when we tramped together past Wilverley Chase, else I might be your guide now, for indeed I know every house in Bordeaux as a friar knows the beads on his rosary." "Nay, Aylward," said Alain, laying his hand upon the sleeve of his companion's frayed jerkin, "you cannot think me so thrall as to throw aside an old friend because I have had some small share of good fortune. I take it unkind that you should have thought such evil of me. Nay, mon gars, 'twas but a flight shot to see if the wind blew steady, though I were a rogue to doubt it. Why, had I not met you, Aylward, at the Lyndhurst Inn, who can say where I had now been? Certes, I had not gone to Twynham Castle, nor become squire to Sir Nigel, nor met—" He paused abruptly and flushed to his hair. But the bowman was too busy with his own thoughts to notice his young companion's embarrassment. "It was a good hostel, that of the Pied Merlin," he remarked, "by my 10 finger bones. When I hang bow on nail and change my brigandine for a tunic, I might do worse than take over the dame and her business." "I thought," said Alain, "that you were betrothed to someone at Christchurch." "To 3, Aylward answered moodily. "To 3. I fear I may not go back to Christchurch. I might chance to see hotter service in Hampshire than I have ever done in Gascony. But mark you now yonder lofty turret in the centre, which stands back from the river, and hath a broad banner upon the summit. See, the rising sun flashes full upon it, and sparkles on the golden lions. 'Tis the royal banner of England crossed by the prince's label. There he dwells in the Abbey of St. Andrew, where he hath kept his court these years back. Beside it is the minster of the same saint, who hath the town under his very special care. And how of yon grey turret on the left? 'Tis the fane of St. Michael, as that upon the right is of St. Remy. There too, above the poop of yonder Neef, you see the towers of St. Croix and of Payberland. Mark also the mighty ramparts which are pierced by the 3 water gates, and 16 others to the landward side. And how is it, good Aylward, that there comes so much music from the town? I seem to hear 100 trumpets all calling in chorus. It would be strange else, seeing that all the great lords of England and of Gascony are within the walls, and each would have his trumpeter blow as loud as his neighbour, lest it might be thought that his dignity had been abated. Ma foi, they make as much lustre as a Scotch army, where every man fills himself with girdle cakes, and sits up all night to blow upon the toodle pipe. See all along the banks how the pages water the horses, and there beyond the town how they gallop them over the plain. For every horse you see a belted knight hath herbergage in the town, for, as I learn, the men-at-arms and archers have already gone forward to Dax. I trust, Aylward, said Sir Nigel coming upon deck, that the men are ready for the land. Go tell them that the boats will be for them within the hour. The archer raised his hand in salute, and hastened forward. In the meantime, Sir Oliver had followed his brother knight, and the two paced the poop together, Sir Nigel in his plum-coloured velvet suit, with flat cap of the same, adorned in front with the Lady Loring's glove and girt round with a curling ostrich feather. The lusty knight, on the other hand, was clad in the very latest mode, with coat hardy, doublet, pourpoint, court pie, and paltock of olive green, picked out with pink and jagged at the edges. A red chaperon or cap, with long hanging cornet, sat daintily on the back of his black curled head, while his gold-hued shoes were twisted up à la poulaine. as though the toes were shooting forth a tendril which might hope in time to entwine itself around his massive leg. "Once more, Sir Oliver," said Sir Nigel, looking shorewards with sparkling eyes. "Do we find ourselves at the gate of honour, the door which hath so often led us to all that is knightly and worthy? There flies the prince's banner, and it would be well that we haste ashore and pay our obeisance to him. The boats already swarm from the bank. There is a goodly hostel near the west gate, which is famed for the stewing of spiced pullets," remarked Sir Oliver. "We might take the edge of our hunger off ere we seek the prince, for though his tables are gay with damask and silver, he is no trencherman himself, and hath no sympathy for those who are his betters." "His betters? His betters before the tranquil lad. Sniff not treason where none is meant. I have seen him smile in his quiet way, because I had looked for the fourth time towards the carving squire, and indeed to watch him dallying with a little gobbet of bread, or sipping his cup of thrice-watered wine, is enough to make a man feel shame at his own hunger. Yet war and glory, my good friend, though well enough in their way, will not serve to tighten such a belt as clasps my waist." "How read you that coat which hangs over yonder galley, Alain?" asked Sir Nigel. "Argent, a bend vert between Cotis's dancet gules. It is a northern coat. I have seen it in the train of the Percies. From the Shields there is not one of these vessels which hath not knight or baron aboard. I would mine eyes were better. How read you this upon the left? Argent and azure, a barry wavy of 6. Ha! It is the sign of the Wiltshire Stauntons, and there beyond I see the red and silver of the Worsleys of Appuldicombe, who like myself are of Hampshire lineage. Close behind us is the Moline cross of the gallant William Molyneux, and beside it the bloody chevrons of the Norfolk Woodhouses, with the amulets of the Musgraves of Westmoreland. By St. Paul! It would be a very strange thing if so noble a company were to gather without some notable deed of arms arising from it. And here is our boat, Sir Oliver, so it seems best to me that we should go to the Abbey with our squires, leaving Master Hortain to have his own way in the unloading." The horses, both of knights and squires, were speedily lowered into a broad lighter, and reached the shore almost as soon as their masters. Sir Nigel bent his knee devoutly as he put foot on land, and taking a small black patch from his bosom, he bound it tightly over his left eye. "May the blessed George and the memory of my sweet lady love raise high my heart," quoth he, "and as a token I vow that I will not take this patch from my eye until I have seen something of this country of Spain, and done such a small deed as it lies in me to do. And this I swear upon the cross of my sword and upon the glove of my lady." "In truth, you take me back 20 years, Nigel," quoth Sir Oliver, as they mounted and rode slowly through the water-gate. "After Cadsand, I deemed that the French thought that we were an army of the blind, for there was scarce a man who had not closed an eye for the greater love and honour of his lady. Yet it goes hard with you that you should darken one side, when with both open you can scarce tell a horse from a mule. In truth, friend, I think that you step over the line of reason in this matter." "Sir Oliver Buttistorn," said the little knight shortly, "I would have you to understand that, blind as I am, I can yet see the path of honour very clearly, and that is the road upon which I do not crave another man's guidance." "By my soul," said Sir Oliver, "you are as tart as verjuice this morning. If you are bent upon a quarrel with me, I must leave you to your humour and drop into the tete door here, for I marked a varlet pass the door, who bare a smoking dish, which had, methought, a most excellent smell." "Nenny, Nenny," cried his comrade, laying his hand upon his knee. "We have known each other over long to fall out, Oliver, like two raw pages at their first approves. You must come with me first to the prince, and then back to the hostel, though sure I am that it would grieve his heart that any gentle cavalier should turn from his board to a common tavern. But is not that my Lord Delaware who waves to us? Ha, my fair lord, God and our Lady be with you. And there is Sir Robert Cheney. Good morrow, Robert. I'm right glad to see you." The two knights walked their horses abreast, while Alain and Ford, with John Norbury, who was squire to Sir Oliver, kept some paces behind them. A spear's length in front of Black Simon, and of the Winchester guidon bearer. Norbury, a lean, silent man, had been to those parts before, and sat his horse with a rigid neck. But the two young squires gazed eagerly to right or left, and plucked each other's sleeves to call attention to the many strange things on every side of them. "See to the brave stalls," cried Alain. "See to the noble armour set forth, and the costly taffeta, and, O Ford, see to where the scrivener sits with the pigments and the inkhorns, and the rolls of sheepskin as white as the Beaulieu napery. Saw man ever the like before?" "Nay, man, there are finer stalls in Cheapside," answered Ford, whose father had taken him to London on occasion of one of the Smithfield joustings. "I have seen a silversmith's booth there which would serve to buy either side of this street. But mark these houses, Alain, how they thrust forth upon the top. And see to the coats of arms at every window, and banner or pencil on the roof." "And the churches," cried Alain. "The priory at Christchurch was a noble pile, but it was cold and bare, methinks, by one of these, with their frettings and their carvings and their traceries, as though some great ivy plant of stone had curled and wantoned over the walls." "And hark to the speech of the folk," said Ford. "Was ever such a hissing and clacking? I wonder that they have not wit to learn English now that they have come under the English crown. By Richard of Hampole, there are fair faces amongst them. See the wench with the brown wimple, out on you, Alain, that you would rather gaze upon dead stone than on living flesh." It was little wonder that the richness and ornament, not only of church and of stall, but of every private house as well, should have impressed itself upon the young squires. The town was now at the height of its fortunes. Besides its trade and its armourers, other causes had combined to pour wealth into it. War, which had wrought evil upon so many fair cities around, had brought naught but good to this one. As her French sisters decayed, she increased, for here, from north, and from east, and from south, came the plunder to be sold, and the ransom money to be spent. Through all her 16 landward gates there had set for many years a double tide of empty-handed soldiers hurrying Francewards, and of enriched and laden bands who brought their spoils home. The prince's court, too, with its swarm of noble barons and wealthy knights, many of whom, in imitation of their master, had brought their ladies and their children from England, all helped to swell the coffers of the burghers. Now, with this fresh influx of noblemen and cavaliers, food and lodging were scarce to be had, and the prince was hurrying forward his forces to Dax in Gascony to relieve the overcrowding of his capital. In front of the minster and abbey of St. Andrews was a large square crowded with priests, soldiers, women, friars, and burghers, who made it their common centre for sightseeing and gossip. Amid the knot of noisy and gesticulating townsfolk, many small parties of mounted knights and squires threaded their way towards the prince's quarters, where the huge iron-clamped doors were thrown back to show that he held audience within. 20 archers stood about the gateway, and beat back from time to time with their bow-staves the inquisitive and chattering crowd who swarmed round the portal. 2 knights in full armour, with lances raised and closed visors, sat their horses on either side, while in the centre, with 2 pages to tend upon him, there stood a noble-faced man in flowing purple gown, who pricked off upon a sheet of parchment the style and title of each applicant, marshalling them in their due order, and giving to each the place and facility which his rank demanded. His long white beard and searching eyes imparted to him an air of masterful dignity, which was increased by his tabard-like vesture and the heraldic barret cap with triple plume which bespoke his office. "It is Sir William de Packington, the prince's own herald and scrivener," whispered Sir Nigel, as they pulled up amid the line of knights who waited admission. "Ill fares it with the man who would venture to deceive him. He hath by rote the name of every knight of France or of England, and all the tree of his family, with his kinship's coat-armour, marriages, augmentations, abatements, and I know not what beside. We may leave our horses here with the varlets, and push forward with our squires." Following Sir Nigel's counsel, they pressed on upon foot until they were close to the prince's secretary, who was in high debate with a young and foppish knight who was bent upon making his way past him. "Mackworth," said the king-at-arms, "It is in my mind, young sir, that you have not been presented before. Nay, it is but a day since I set foot in Bordeaux, but I feared lest the prince should think it strange that I had not waited upon him." "The prince hath other things to think upon," quoth Sir William de Pakington, "but if you be a Mackworth, you must be a Mackworth of Normanton, and indeed I see now that your coat is sable and ermine." "I am a Mackworth of Normanton," the other answered, with some uneasiness of manner. "Then you must be Sir Stephen Mackworth, for I learn that when old Sir Guy died he came in for the arms and the name, the war cry, and the profit." "Sir Stephen is my elder brother, and I am Arthur, the second son," said the youth. "In sooth and in sooth," cried the king-at-arms with scornful eyes. "And pray, Sir Second Son, where is the cadency mark which should mark your rank? Dare you to wear your brother's coat without the crescent which should stamp you as his cadet? Away to your lodgings, and come not nigh the prince until the armourer hath placed the true charge upon your shield." As the youth withdrew in confusion, Sir William's keen eye singled out the 5 red roses from amid the overlapping shields and cloud of pennons which faced him. "Ha!" he cried. "There are charges here which are above counterfeit. The roses of Loring and the boar's head of Butterstorn may stand back in peace, but by my faith, they are not to be held back in war. Welcome, Sir Oliver, Sir Nigel. Chandos will be glad to his very heart-roots when he sees you. This way, my fair sirs. Your squires are doubtless worthy the fame of their masters. Down this passage, Sir Oliver. Edricson, ha! One of the old strain of Hampshire Edricsons, I doubt not. And Ford, they are of a South Saxon stock, and of good repute. There are Norburys in Cheshire and in Wiltshire, and also, as I have heard, upon the borders. So, my fair sirs, and I shall see that you are shortly admitted." He had finished his professional commentary by flinging open a folding door and ushering the party into a broad hall, which was filled with a great number of people who were waiting, like themselves, for an audience. The room was very spacious, lighted on one side by 3 arched and mullioned windows, while opposite was a huge fireplace in which a pile of wood was blazing merrily. Many of the company had crowded round the flames, for the weather was bitterly cold, but the 2 knights seated themselves upon a bancal, with their squires standing behind them. Looking down the room, Aline marked that both floor and ceiling were of the richest oak, the latter spanned by 12 arching beams, which were adorned at either end by the lilies and the lions of the royal arms. On the further side was a small door, on each side of which stood men-at-arms. From time to time an elderly man in black, with rounded shoulders and a long white wand in his hand, came softly forth from this inner room, and beckoned to one or other of the company, who doffed cap and followed him. The 2 knights were deep in talk, when Aline became aware of a remarkable individual who was walking round the room in their direction. As he passed each knot of cavaliers, every head turned to look after him, and it was evident, from the bows and respectful salutations on all sides, that the interest which he excited was not due merely to his strange personal appearance. He was tall and straight as a lance, though of a great age, for his hair, which curled from under his velvet cap of maintenance, was as white as the new-fallen snow. Yet from the swing of his stride and the spring of his step, it was clear that he had not yet lost the fire and activity of his youth. His fierce hawk-like face was clean-shaven like that of a priest, save for a long, thin wisp of white moustache, which drooped down halfway to his shoulder. That he had been handsome might be easily judged from his high aquiline nose and clear-cut chin, but his features had been so distorted by the seams and scars of old wounds, and by the loss of one eye which had been torn from the socket, that there was little left to remind one of the dashing young knight who had been 50 years ago the fairest, as well as the boldest of the English chivalry. Yet what knight was there in that hall of St. Andrew's who would not have gladly laid down youth, beauty, and all that he possessed to win the fame of this man? For who could be named with Chandos, the stainless knight, the wise counsellor, the valiant warrior, the hero of Crecy, of Winchelsea, of Poictiers, of Auray, and of as many other battles as there were years to his life? "Ha! My little heart of gold," he cried, darting forward suddenly and throwing his arms round Sir Nigel. "I heard that you were here and have been seeking you." "My fair and dear lord," said the knight, returning the warrior's embrace, I have indeed come back to you, for where else shall I go that I may learn to be a gentle and a hardy knight?" "By my troth," said Chandos with a smile, "it is very fitting that we should be companions, Nigel, for since you have tied up one of your eyes, and I have had the mischance to lose one of mine, we have but a pair between us. Ah, Sir Oliver, you were on the blind side of me, and I saw you not. A wise woman hath made prophecy that this blind side will one day be the death of me. We shall go in to the prince anon, but in truth he hath much upon his hands, for what with Pedro, and the king of Majorca, and the king of Navarre, who is no 2 days of the same mind, and the Gascon barons who are all chaffering for terms like so many hucksters, he hath an uneasy part to play. But how left you the Lady Loring?" "She was well, my fair lord, and sent her service and greetings to you. I am ever her knight and slave, and your journey I trust that it was pleasant." "As heart could wish. We had sight of 2 rover galleys, and even came to have some slight bickering with them." "Ever in luck's way, Nigel," quoth Sir John. "We must hear the tale anon, but I deem it best that ye should leave your squires and come with me, for howsoever pressed the prince may be, I am very sure that he would be loth to keep 2 old comrades in arms upon the further side of the door. Follow close behind me, and I will forestall old Sir William, though I can scarce promise to roll forth your style and rank as is his wont." So saying, he led the way to the inner chamber, the 2 companions treading close at his heels and nodding to right and left as they caught sight of familiar faces among the crowd. Thank you for joining us on this first part of The White Company by Arthur Conan Doyle. We've witnessed the beginnings of a grand adventure filled with valor and noble quests. As the story unfolds, the stakes rise, and our heroes face ever greater challenges. Don't miss the continuation of their journey in the next part, where the action intensifies and new allies and adversaries emerge. Be sure to subscribe to Storytime Haven and click the notification bell so you won't miss any chapters of this thrilling saga. See you next time for more adventures.